Chapter 1, I'm Pregnant with Your Child. It was a rainy evening. The cold wind whipped up the fallen leaves as it raged through the city. Lu Yao and I stood under the umbrella at the entrance to the city maternity and child hospital. Amidst the crowd, she looked a little pale as she looked at me. Zhao Yang, I'm pregnant. I froze for a moment, then said with wide eyes, Go find the person who got you pregnant. Why did you call me out? I've only slept with you this year, so who else would I find? Do you believe me when I say I've only slept with you this year? Zhao Yang, do you consider yourself a man? We're both just out here having fun, so don't blame me for this. If you want me to take responsibility, then show me something tangible, don't just make empty promises. Who the hell wants to be a father by mistake? Lu Yao said to me after a moment of silence, The baby has already been aborted, so where is there any proof? I was a little angry. Do you think I'm a sucker? You aborted your baby, and then? I raised my hand, feeling even more speechless, and said, Then, you're telling me that the baby is mine? Are you being naive or am I really stupid? Lu Yao, we're both adults, can we do something decent? Lu Yao looked at me with her lips pursed, and after a long moment said, You don't want to take responsibility, do you? I'll go to your company tomorrow. What the hell? I snapped. Lu Yao looked at me with her lips pursed, but I thought she was a good actress. I met her in a bar, and then we had a one-night stand. A woman who frequented bars said that she had had sex with me, a man, in 1 year. I would be a fool to believe her. I didn't want to get entangled with her anymore, so I took out my wallet and handed her all the 100 yuan bills inside. You just want money, take it and leave me alone in the future. Lu Yao didn't say a word and didn't argue with me anymore. She nodded and turned around, holding an umbrella, walking towards the hospital as if she still had some outstanding fees to pay. Looking at her lonely back in the rain, I suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of affection in my heart. Although I didn't believe that the child in her belly was mine, and although I was very annoyed with her, I felt that she must be having a hard time right now, otherwise she wouldn't have bullied me like this. After a long silence, I finally called out to her, Wait. Lu Yao looked back at me. I took out a bank card from my wallet and handed it to her. This card can be used to withdraw some money. You just had an operation, so buy yourself something to strengthen your body. Lu Yao didn't take it, however, no need. Seeing that you are willing to take responsibility is what I wanted. I sought you out because I didn't want to be slept with and then get pregnant so carelessly. In the bar, I drank alone while waiting for Fang Yuan, my only close friend and colleague in this city. Since the first day I came to this bar, I have seen too many lonely women and empty-hearted men drinking all kinds of alcohol here, either in silence or looking for something called drunken dreaming with desire in their eyes. In fact, when we abandon our bodies during the day and let our souls get lost in this sea of lights and colors, we are already drunk and living a dream. I don't remember from which night onwards I started to regard this place as my home. I like the women here, who sway their hips. I like the swaying lights. I like the drinks in various colors. I like the smell of perfume mixed with tobacco. I like the drunkenness here, and then in the drunkenness, engrave the messy past as a tombstone. Light a cigarette, pull off the film from the pack, cover my eyes, and watch the flickering lights. My body sways along with the lights, and in the light refracted by the film, I seem to see a kind of decadence that just gets by. I can't help but get a little lost in it. Fang Yuan removed the film from my hands, and suddenly my world became clear again. What's the rush? What do you need me for? Fang Yuan put down his briefcase and took a cigarette from my pack, lighting it for himself. Lend me some money, I've been scammed. Got someone's girl pregnant again? Fang Yuan said, as if it was no big deal. Fuck you. I really have been scammed this time. Who swindled you this time? What's with all the questions? I always lend you thousands of yuan at a time, so at least let me know who swindled me. Lu Yao, I said, lighting a cigarette with a seething rage. The flat model? Isn't she the one? Your circle is full of thieves. She said that I was the only man she slept with in a year. Do you believe that? Fang Yuan, if this happened to you, would you believe it? I was so excited that my fingers were knocking on the table with a crackling sound. This kind of thing could never happen to me. Besides, she wouldn't cheat you out of a few thousand yuan. Last month, she took all the promotional posters for our department store, and she got more than 10,000 yuan just for that. I snorted and interrupted Fang Yuan, Don't you look at what she usually spends? Can more than 10,000 yuan last her a month? Now she's having an affair with someone else and has no money to clean up after herself, so she comes to me, her cheap friend. I'm so cheap. I shouldn't have been kind enough to introduce her to our company in the first place. I didn't make less money without paying her, and now she's backstabbing me. Does she have any conscience in the industry? Fan Yuan, however, ignored my anger and asked me in a low voice, "Did you bring that thing when you slept with her?" I thought about it for a long time and could only remember that I was drunk and could hardly remember if I had worn a condom. After a while, I said, "I did." If I didn't, I wouldn't be able to say that I was cheated. Fan Yuan looked at me suspiciously and sighed after a long while, saying to me, "Xiaoyang, we've been friends for almost 10 years. Sometimes I really want to give you some advice. I know that Janeway breaking up with you was a big blow to you, but it's been 2 years now. You really don't need to treat your youth so badly. Find a girlfriend and settle down, okay?" When the name Janeway was mentioned again, I subconsciously froze for a moment before saying, "Don't worry about me, man. I'm doing pretty well. No shortage of worries. Right?" Fan Yuan talked me round for a long time, and I impatiently dealt with him for a long time. In the end, he left with the words "rotten mud can't be helped," and he left with dissatisfaction, but he forgot that I had borrowed money from him. Fortunately, after 2 years of hanging out in the bar, and often bringing friends to spend money in the bar, I was still on good terms with the owner, and the cost of this drink was temporarily charged to the account. Walking out of the bar, holding an umbrella as I walked along the rain-soaked street, I truly understood what it meant to be all alone. I had struggled in this city for 2 years, but all I had gained was endless emptiness and loneliness. In order to escape this poison like emptiness and loneliness, I had to wear a mask that concealed my shame and live with it. With this mask, I could live with a clear conscience and indulge myself. But no matter how hard I struggle on the edge of pain, she will never come back. Alone in a state of disappointment, I walked for several stops before returning to the community where I live. This is an old community, so old that it doesn't even have a property management company. In the first year I was here, I heard the older ladies in the community say that this community was built in the early 1990s. After years of erosion, every building in the community looks so dilapidated, but they stand close together, as if afraid of being lonely, so it seems as if each building has come to life again. This makes me think, late at night, when everyone is asleep, they might even whisper to each other a little, to ease the decades-long loneliness. Smoking a cigarette and taking the keys out of my pocket, I walked towards the building where I lived. This building is the only one in the community with ivy, and every summer the south-facing wall is covered in green. If these buildings had a gender, then this building would undoubtedly be a woman, an indifferent woman. She often makes people feel sad for her. What surprised me was that there was a red Audi Q7 parked in the dilapidated parking lot below. In my memory, in the 2 years I lived here, there never seemed to be a car in the neighborhood worth more than 500,000 yuan. Without thinking too much, I whistled as I walked down the corridor to my apartment. When I reached the top floor, I was surprised to find that the door was ajar. I remembered that I had definitely locked it when I left. I subconsciously thought that there was a thief in the house, and it was only after calming down that I remembered that I had not paid the rent to the landlord, Lowly, for 2 months, so Lowly was most likely here to collect the rent. When I opened the door, the landlord, Mr. Lee, and a strange woman were sitting on the sofa. A bunch of Audi Q7 car keys were on the coffee table. There was no doubt that the Q7 parked downstairs belonged to this strange girl. Then a question flashed through my mind: what kind of supernatural power does this cunning and mean-spirited man have? How could he bring such a noble and inviolable girl like a white lily to this simple room? This really makes me very puzzled. The new book is here to meet you. Bring some cigarettes, turn on the music player, and come inside with me. From now on, I will post 1 chapter every hour until I reach 30,000 words. Please stay tuned. Chapter 2: The Woman Who Opened the Q7. I looked at this woman again. She was sitting upright, with long, slightly curly hair falling down her shoulders, fair skin, a slender figure, and an upward-turned mouth with a kind of confident sharpness. In short, she was a downright beauty. Just by looking at her for the first time, it seemed to me that there was nothing in the world that couldn't be forgiven. Old Lee waved at me. "Xiaoyang, come over here and let's talk about something. It's about the rent. I'll pay it next month when I get paid, okay?" I said with a forced smile. After all, I had been delaying paying Old Lee rent for so long. "It's about the house." This house has already been bought by this girl." "You sold the house? What idiot would want to buy your shabby house that can't even withstand an earthquake?" I looked at the woman and said, "What a racket." When faced with the crisis of being homeless, I couldn't care about her elegance and beauty, I just got angry first. Old Lee looked at the frowning woman awkwardly and said to me after a long while, "You can move out tonight, and I won't ask you for the rent for the previous few months. Lowly, the older you get, the more like a grandson you live. Even if you want to sell the house, you should have given me advance notice. It's pouring with rain, where am I going to find a new home? Just find a hotel to stay for now, Lowly said without the slightest regard for my feelings. You don't even have the property rights to the house, don't talk to me. I snapped at Lowly, and then said to the strange woman, the house is yours now, can I continue to rent it from you? The woman shook her head, I bought it for myself to live in, I have no intention of renting it. I suddenly became agitated. Girl, are you okay? You drive a luxury car worth millions and you live in this shitty house. Are you deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? The woman ignored my anger and said calmly, you have 1 hour to move out. Before she could finish, I interrupted, no. Have you ever seen anyone move out without even giving advance notice? I then sat down on the sofa next to her, and she instinctively moved to the other side. I lit a cigarette and scanned the old room. A sense of loss welled up in my heart. 2 years ago, I came to Suzhou and have been living here ever since. In this room, I spent the most difficult time of my life. Here I cried out to the living room clock, and spent sleepless nights confiding in the old floor lamp in the bedroom. Every object here seems like a close friend who has shared the hard times with me. Leaving here means losing the reason to live. The smoke from my mouth made the woman get up from the sofa and walk to the other side, annoyed. I felt more and more like a loser, as if all the bad things had been planned to happen to me today. After a while, Lolly said to us, I have some things to take care of at home. You two can discuss the house matter at your leisure. Without waiting for a response, he seemed to have dropped a hot potato. He took off like a shot, leaving his bag behind him. I was left alone with the woman. Outside the window, the wind and cold rain started to wreak havoc again. This kind of bad weather made me even more reluctant to move out. I decided to sit and wait it out with this woman, because I was so poor that I had nothing but time. I spoke to her, young lady, may I ask your name? She responded with a poker face, does it matter? Of course it matters. I need to know which fairy godmother has left me homeless on this cold rainy night. She ignored the sarcasm in my words and responded coldly, you only have 40 minutes left. If you don't move in 40 minutes, I'll call the police. I was about to lose my temper when the phone rang. I frowned at the woman and then took out my phone from my pocket. I looked at the number and saw that it was from Lu Yao, another woman who annoyed me. I answered the phone impatiently, what is it now? Haven't I already paid you? Lu Yao was silent for a moment before she said, Zhao Yang, tomorrow is the weekend. Can you accompany me to the hospital for a follow-up examination? Is what's growing in your belly mine? Can't you find a friend to accompany you? Do you think I'm idle, is that it? I said like a machine gun, trying to dissuade her from this impractical idea with my momentum. In this city, you're the only friend I have. Lu Yao, you're mistaken. We're POW friends, not friends. Do you know what POW friends are? Lele ignored me and whispered, I'm really scared alone. If you don't come, I'll just be on my own. I'm not going to do the review. I said with patience, you went alone today, so you'll be more familiar with the place tomorrow. It's because I was alone yesterday that I know how scary it is. Lele's persistence made me a little crazy, and I habitually swore. Fuck. Fuck it. You fucked up the kid. If I had known, I would have given birth to the kid and raised it until it was an adult, and then sued him, his father is an animal. The phone then beeped with the hang-up tone. This is bullshit. I lit a cigarette and slapped myself on the forehead. For 2 years, I have never met a troublesome mistress like Lu Yao. Despite her oath, I can also swear that the child is not mine. She said that I am the only friend she has in this city, which makes me feel that she is cheating on me. Last week, I saw her post a photo on Weibo of her having a good time with a group of people at a bar. Scum. I looked up and realized that the woman had been looking at me with an extremely disgusted expression the whole time. There was only the two of us in the room, and she was the one who had cursed at me. Did you listen to my phone call? I asked without emotion, not minding if she called me a scumbag, because I couldn't even tell if I was a scumbag myself. You have 30 minutes left. The woman's tone was even colder than before. What a troublesome cold rainy night. After giving all my cash to Lu Yao today, I am penniless. Now where can I move? There is no place for me in Zhaoyang in this vast sky and land. After a moment of silence, I said to the woman, girl, you can see that it is raining and storming outside, and it is quite late. You definitely won't be able to move tonight. The woman looked out the window and, after all, leaving some room for maneuver, asked, When will you move? Tomorrow. What time? Before 1 p.m., I said in a soft tone, because I would be asking her for a favor later. She nodded. You can go now, and remember to move your things out on time tomorrow. I sat still, and after a while I leaned over to her side and said with a pretense of embarrassment, Can you lend me some money? She looked a little surprised, but said resolutely, I'm not obliged to lend you any money. No? Then don't expect me to leave tonight. I can't go to sleep on the fly without any money, I said, leaning over and lying down on the sofa. Then I said to her, Don't even think about calling the police. This was an unprincipled thing for you and Lowly to do. Tell me, should you have given me some advance notice, at least to let me prepare myself? She looked at me like I was the plague, which only confirmed her desire to get rid of me. But then, surprisingly, she said to me, I don't have any cash. I stared at her, wide-eyed. Her comment about not having any cash showed that she was high-end, elegant, and classy. Nowadays, rich people don't usually carry cash in their wallets. They spend tens of thousands of yuan at a time, and the little cash they have in their wallets obviously isn't enough. Young lady, this is fate. I don't like to stuff cash in my wallet either. I shamelessly told her the truth. I've never had much cash in my wallet. She ignored me. I said, How about this, you lend me your card, and I'll swipe 1,000 yuan, and I'll pay you back tomorrow when we move. Or there's an ATM 200 meters down the street, you can go with me if you're not confident. She took out a bank card from her purse and interrupted me, the password is 6 zeros. You have until 1 p.m. tomorrow to get everything done. I took the bank card she handed me and said, No problem. In fact, I was not surprised that she was at ease handing me her bank card. My phone number, place of work, and connections were all known to Lowly, or perhaps there was not much of a balance on the card. She sat quietly on the sofa as I took another look at her. To be honest, I have never seen such a beautiful woman in the more than 20 years I have been alive. There seems to be an air about her that other women don't have. But unfortunately, we don't seem to get along. As I was leaving, I said half teasingly, half seriously, Girl, why don't you consider living with me? I can cook and give massages. When you come home tired from work, I can give you a full service and make sure you feel comfortable. Get lost. She finally snapped, and a throw pillow flew at me with guided precision. Chapter 3, I Love Only You. With an umbrella, I sadly left the small apartment I had lived in for 2 years. In fact, I didn't feel good at all. My request to live with that woman was not a joke or taking advantage of her. At the moment, I felt like a homeless child, who had lost the feeling of warmth, but no one knew that I kind of wanted to cry. But one must learn to respect reality, right? When Lowly sold the house, my departure was inevitable. I found an ATM nearby and, as agreed, withdrew 1,000 yuan from my card. I also checked the user information, and only then did I learn that the woman who was a little too beautiful was named Mi Cai. I really like her name. Mi means food and clothing, and Cai means colorful. If you have both, you are undoubtedly happy. But I don't have either. My life is now reduced to hunger and black and white. So's appearance is more like a satire to me. It satirizes my having nothing and being at my wit's end. There is a hotel at the corner of the long street. I stayed in it. Under the wind and rain all night, I fell asleep in a daze until the morning, and it was almost noon when I woke up. I looked at the phone and found a dozen missed calls, all from Lo Yao. She really is persistent. Seeing that I didn't answer the phone, she sent me a message saying, I should have given birth to the baby and used it to punish me for the rest of my life. I thought it was a bit funny. If she wasn't afraid of being a single mother, why should I be afraid of being a cheap father with an empty title? Obviously, her complaints didn't cause me the slightest psychological burden. After a quick wash, I hurried to the hospital. Perhaps I went because of the last vestiges of kindness in me, or perhaps it was out of sympathy for my girlfriend. I can't really say why, because often people don't really know themselves. When I arrived at the maternal and child health hospital, I got out of the taxi and saw Yao waiting for me under an umbrella at the entrance to the hospital. She spotted me first and her expression of insecurity finally eased a little as she walked towards me. I was full of anger, but thinking about the fact that she had once been lying on the operating table here facing the cold scalpel, I still managed to hold back. Lu Yao took my arm with a grave expression and looked at her stomach again, as if she deeply loved me, but I didn't pity her. I broke free and finally said unhappily, You idiot. Tell me honestly, Who made your stomach big? You, Zhao Yang. Do you believe I'll strangle you? I said to Lu Yao with glaring eyes. Beast, go ahead and strangle me. If you did it yesterday, we'd both be dead, but today you'd be on the front page of the news, and the whole country would know about you. Lu Yao narrowed her eyes at me, but her body pressed even closer to mine. Will you ever fucking stop? I slept with you 2 months ago, so how long have you been pregnant? Show me the film you took. Luo Yao ignored my doubts, but her tone suddenly softened. With a deep sense of regret, she took my arm in her hand and said, Zhao Yang, if we didn't have the operation yesterday and gave birth to this child, and let him call you dad, how happy you would be. I suppressed my anger and pushed her aside, saying, stop playing around, will you? You hurry up and go for a follow-up examination. Once you walk out of this hospital door, you can consider me dead and never bother me again. Lu Yao lowered her head and said to me after a while, don't talk about dying. I won't bother you anymore. After the checkup, Lu Yao was hooked up to and 4 in the hospital room, while I sat by her side like a family member, keeping her company, but never saying a word. I felt a little suffocated. The doctor pulled me aside and said to me outside the room door, young man, your girlfriend has a very weak constitution and mild symptoms of anemia. You mustn't be careless with her recovery after the miscarriage, or else she'll get sick roots when she gets older. I'll prescribe some recuperation medicine and health products for you, and you can pick them up at the pharmacy on the 2nd floor. I nodded without thinking much about it, just thinking that the 1,000 yuan I used my rice-colored bank card to pay for yesterday should be enough to get the medicine. With the prescription in hand, I went to the 2nd floor. It took the staff member 5 full minutes to hand me a bag full of medicine and health products, and then he threw down a sentence, a total of 3,016 yuan. Do you want to pay by card or cash? I was stunned, and then I cursed, what the hell is this magic pill that costs over 3,000 yuan? Do you think I have a lot of money and ripped me off? The staff member, who was used to this, looked at the man who had just bought medicine at the next window and said to me, see, that person just bought 8,000 yuan worth of health products and medicine. If you don't have the money, don't let your girlfriend get pregnant. You're so happy to be a sucker, idiot. I cursed at the man's back, and then I thought of Lu Yao's weak and helpless appearance after the abortion, so I held back my anger, took out Mi Cai's bank card from my wallet, and said, give me a discount, or I'll round down the 16 yuan. The staff member took the bank card from me, gave me a blank look, and said, really, have you ever seen a hospital that gives discounts? Carrying the medicine I bought from the pharmacy, my heart was bleeding. This pal friend is really expensive. I helped the weak Lu Yao, who had just finished in 4, out of the hospital. It was still raining, and the air was oppressively heavy with the sound of the incessant rain. Lu Yao snuggled up to me for a while, and then suddenly asked me unexpectedly, Zhao Yan, a film crew has invited me to Hengdian to film next month. Do you think I should go? Is it reliable? I asked as softly as possible, not wanting to hurt her feelings, but in fact I wasn't at all interested in where she was going to film. I've already had a makeup trial, and the director and producer are very satisfied, they think I'm quite suitable for the role. Go for it, you print models are all trying to break into the entertainment industry, so if this is your chance, just grab it. By the way, this is a health product prescribed by the doctor for post-surgery recovery. You take it regularly. I'll send you a message later to tell you how to take it, I said, and handed her the Ziploc bag I was holding. Lu Yao didn't take the Ziploc bag I handed her, but stared at me for a long time, and said softly, being a print model is just a transitional period for me. I actually graduated from the acting department of the Shanghai Theatre Academy. Damn it! No wonder you looked so professional when you cheated me. You're a professional. I really have no eyes, I didn't recognize you as a talented graduate of the Shanghai Theatre Academy. I exclaimed half sarcastically, half teasingly. Lu Yao completely ignored my yelling and asked me, staring at me, Zhao Yang, do you think I'm pretty? If you weren't beautiful, could I sleep with you? I stared at Yao and asked in return. She was indeed a beauty, and a down-to-earth kind of beauty, with bright eyes, red lips and white teeth, and a little sexy and charming. Yao nodded and said, Zhao Yang, forget Jianwei, when I become a movie star, I will only love you. She took the bag from me and left like the wind. I came back to my senses after a while, and a cold wind blew. I suddenly remembered that I had promised Mi Cai to move out a little while ago. It was now 1:30. I immediately reached out and stopped a taxi and drove to my old place. On the way, I remembered that I had just used Mi Cai's bank card to swipe 3,016 yuan for health products and medicine. I had told her to only swipe 1,000 yuan, and now I owed 4,016 yuan. How was I going to pay back so much money? I thought of Mi Cai's expressionless but overly beautiful face, and I was in disarray. Chapter 4: A Weekend with Evil Spirits. It was almost 2 o'clock when I returned to my old place of residence. I paid the fare and walked towards my building. I wasn't anxious at all. It was the weekend anyway, so I could be a little late. But I had a headache about the 4,016 yuan I owed her. Even if I sold my body, I couldn't get that much money at this moment. When I arrived at the building where I live, I was dumbfounded, and then I was furious. My luggage had been moved to the hallway of the building. Some of the luggage that couldn't fit in the hallway had been soaked by the rain, including a pair of black leather shoes that Janeway had given me a long time ago. I threw away my umbrella, fished my keys out of my pocket, and ran up the stairs. The keys unlocked the door, and I kicked it open. Standing in the living room, I angrily shouted, "Bitch, get the fuck out here." I shouted 3 times, but there was no response. I kicked open the door to the room she was in, but it was empty. Looking at the immaculately tidy room, and thinking about my luggage out in the rain, the fire in my heart flared up even more. I lifted my hand and threw the quilt on her bed to the ground, and in my anger I even overturned the Simmons bed, scattering pillows and blankets all over the floor. After the hysteria died down, I stood in Mi Cai's room and lit a cigarette to calm my anger. Mi Cai didn't know when she stood outside the door of the room, holding a mop and a plastic bag with a lot of daily necessities in her hand. She must have just gone to the supermarket. She glared at me, and I grabbed her clothes at the chest and dragged her into the room. The force was so strong that she dropped the bag and mop in her hand, and the things were scattered all over the floor again. The room, which was just spotless, was instantly a mess because of my anger. I dragged her to the window and opened it so she could see her suitcase getting soaked in the rain. I yelled at her, "Are you fucking crazy? Why did you leave my luggage in the rain?" Mi Cai broke free from me and said coldly, "I asked someone to help you move it out when you didn't show up. Is there a problem? I was delayed by other things. What's wrong with being a little late? You promised to be there at a certain time, and that's what you'll do," Mi Cai said, her eyes full of determination. "You're fucking unbelievable." I was even more angry, and raised my hand as if to slap her. I thought she would instinctively dodge or close her eyes, but she just looked at me coldly, without even blinking. I lowered my hand and narrowed my eyes at her and said, "You bring everything back up here exactly as it was, and I'll pretend this never happened." "I'm not going," said Mi Cai, with tears in her beautiful eyes, but resolutely. I nodded. "You're not going, are you?" As soon as I said that, I threw the quilts and blankets on the floor out of the window, with the thrill of revenge and retaliation. In the rain and wind, the quilts and blankets that fell looked so desolate and innocent, and also like deep and shallow scars that had been ruthlessly revealed. I looked a little dazed and a little regretful. I shouldn't have been so impulsive, and I shouldn't have treated this stubborn woman in front of me like this. Perhaps it was the black leather shoes that fell in the rain that stimulated me, and my heart twitched. In the afterimage of the rain falling on the black leather shoes, I seemed to see my own and Jianwei's dead love. The quilt and blankets finally landed on the ground in an alternating pattern. I said to Mi Cai with some trepidation, "Now we're even." After my words fell, tears fell from Mi Cai's fair face, and she looked at me with her lips pursed. Looking at the devastated house, a sudden feeling of guilt filled my heart, but I still stared at Mi Cai and said, "I know you are unhappy with me and look down on me. Yes, I am poor and unpromising, but that is definitely not a reason for you to disrespect me and my luggage. You are a woman, so today I will demonstrate some gentlemanly manners with you. I threw away your quilt and blankets, but next time I will throw you down with them." After saying this, I took out the bank card she gave me yesterday from my wallet and placed it on the table and said, "I have withdrawn a total of 4,016 yuan from the card. Now I don't have the money to pay you back, but I will definitely find a way to pay you back as soon as possible." Tears were rolling around in Mi Cai's eyes. "Bastards, all of you are bastards who don't keep your promises." I looked at her unexpectedly, unable to describe the feeling in my heart. After a long while, I said, "I'm leaving. I will definitely pay you back the money I owe you. Although I'm late in fulfilling my promise, it's not as if I don't keep my promises as you think." Mi Cai didn't respond to me, and she still looked at me with resentment. I laughed. I don't know if Mi Cai was still crying, but I know that it must have been very difficult for her to stay in the house I had made such a mess of. But just as she had scolded me before, I really am a scumbag, and also the beast that Lu Yao called me. I'm like a beast unwilling to control my emotions, and I'm like a scumbag acting recklessly. I hailed a taxi and moved my luggage to a roadside pavilion where I could take shelter from the rain. For a while, I didn't know where to go. The money I had left wasn't enough to rent a room, and staying in a hotel wasn't a long-term solution. The only person I could borrow money from, Fang Yuan, had temporarily refused to contact me because I had ignored his advice the day before and he was angry with me. Yes, over the years, I have only asked Fang Yuan for money. I consider him a close friend and never mind showing him my distress and destitution, but I would never do that with anyone else. It's as if I've suddenly been abandoned by the world. I lit a cigarette and sat on the stone bench in the pavilion, watching the cars come and go as I lost myself in thought. This is not how my life should be, but for the past 2 years I have lived a lonely and helpless life, just like the silent buildings in this city. It all started with that woman. I know that I will never have the opportunity to hold her hand again in this life, but I am still stubbornly unable to escape from her tenderness. The wind made me feel a little cold, so I took a scarf out of the knitting bag and tied it around myself, finally blocking some of the endless cold wind that poured into my chest. For the next hour, I just sat in the gazebo, repeating the two insignificant things of daydreaming and smoking, until it got dark and I really felt the desire to be saved. A sudden phone call startled me. I wiped my face and took my phone out of my pocket. The call was from my father. My father is a boring, old-fashioned man. He has worked in the procurement department of a small state-owned enterprise for 15 years. He became a deputy section chief in the first year he started working there. 15 years have passed, and he has still not been able to get rid of the word deputy in his title. What's more, even though the procurement department is a place where you can make a lot of money, he has never taken a single gift or a single penny in kickbacks in 15 years. This ironclad integrity has led his colleagues to privately address him as Banco, literally board section. Finally, he got rid of the title of deputy section chief. So when I was 17 years old, I also changed the way I addressed him to keep up with the times, but he has always mistakenly thought I was calling him Dad. When I answered the phone, I heard Ban Daddy's wooden, emotionless voice. He said to me, "Zhao Yang, I'll be in Suzhou soon. I have to attend a trade fair tomorrow morning, so I'll stay at your place tonight." I felt miserable. This weekend was really cursed. Whatever I feared had come true. I couldn't let Ban Daddy know that I was penniless and homeless. Although he was old-fashioned, it didn't mean he had no temper. My thoughts turned quickly. "Dad, can you find a hotel near the station to stay at? I'm having dinner with my colleagues tonight, and it won't be a short time. You eat your food. Don't you always leave the key under the doorframe? I can get in. There have been a lot of thieves recently, so I haven't put it there." Dad wouldn't relent, saying, "Then I'll wait for you. Don't go crazy after dinner and come back early. Dad, you've been on the bus for a long time, I think you're exhausted. You can find a hotel nearby. You're not willing to take a taxi when you come to my place, and it's rush hour again. Your arms and legs won't survive the crush on the bus." I tried every excuse I could think of, but Dad wasn't in a hurry. "In the end," he said, "your mom knit you a sweater. I'll bring it to you." Hearing the dial tone, I froze for a moment, and then immediately reacted. I ran to the curb, carrying a duffel bag on my shoulders and dragging a suitcase in my hands, looking around for a taxi. I had to spend the night in the house that now belonged to Mi Cai. Whether she wants to or not, I have to stay. If Bandin knows about my current situation, he will be furious. Free flowers and collection everyone, don't forget to we are rushing to the new book list, and hope that this book can accompany you for a long time. Chapter 5, for the time being, just wait. In the rain, I took a taxi back to the dilapidated neighborhood where I had lived for 2 years. After getting out of the taxi, I subconsciously looked around to see if Mi Cai's Audi Q7 was parked downstairs. Luckily, the car wasn't there. Even luckier was the fact that I hadn't returned the house keys to Mi Cai yet. I thought optimistically, since Bandi is only staying for one night, if she doesn't come back tonight, everything will be settled without any problems. I ran back to the house as fast as I could, put my things back in place in the shortest time possible, made the bed again, and then stood under my umbrella at the bus stop waiting for my father-in-law to arrive. After about a quarter of an hour, a bus from the long-distance bus station slowly pulled up. I looked up and saw my father-in-law, who was carrying a briefcase, getting off the bus. I waved at him and shouted, "Father-in-law, this way." Pan Daddy came a little surprised and asked, "Didn't you go to dinner with your colleagues?" "Dinner is a trivial matter, but your visit is a big deal." "I know what's important," I said, taking the briefcase from Pan Daddy and carrying it for him. Pan Daddy was silent and followed me into the residential area. I complained, "Pan Daddy, this is all business expenses. Next time you come to my place, can you just take a taxi? It's not like you won't be reimbursed." Public funds are also money, and every little bit counts, Daddy said sternly. Our government has trillions of foreign exchange reserves in the United States, so it's not like you're missing out on a little taxi fare. Daddy didn't say anything, obviously unwilling to argue with me about values. He's always been like this, never willing to explain anything as long as he thinks it's the right thing to do, as if he were an independent world of his own, and then worked as a deputy section chief in that independent world for 15 years. When we got back inside, Daddy took out a stainless steel lunchbox from the other bag besides his briefcase and said to me, "This is the wild crushing carp I caught last week. Your mother cooked it and asked me to bring it to you. Just reheat it when you want to eat it, or not reheat it if you don't want to. Let's eat it tonight." Banda looked at me suspiciously and asked, "Didn't you already eat with your colleagues?" "Well, here you are, back in half an hour." Then he quickly interrupted, "Oh yes, Banda, did you bring the glutinous rice wine my mother made this time?" Banda nodded and took out a bottle from his bag that had originally contained orange juice. It was filled with the glutinous rice wine I liked to drink. Banda and I each poured a glass of glutinous rice wine, ate the cooked crushing carp and peanuts, and waited for the white rice porridge to boil in the rice cooker, chatting in between. I was a little distracted, afraid that Mi Cai would suddenly come back. It would be fine if she were scared, but if I were found out in front of Banda, I could just die. A cup of glutinous rice wine had just gone down my throat when I heard footsteps outside the door, followed by the sound of a key being inserted into the lock. I panicked a little, glanced at Banda and then at the door, which was close at hand. The door opened and, sure enough, Mi Cai walked in. The sight in front of her left her frozen in place, but Banda didn't react much, treating Mi Cai as someone who shared the flat with me, or perhaps as a girlfriend. Before Mi Cai could say anything, I took hold of her arm and asked with concern, "Have you been drinking? Don't thank me for helping you into the room. This is what I should do as we share the same flat." Although I was being polite, I raised my hand from an angle that Banda could not see and covered Mi Cai's mouth, pushing her a few steps into her room. "Scum, let go of me," Mi Cai said indistinctly as she struggled. "Don't scream," I said in a low voice. Mi Cai struggled again and took out her phone from her pocket. Any fool could tell that she was going to call the police to get me. My behavior was indeed enough to be guilty of breaking and entering. I took the phone from her hand, pushed her down on the bed, and rode on top of her to prevent her from continuing to struggle, regardless of what a rogue position it was. I said nervously in a low voice, "Don't you fucking scream, if my father hears you, I'm dead." Mi Cai ignored me completely, her face was terrified, and instinctively she raised her hand and grabbed my hair tightly. I was about to collapse from the pain, gritting my teeth but not daring to make a sound. You, 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 you. Then I whispered, "But not in my father's eyes. He has high blood pressure, and if he knew that I was penniless and had no place to live, he would die of a heart attack. Please pity me and deal with me for one night. He is here on business and will leave in the morning. I promise I will never bother you again." Mi Cai finally stopped struggling and let go of my hair, but her beautiful eyes still stared at me with hatred and disgust. I carefully released my hand from covering Mi Cai's mouth, and this time she didn't scream again. I let out a long sigh, and only after a moment did I realize that I was still sitting on Mi Cai's body. Just as I was about to get up apologetically, Mi Cai twisted her body and pushed me hard, and I fell straight from the bed with a loud bang. "Jia Yang, what are you doing in there?" Ban's father asked, hearing a noise. I endured the pain and said, "I hit the cupboard." Ban's father didn't pursue the matter, and Mi Cai finally looked at me with a smile that looked like it was in revenge but was angry. "I'm warning you not to say anything. My father really has high blood pressure and can't take a blow. You stay in your room and don't go out." Mi Cai neither agreed nor disagreed. I made a pleading gesture again, but she still didn't say anything. I could only comfort myself by taking her silence as a yes, and looked at her pleadingly once more before closing the door and walking out of the room. When I arrived in the living room, Banda had already gone to the kitchen and filled 3 bowls of rice porridge. He said to me, "Jia Yang, go give the girl a bowl of porridge. After drinking, you need to eat something, you can't go hungry. Let her rest," I said, and as soon as I finished speaking, Mi Cai walked out of the room carrying her handbag. Given all the evil deeds I had committed before, it would have been no exaggeration for Mi Cai to execute me. Just as I was getting nervous and feeling a little weak in the knees, Mi Cai walked straight to the door without looking away, as if she intended to leave the room to me tonight. Just as I was about to let out a sigh of relief, the usually taciturn Banda said to Mi Cai, who had not yet walked out the door, "Girl, I've put some kanji in a bowl for you. Drink it while it's hot." I was desperate for Mi Cai to leave quickly, and kept giving her signals with my eyes, but she looked at me and then nodded to Banda, saying, "Thank you, uncle." The two people who had just been fighting for their lives were so mysteriously sitting at the same table drinking kanji. I always felt like a suspect who had done something wrong, not saying a word, but always on the lookout for Mi Cai to say the wrong thing. From time to time, I glanced at Mi Cai out of the corner of my eye, but I didn't know what she was up to. However, it seemed that she didn't intend to report me to Banda. She just drank the kanji little by little. Banda has always been a taciturn person who doesn't like to talk, and he concentrates much more on eating than others. So he finished eating the kanji in his bowl first, got up, picked up his handbag, and said to me, "You have someone living here, so I'll go to a hotel." I looked at Mi Cai and said to Banda, "Banda, don't go, just sleep with me. You snore really loudly these days, and you have to work tomorrow, so I can't disturb your sleep," said Banda, shaking his head, and then took a sweater out of his bag and handed it to me. "Your mother knit it for you." I took it and looked at it, a little puzzled, and asked, "Why did she knit too?" "When you find a girlfriend in the future, you can let her wear it. Home-knitted sweaters are warm." I felt a little helpless. I knew that Bandaddy and my mother were using this subtle way to remind me to find a girlfriend quickly. I looked at Mi Cai, who was still drinking his rice porridge, and flirted, "It's getting cold, I'll give you a sweater later." Mi Cai glared at me, but in the end, he didn't lose his temper in front of Bandaddy, but I was secretly happy. Before I left, Ban's father counted 3,000 yuan from his wallet and handed it to me, saying, "Take it." I laughed carelessly, "Why are you giving me money? I don't need it." Ban's father shoved the money into my hand, saying, "You were born to me, I know all about your character. I've told you many times, you need to plan your spending. Go pay the utility bills sometime." After saying this, he looked at the utility bill that had fallen on the floor a few days ago. Suddenly, my nose felt a little bit sour. I really am not a son who makes his parents worry. I stuffed the money back into my father's hand. "I really don't need it. My mother's health is not good, so you can keep it and buy her some health products. I will get paid next week." My father didn't say much, put the money on the table, looked at the rice color again, and walked alone to the door. I chased after Bandit and saw him off downstairs. He said to me, all the while remaining silent, "That girl was pretty, she looked good." I held on to Bandit and looked over to the parked Q7 next to us and said, "Banda, quickly put away your fantasies, she's not my type. See that car? It's hers." My father followed my gaze to the red Q7 and looked puzzled. I think he was also surprised that Mi Cai drove such a car but lived in such an old place. My father eventually chose to remain silent as usual. He was helpless about my poor situation. In fact, whether we like it or not, we have truly entered an era where money is needed to prove love. So I told him to put away his fantasies, and I myself am even less willing to fantasize. That night, after giving me the final words, "Work hard," my father-in-law left in the rain, holding an umbrella. Looking at his elderly figure in the rain, I read his expectations in those words. He expects me to work hard, marry a good girl, and let him hold a grandchild. But father-in-law, I am living in a state of helplessness and struggle, weighed down by reality. Many of the good things that need to be realized can wait. Chapter 6, They're Getting Married. Back at the apartment, Mi Cai had already finished his bowl of kanji, while mine was still steaming. I took out 2 salted duck eggs from the bag Banda had left and handed one to Mi Cai, saying, "Try it." "I'm almost done," said Mi Cai, speaking to me in a normal tone for the first time in the 2 days since we met. I smiled and said, "Have another bowl, plain rice porridge won't make you fat." Mi Cai ignored my advice and said, "Your father has already left, so you can move out too." I looked outside at the storm and discussed with Mi Cai, "I'm not moving today, I'll stay one more night, okay?" "No," Mi Cai said firmly. I slammed my chopsticks down on the table and angrily said, "What's wrong with you, woman? Don't you know that people are soft-spoken? Spit out the kanji you just ate, and I'll move out immediately." Mi Cai looked at me with her beautiful eyes, dumbfounded by my quick change of mood. I softened my tone and said to her, "Big sister, I've been back and forth all day today, and I'm exhausted. Could you please let me off the hook?" "Scum, who is your big sister?" Miss, okay?" I said hurriedly, and vowed again, tomorrow, I will move after work tomorrow. Mi Cai finally let go and said to me after a while, remember what you said. Of course, I will move tomorrow. Mi Cai gave me an unhappy look, picked up the bowl and walked over to the rice cooker with the white rice porridge, then filled a small bowl for herself. Didn't you say you weren't going to eat it? Mi Cai glared at me and said, anyway, you've already eaten, so it's not a big deal if you have another bowl. I shook my head inside, alas, this is how depraved people are. Although I was teasing, I peeled the salted duck egg and handed it to Mi Cai. She didn't refuse, so the two of us continued eating in a strange atmosphere. After dinner, I handed Mi Cai the 3,000 yuan left by Banda. I'll pay you back 3,000 yuan first, and I'll pay you the rest next week when I get paid. If you give it to me, will you still have money to pay the rent? Let's pay it back together in the future. This is you thinking of me, not me deliberately not paying you back. I said as I stuffed the money into my wallet. As long as you move out quickly, everything else doesn't matter, said Micah, taking another sip of kanji. She seemed to really like the kanji. Indeed, Ban's kanji making skills were second to none. He could make the most ordinary rice porridge taste like home-cooked food. I'm not the plague, you don't need to dislike me so much. I sighed. With your character, do you expect me to like you? I smiled and didn't say anything back. Maybe I really have a bad character, or maybe she has a bit of a misunderstanding about me, but it doesn't matter. I don't need to clarify or explain, because tomorrow after work, we will draw a line. I gulped down the kanji in my bowl and stared at Mi Cai. At the moment, she was wearing a white long-sleeved chiffon shirt, black and white checkered pencil-style casual pants, and slightly curly medium-length hair, which made her even more elegant but also looked thin. I took out the sweater that Banta had left behind and pretended to model it in front of Mi Cai, then sighed for a long time and said, it's getting cold, do you think this sweater suits you? Mi Cai frowned and said, what, do you still want me to hold your hand? Really, it suits you very well. If you let me continue to rent this room, I don't mind giving it to you. My father already said that my mother knitted this sweater by hand, it's thick, and it keeps the wind out and keeps you warm in winter. I'm not worthy of it. I smiled and handed her the sweater, I'm just joking with you. Even if you don't rent it, I'll give it to you. I have no plans to get a girlfriend for the time being, and such a good sweater would just be wasting its value lying around. Even if I apologize for being unreasonable yesterday. I looked extremely sincere, and Mi Cai hesitated for a moment before she actually took the sweater I handed her and said to me, okay, I accept your apology and will be nicer to your father. Don't lie to him anymore and make him worry. Is there a logical connection between accepting an apology and being nicer to my father? I asked in surprise. In response to my question, Mi Cai angrily said, you really are a scumbag. Then she stuffed the sweater into her handbag, pushed open the door and left. I was left alone in the room. I was a little confused by Michi's sudden anger. I sat there thinking for a long time before I realized that perhaps she temporarily accepted my apology and even let me stay one more night as an exception, but only out of sympathy for Banda. She was still very indifferent and annoyed with me. In her eyes, I played around with a woman's belly, cheated on my own father, treated her roughly and didn't keep my promises. What else could I be but a scumbag? That night, Mi Cai didn't stay in this room. I thought to myself, she must have other rooms in this city, but why does she have to stay here? I racked my brain but couldn't figure it out, so I simply stopped thinking about it. There are always strange people and strange things in this world, and this is nothing compared to the wonders of the world, so there's no need to get to the bottom of it. Just think of it as the performance art of the rich. In fact, I quite like living in such a hazy way. Because the truth may mean pain, and you can only lose what you have gained, so if you don't know the truth, you won't suffer, and if you don't have it, you won't lose it. The next day, after the weekly planning meeting, Fang Yuan and I walked out of the meeting room together, followed by another colleague, Zhao Li. I lit a cigarette and waved to him, come here, Zhao Li. Zhao Li looked at me warily, what for? I heard that you like outdoor sports. Yes, I really like it. I smiled and said, I have a set of professional outdoor sports equipment that I bought but never used. I'll sell it to you cheap. You don't like outdoor sports, so why buy outdoor equipment? Zhao Li asked, rather puzzled. Precisely because I don't like it, I haven't used it at all. It's like new, awesome. It's a Primus, you're getting a bargain. I'll sell it to you for 2,000 yuan. I hooked Zhao Li's shoulders and said. Really? Zhao Li asked, overjoyed. I said impatiently, of course it's real. Hurry up and pay. I'll have Fang Yuan bring it to you tomorrow. I bought it and it's been sitting at his place ever since. Zhao counted 2,000 yuan from his wallet and handed it to me, saying, remember to bring it to me tomorrow, it's just in time for rock climbing next weekend. I stuffed the money into my pocket and said, you tell Fang Yuan yourself. Zhao then said to Fang Yuan, who had been absent-minded not far away, Fang Yuan, remember to bring me the outdoor gear that Zhao Yan left at your house tomorrow. Fang Yuan snapped back to reality and asked somewhat puzzled, what outdoor equipment? It's Zhao Yan's set of Arc'teryx, he sold it to me, Zhao Li patiently explained. I took a sharp drag of my cigarette and immediately walked towards the bathroom, while Fang Yuan behind me cursed, TMD, sell the wool, that's mine. I heard Fang Yuan say helplessly to Zhao Li, it's fine, don't feel bad, I'll bring it to you tomorrow. After smoking in the bathroom, I returned to the office. Fang Yuan had a cup of coffee on his desk, wearing anti-radiation glasses and tapping his fingers on the keyboard. I turned on the computer and took the opportunity to play with the lighter in my hand while it was booting up. I then spoke to Fang Yuan again, still busy with the planning case for Gucci setting up a counter in our mall. Fang Yuan didn't hold a grudge against me for what had happened just now, and sighed, yes, it's been almost a week. The investment promotion department has been waiting for our planning proposal to negotiate with the Gucci representative. I responded without pursuing the matter further. Fang Yuan and I are two polar opposites. He is a workaholic, while I have always been content with mediocrity. The result of these two very different attitudes is that, after 2 years of doing the same job, Fang Yuan is already the head of the planning department's copywriting planning team, while I am still at the bottom. Fang Yuan suddenly stopped tapping on the keyboard and stared at me for a long time with a worried expression. What's wrong? I asked, a little puzzled by Fang Yuan's strange behavior. Fang Yuan finally said, the other day I saw that you were in a bad mood, and there's something I didn't tell you. Yan Yan and I are getting married next week. Finally getting married. I subconsciously sighed, followed by a heartache that convulsed. Fang Yuan was able to meet Yan Yan because of me and Jianwei. Yan Yan was Jianwei's best friend, and Fang Yuan and I were inseparable. After I started dating Jianwei, I provided the opportunity for Fang Yuan and Yan Yan to meet, and they fell in love. During our university years, the four of us often hung out together, building a deeper friendship. We had even joked about getting married after graduation. Fang Yuan and Yan Yan's marriage was a great joy, but it also exposed my pain and loneliness in a stark and merciless way. I was unable to sustain my love with Jianwei after all. Sometimes people's pain actually comes from comparison. But at this time, apart from envying and wishing Fang Yuan and Yan Yan well in their pain and loneliness, what else could I do? The past will eventually turn to dust, but the wind cannot blow it away. It settles in my heart, enveloping my world in a blanket of desolation. I smiled at Fang Yuan and said, buddy, where's the wedding invitation? Hurry up and bring it. Fang Yuan nodded and took the invitation out of the drawer and handed it to me. I opened it, and on the photo in the invitation, Fang Yuan and Yan Yan were beaming with happiness. After a long silence, I asked Fang Yuan, will Jianwei come back for your wedding? You know, I haven't been able to get in touch with her since she moved from Los Angeles to New York. But a few days ago, Yan Yan sent her an email, and she hasn't responded yet. No one can say for sure if she'll be able to come back. Oh, really? I responded flatly, and stopped talking to Fang Yuan. I kept my fingers tapping on the computer keyboard, but my eyes were staring blankly at the screen. Chapter 7, The Child is Originally Yours. I spent the whole day in a daze, and it wasn't until the lazy evening sun was reflected on the transparent glass that I realized it was time to go home. Fang Yuan at the next table was still busy, so I was a bit idle. I went to the bathroom to smoke a cigarette and wait for work to finish. When I returned, Yan Yan was sitting in my office chair, waiting for Fang Yuan to finish work. I teased Yan Yan, your butt is getting bigger again, I can barely fit in the chair. What a jerk, get a life. Yan Yan said, giving me a dirty look. I raised my eyebrows and smiled at Yan Yan. In fact, she is a beautiful woman, the sexy kind, especially her buttocks, round and perky, with long legs and a tall figure. The combination is simply a perfect match. If you see her walking down the street, looking at her back and her curves, she is definitely the most beautiful one. I went up to Fang Yuan, patted him on the shoulder and asked, have you finished the general framework of the project? The overall idea and framework are done, just missing a little text description at the back, Fang Yuan replied. Then I'll do the rest, you go home first, don't let Yan Yan wait for you. Yan Yan pressed her hands against my face and said happily, Zhao Yan, you're so nosy, you don't know how much we have to do later. Getting married, there's definitely a lot of things to do, I said, taking away Yin Yan's hands from my face. Fang Yuan finally stretched out a bit and got up, saying to me, okay, I still have to go to the wedding company with Yin Yan right away, and I have to go to the bridal shop. If you have any questions, we can communicate by phone at any time. Don't worry, go ahead and get busy, I said, sitting down in Fang Yuan's office chair. Fang Yuan quickly packed up his things, and Yin Yan took his arm. Before leaving, she said to me as if she had just remembered something, Xiaoyang, the building where our company is located is going to be put on the market. If you want to buy it, I can get you an internal price, which is 1,500 yuan cheaper per square meter. Yen Yen is the head of the sales department of a real estate company in this city. The internal price she can get is definitely attractive. A house can save at least 100,000 yuan, but even so, I don't have the ability to buy a house. We'll talk about it later, I answered. Fang Yuan asked Yen Yen, which property are you selling this time? Zhongyuan Eco City Phase 2, Yen Yen replied. Fang Yuan put down his briefcase and said to me with a serious face, Xiaoyang, buy it, this property is really good, if you miss this opportunity, you won't know when the next one will come along, and house prices will definitely continue to rise crazily in the future. What are you talking about buying? You know my financial situation. Yen Yen and I still have a few tens of thousands of dollars in savings. We'll lend it to you for now, and you go back and ask Bandit to think of a way to come up with the down payment. Shouldn't be a problem, right? You two still have a mortgage and car loan to pay, and you're getting married soon. There's no end to the expenses. You really don't need to worry about me. Yen Yen added, it's easy for the two of us to pay the mortgage and car loan. Xiaoyang, you should buy a house first. It will be easier to find a girlfriend in the future. We really don't want to see you muddle through like this. It's annoying. It's easy for the two of you to pay the mortgage and car loan. But have you thought about how I'm going to pay the mortgage after I buy a house? I can't even support myself, let alone pay a mortgage. Alright, don't just stand here, it'll be dark soon. I urged Fang Yuan and Yen Yen to leave. Yen Yen and Fang Yuan glanced at each other, both sides softly, and glanced at me again before leaving. Standing in front of the French windows, I saw Yen Yen and Fang Yuan walking downstairs from the company, Yen Yen holding Fang Yuan's arm as they walked towards the white Mazda 6 they had just bought. I felt an inexplicable emotion in my heart. Fang Yuan, Yen Yen, and I all graduated from Suzhou University. They already have their own house and car in this city, and they will soon be entering the hall of marriage. I don't understand why the gap between us is so great. Is this a joke played by heaven on me, or have I humiliated myself? As I looked out into the lonely night, I couldn't help but wonder, if Jane and I hadn't broken up, would we have gotten married? At 9 p.m., I finally finished the project plan that Fang Yuan had left behind. I stretched a bit, took my cup and walked to the staff lounge. I was going to have my last cup of coffee before work. I absent-mindedly listened to the sound of the coffee liquid falling into the cup from the coffee machine. It was like a gentle call, so there was nowhere for my desire to hide. I took a gulp of coffee and looked out the window at the heavy night sky and struggling neon lights. I really wanted to abandon this tired body. The phone rang. I took it out of my pocket and looked at it. It was Lu Yao again. I answered the phone and Lu Yao said to me in a weak voice, Xiaoyang, where are you? Working overtime, I responded in an ambiguous tone. Can you do my laundry for me? I can't get my hands wet. Don't you have a washing machine? I asked angrily in annoyance. Lu Yao said with a tired voice, you do it. I was a bit speechless and said after a while, my focus is on the washing machine, not. Some clothes can't be washed in a washing machine. Then take them to the dry cleaners. I'm exhausted after a day's work, I don't have the energy to do it. I firmly refused. You can't take your underwear to the dry cleaners, can you? Are you crazy? Let me wash your underwear. Xiaoyang, I just had surgery, and I really can't get my hands wet. Can't you show me some mercy? Lu Yao choked up. I know you graduated from the theater academy. Please don't act with me, okay? Lu Yao really burst into tears. I got pregnant for you, and this is how you treat me? Have you ever thought about how I feel? Do you know that my heart is breaking? You and I are acting in a Qiangyao drama, and you're asking in a rhetorical tone. Yu Yao could hardly hold back her sobs. Xiaoyang, you beast. Do you believe it or not? I'll die for you to see. I was really at my wit's end with Yu Yao. Grandma, I'm scared of you, I'll go, okay? Lu Yao's tone instantly turned calm. Hurry up and come, I'll be waiting for you. Listening to the beep sound of the phone hanging up, I suddenly felt, if Lu Yao doesn't make it to the level of an actress, she is definitely blind in the entertainment industry. Her acting skills are simply amazing. People who study acting are really scary, and women who study acting are even more terrifying. Leaving the company, I stood on the curb waiting for a taxi, when I suddenly remembered that I had promised to help Mi Cai move after work. It was almost 9:30. She didn't move my stuff again, did she? I muttered. The taxi had already stopped next to me. I thought for a moment, I've already missed the appointment, so I might as well go wash Xiao's clothes first. I'll deal with the moving later. About 15 minutes later, I arrived at the bachelor pad where Lu Yao lived. I stood at the door and rang the doorbell furiously to vent my anger at being forced to come. Lu Yao opened the door to me, wearing pajamas and holding a stuffed animal in her arms. She looked haggard, and her pitiful appearance made me swallow all the harsh words I had prepared. I just grumbled, "You're such a nag. If you didn't sleep with me, there wouldn't be any of this," said Lu Yao, as she turned on her side to indicate for me to come in. I had no desire to argue with Lu Yao, so I walked into the room and asked her, "Where are the clothes?" "In the dirty clothes basket in the bathroom." I went to the bathroom and was shocked to see that the 2 extra large dirty clothes baskets were full of clothes. I angrily said, "Did you deliberately save up clothes for a year to abuse me?" Lu Yao ignored me, but the volume of the TV in the living room was turned up even louder. I was so angry that my liver ached, but I gritted my teeth and emptied all the clothes in the laundry basket. I put a pile of clothes that could be washed in the washing machine, a pile of clothes that needed to be hand washed, and a pile of underwear and underpants. I then spent the next hour working with the washing machine, and it took me an entire hour to finish washing the pile of clothes. I carried the washed clothes to the balcony and hung them up one by one to dry. After everything was done, I stood on the balcony and lit a cigarette to relieve the fatigue I had just felt. Lu Yao came over to me with a fruit plate and asked softly, "Do you want some?" "I've no appetite," I said, taking a deep drag on my cigarette. Lu Yao took the cigarette out of my fingers and took a tissue from her pocket to wipe the sweat from my forehead. She said in a soft voice, "Zhaoyang, the magazine says that a man who is willing to wash a woman's underwear is definitely a gentle, reliable, and good man. Fuck off, okay? You think I want to wash your underwear for you?" Despite my scolding, Yella still took my arm and snuggled up to my body, asking, "Have you ever washed any woman's underwear other than mine?" "No," I replied impatiently. "Not even Jianwei?" Yao pressed on. "Are you annoying? What kind of stupid question is that?" I said, pushing Lu Yao away. Lu Yao was already used to my attitude, so she didn't get angry or say anything, just looked at me. I put on my jacket and said to her, "I'm leaving, don't call me again." Lu Yao held me back, "I won't let you go. Get away from me." I raised my arm and shook off the hand that Lu Yao was holding onto me. Lu Yao stood in the doorway again and said, "Don't go yet, I have something for you." She took out a bank card from her pajamas pocket that seemed to have been prepared a long time ago and handed it to me, saying, "This is for you, there is 10,000 yuan in the card, I know you spend a lot this time." I was stunned and said, "Where did you get the money?" "I got an advance from the film crew." "Have you suddenly developed a conscience?" Lu Yao stared at me with sad eyes for a long time. "The child is yours." I said, "I just want to see an attitude of responsibility from you. Of course I will pay you back for the money you spent." The more serious Lu Yao's expression became, the more I felt that she was acting. In my eyes, she was just the kind of woman who likes to indulge in the bright lights and pleasures of the world. The responsibility she mentioned was not reliable at all, and neither was I, so I knew better. The reason why she insisted that the child was mine might just be a kind of support after an emptiness. Maybe even she didn't know whose child it was. This kind of strange support is hard to explain clearly in words, but everyone who lives in this corrupt circle understands. We may seem carefree, but our hearts are empty. In the end, I didn't take Yu Yao's credit card, even though I was short of money. I can't really say why I didn't take it, but I think it's because deep down I felt sorry for her. I scolded her, but when she needed help, I still helped her. No matter how glamorous she looks, I understand the emptiness behind it, because we are the same kind of people. The only difference is that one day she might really become famous in the entertainment industry, while I am destined to live a normal but lonely life. Leaving Lu Yao's place, I immediately took a taxi to my old place. I really hoped that Michi wouldn't move my luggage out again because I didn't keep my promise, and I didn't want to work overtime or be bothered by Lu Yao to do the laundry. But life is full of surprises, and there's nothing I can do about it. Chapter 8, Punishment for You. The car pulled into the old neighborhood. I first lowered the window to see if Mi Cai had moved my luggage out, and was satisfied with the result. Despite my failure to keep our agreement, there was no luggage downstairs, so it seemed that my last warning had taken effect. I went upstairs lightly, opened the door, and it was dark inside. I looked into Mi Cai's room, but there was no light coming through the crack in the door. It turned out that she hadn't come back tonight. No wonder I didn't see her car downstairs, and no wonder she hadn't taken my luggage out. It's better that she didn't come back, so I can stay here for another night. Maybe this is the only consolation the heavens have given me as the day comes to an end. After a simple wash, I lay in bed. The moment I turned off the light and closed my eyes, the world suddenly became quiet. I thought I would fall asleep quickly in this state, but some fragments suddenly entered my mind. These fragments are all about the past. Recalling the past brings up the emptiness and despair of the present. I don't understand why Fang Yuan and Yen Yen were able to persevere after graduation, get married in the end, while Jianwei and I ended so dismally. After all, what exactly did I do that wasn't good enough? I really hope that Jianwei can tell me herself, but such a simple request has become a luxury. So I suffered for 2 years without knowing why, and I wasted 2 years. I wiped my face heavily, sat up from the bed, and sat there for a long time. I got out of bed and found the guitar that had been gathering dust in the cabinet for a long time. I wanted to sing a song, for myself and for Jianwei. I tuned the guitar with the tuner, plucked the strings, and the tune of Inghao's Lost came out of my mouth. Who can see this prosperity clearly? Once again, my eyes are confused. Who can hide from this noise? Once again, it erodes you. Who has ever mentioned the past? Once again, I forget you. Who will meet in the afterlife? Once again, I can love you. I'm lost, I can't find the map. This emotional is so hard to walk. I'm lost, I can't find a way back. How has the world become so numb? I'm lost, I can't find the way I came. Everyone around me is a stranger. I'm lost, I'm treading water, but your heart has already flown far away. When I sang the last line, I felt a warm sensation in the corner of my eye. I was lost, really lost. I thought I had come a long way in the past 2 years, but I was just marking time on a map called love, while her heart had flown far away. I lit a cigarette and took a drag when the door suddenly slammed. It scared me so much that I almost snapped the guitar string. There was no one at home. Mi Cai's voice came from outside the door. If you're in the mood to sing, please find somewhere with no people. This is a residential area. I put on my slippers and opened the door. Mi Cai was standing in front of me in a camisole nightie, her shapely figure comparable to Yen Yan's, her pretty face so quiet in the hazy light, which made her incomparable temperament. Didn't you hear me sing just now? I'm lost? How can you find a place with no one around when you're lost? I said with a smile. That's a lame excuse. I ignored Mi Cai's displeasure and asked, why are you at home? I've always been here. I didn't see your car downstairs. It's parked in the open space across the street. No wonder. I exclaimed, immediately wanting to slam the door, for fear that Mi Cai would mention moving, and it was almost 1 a.m. now. Where could I move to? Mi Cai pushed the door with both hands, preventing me from doing so. I glared at her and asked, you're not seriously planning to let me move out at this hour, are you? No. After a pause, Mi Cai added, didn't you get lost while trying to sing? I can take you to a place where no one is around so you can let it all out. Really? You're that nice? I asked warily. I've lost all sleep because of your racket anyway, so if you're still in the mood, I can be your audience, she added after a moment's thought. You have a nice voice. I felt that this was Mi Cai's way of trying to repair our relationship, or that she was impressed by my singing, or that she pitied me as a decadent man. Anyway, whatever the motive, I felt that I could agree to her request, because I also had insomnia, so let's go crazy together. A moment later, Mi Cai had changed into some clothes, and I, in my pajamas, slippers, and guitar, walked downstairs behind her. Mi Cai had driven her car, and I got in the passenger seat. I had driven in luxury cars before, but this was my first Q7, so I couldn't help but stare at it. Before I could fasten my seatbelt, Mi Cai had already stepped on the accelerator. The powerful thrust of the Q7 almost knocked me against the windshield. It's late at night, do you want a corpse sitting next to you? I angrily shouted at Mi Cai, feeling the pain of the bump on my head. Who told you not to wear your seatbelt? People who don't follow the rules deserve to get hit. Mi Cai said indifferently. I pointed at Mi Cai and said angrily but helplessly, you can retaliate against me. Mi Cai simply ignored me and continued driving with no expression on her face. After about 20 minutes, Mi Cai really took me to a deserted wasteland where no one would come. She stopped the car, applied the handbrake, and finally turned off the engine and said to me, "There's no one here, so feel free to sing. The space in the car is too small to stretch out. Then get out and sing. Do you think I'm stupid? You're going to drive away later, where can I complain?" I said warily, because ever since she had suddenly started the car when I hadn't fastened my seatbelt, I had suspected that she wasn't being nice. "You're so full of it," said Mi Cai, and unbuckled her seatbelt, getting out of the car first. She looked like a gentleman with a clear conscience, while I was the villain with a long list of grievances. I got out of the car too, stood next to Mi Cai, and looked at the sky. I realized that the weather was nice that night, with a bright moon and sparse stars. The air was also good, and I felt like I had finally escaped the hustle and bustle. My heart gradually quieted down, and I really thanked Mi Cai for taking me to this quiet place. I needed to vent the many grievances in my heart and my dissatisfaction with reality. I plucked the guitar strings and sang the first song, Metamorphosis by Jean Woollene. After the song was over, Mi Cai, unexpectedly, applauded and asked, "Do you like Yensu music too?" "Yes, if there were more instruments, it would be more emotional," I said, a little surprised that Mi Cai even knew the song. "You have to know that Yensu music is not popular, and it is more artistic and academic. Both the singers and the audience need a certain aesthetic ability." Mi Cai nodded and said, "You're not as dumb as you look. Judging people by appearances is narrow-minded." Mi Cai, not caring about our confrontation, said to me, "Please continue." I put down my guitar and said to Mi Cai, "You should know a lot about music, can you play the guitar?" "Play something." I said I would be the listener, you go ahead. I nodded. On such a bleak night, in the boundless wilderness, there was a woman who was too beautiful willing to be my listener, a gift from heaven. Thinking about this, I suddenly felt even more guilty about being so rude to Mi Cai before. In fact, she had been quite nice to me, lending me money, letting me stay the night as a bonus, and now she was accompanying me to vent my depression. Maybe I really should change my rude temper. A cold wind blew, and Mi Cai subconsciously tucked in her thin clothes. I said to her with some reluctance, "You get in the car, I'll vent on my own." "Are you sure?" I nodded. Mi Cai opened the car door and got in, but she wasn't completely isolated from me. She lowered the window and rested her chin in one hand, looking at me as if she was looking forward to my next song. I plucked the guitar strings and sang another song. I was in the middle of it when the car behind me suddenly started up. I turned around abruptly, and Mi Cai had already fastened her seatbelt. She said to me with a half smile, "You really have a great voice. But I have to go now, as punishment for your breaking your promise and being rude and unreasonable." With that, the car sped off like an arrow through the night. I took off my slippers and threw them at her car, but they missed. "Damn you, you bitch, I know damn well you're not taking advantage of my sympathy. You better watch out, or you'll be struck by lightning. I'm not finished with you." I spun around in a panic, ranting incoherently at Mi Cai, who had already disappeared from my sight. I've always been friendly with everyone, trusting and not defensive, and I've got what I deserve. Chapter 9, Repaying Kindness with Hatred. Mi Cai drove me here at 100 miles per hour for 20 minutes, which means I am at least 30 kilometers away from my place. I kind of want to die. Why have I been involved in all these unbelievable things lately? I picked up my slippers from the ground, straightened my clothes, looked up, and was relieved to see the Big Dipper still twinkling. I found the brightest star, Yu Hung, and determined the cardinal directions. Then I walked towards the distant, indistinct lights, as if on a lonely escape. After half an hour, I finally saw a road with cars passing by. When I looked closely, I really wanted to strangle that vicious woman. In front of me was the Shanghai-Nanjing Expressway at the junction of Suzhou and Wuxi. It was almost dawn when I was finally driven to the city by a kind passerby. I took a taxi to my place, but I didn't have my wallet with me, so I couldn't pay the fare. I threw the half-finished pack of cigarettes to the driver and ran away. When I entered the community, the flames of my anger began to burn. I wanted to talk to Mi Cai, not about life or ideals, but about why she had treated me like this. Back in the house, I put my guitar on the living room table and went to the door of Micah's room. I raised my hand and pounded on the door like I was letting off steam. "Is it fun to play with me? Do you know I have to go to work tomorrow?" I looked out the window and saw the sky was already brightening up a bit. I corrected myself, "No, it's today. You've been messing with me all night. How am I supposed to go to work in this state? If my boss gets mad and fires me, who's going to support me?" I kept talking, but there was no response from the room. If you want me to swear at you even more, just keep pretending you can't hear me, I said, and slammed the door again. There was still no response from the room. Did she not come back? I twisted the doorknob in confusion, but found that it was locked. In Mi Cai's eyes, I was already a scumbag, so breaking into her room at night was not a big deal. I found the key to her room among a bunch of keys, and then opened the door. I didn't care if she was asleep or not, I had to have a chat with her. I turned on the light and finally saw Mi Cai lying sideways on the bed. She was covered with a quilt and her back was turned to me, still not saying a word. You slept soundly. Have you ever thought about the suffering I endured? The wind on the way blew my nose running. Ache. I sneezed, rubbed my nose, and angrily said, I warn you, in the past 20 years of my life, I have never seen you do things like this. You are so sneaky and not at all considerate. No matter how long I cursed, she remained calm and unperturbed. Just as I was about to pull her up from the bed and have a face-to-face argument with her, she suddenly coughed violently. According to common sense, if my sneeze just now was a cold, then her cough definitely meant she had a fever and must have caught a cold last night. I froze for a moment, then cursed, God has mercy. You're being punished. Mi Cai coughed again, but didn't say anything to me. I don't know if she was too lazy to bother with me or if she was too weak from the fever to argue with me. Get out, Mi Cai said coldly after a while. I don't need you to remind me. I like to see people die without helping them. I hope you die of coughing. You deserve it, you'll get your comeuppance, I said, and strode out of Mi Cai's room. I was going to take a hot shower and take a nap, but I could hear the coughing coming from Mi Cai's room intermittently. I paused in front of the bathroom, suddenly inexplicably caught in a struggle. I always felt that I was the only man in the house, and she coughed so helplessly. Did I really have to just stand there and watch? Forget it, I've been a scumbag for so long, I might as well do one good deed, just to accumulate good karma, I said to myself. I put the towel down on the sofa, walked to the kitchen, found a piece of ginger and a bag of brown sugar, lit the gas stove and started boiling ginger and brown sugar soup. I was so sleepy that I could hardly keep my eyes open. I lit a cigarette to refresh myself, and then looked numbly at the brown sugar and ginger soup in the pot. A round sun had already leaked out of the easternmost part of the sky at the window, and the wind was blowing slightly past the chandeliers hanging on the balcony. A new day exuded the vitality and freshness that had been regular for billions of years in the early morning. I was a little lost in thought. The world at this time was charming, and it seemed to belong only to me. Perhaps I didn't like the night's revelry very much compared to this rare morning. Mi Cai's coughing woke me from my reverie, and I realized that the ginger soup had been boiling in the pot for quite some time. I turned off the gas stove and carried a bowl to Mi Cai's room. I made some ginger soup. You should drink it, I said to Mi Cai as I stood by her bed. You don't have to be so kind. Who's being kind? I'm just worried that your coughing will keep me up at night. I said discontentedly. Mi Cai said unthankfully, if you move out, you won't hear it. If I move out, no one will know if you cough to death at home. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and drink the ginger soup. I said, putting down the bowl in my hand, fluffing up Mi Cai's pillow, and rudely helping her up. I felt her forehead, and sure enough, she had a fever. I picked up the bowl on the bedside table and handed it to her, drink the ginger soup first. Mi Cai did not fight against her body anymore, took the ginger soup from my hand and drank it. Although she still did not say a word, her expression was not as cold as before. After you finish the soup, you should sleep under the covers. Leave the bowl here, I will come back to collect it later. You have a low-grade fever, so you should take some more fever-reducing medicine and sweat it out. I was afraid that my cold would get worse, so I put on a thick jacket before going out. I rarely get sick, and my family doesn't keep any daily medications at home, so I had to go to the pharmacy to buy some fever-reducing and cough medicine for Mi Cai. It was still too early, and the pharmacies weren't even open for business. I had to go to several stops before I found a clinic that was open. After buying the medicine, I immediately took a taxi back, and it was already 7:30 after all the time and trouble. When I returned to the apartment, I went to Michi's room, but she was already asleep. She looked so peaceful with her even breathing, so I didn't wake her up. I found her phone in her bag, dialed my number, and left a note on her nightstand, when you wake up, remember to take the fever and cough medicine. If you have any problems, call me. I've already saved the number in your phone. The scum in your eyes, the angel in my eyes Zhao Yang. I tucked the quilt around her lightly and left her room. After taking a hot shower, I didn't have time to eat breakfast. I got on the bus to the company again and started my day in a listless mood. I was so sleepy that I yawned one after the other. Finally, I simply rested my chin in one hand and fell asleep in a very technical posture. If you didn't come close, you would never have noticed that I was sleeping. Fan Yuan was caught up in the rush of work because of his upcoming marriage, and didn't come to the office until almost 10 o'clock. He snapped his fingers to wake me up. You went clubbing again last night? I was annoyed when I thought about last night, but there was no need to take it out on Fan Yuan. I yawned and answered, I didn't sleep well, it kept me up all night. Fan Yuan misunderstood what I meant and said, you need to pay attention to tonifying the kidneys. Although you are still young, you can't keep messing around with women like this without any restraint. We are educated people, can we speak more subtly? Fan Yuan smiled helplessly and then asked me, did you help me finish the planning case for the Gucci counter yesterday? It's done, I saved it on your desktop. Fan Yuan nodded and handed me another note, saying, Zhao Yang, I'll ask the manager for a personal leave for you and me later. You accompany Yan Yan to the mall and buy everything on the list. Are you getting married or am I? You want me to go shopping with Yan Yan? I asked, a little amused. Fan Yuan sighed and said, I don't have a choice. There's so much to buy, and Yan Yan can't carry it all by herself. I have to go to Shanghai with the people from the investment promotion department to talk about setting up a Gucci counter in our mall. I can't let my personal matters affect the investment promotion plan that the company has been preparing for months, can I? Okay, I said, but then yawned. I had been walking for most of the night, and I hadn't slept a wink. How could I not be tired? Fan Yuan patted me on the shoulder and said, it's been hard on you, but I'll take you out to dinner tonight. I waved at Fan Yuan and said, go do your thing, I'll catch some more shut-eye. Don't nap, Yan Yan is waiting for you downstairs. Fan Yuan paused, and then suddenly lowered his voice and whispered in my ear, oh yeah, Jianwei replied to my email. On the day Yan Yan and I get married, there's an 80% chance that she'll come back from the US. I stared at Fan Yuan, and all my sleepiness disappeared. Suddenly, it felt like I was caught between fire and ice. After 3 years, is she finally coming back? Chapter 10, There are bad people in the crowd. A moment later, Fan Yuan and I went downstairs together. He got into the company's business car, and I got into Yan Yan's car. My nerves were in a state of inexplicable pain, and I even blamed Fan Yuan in my heart for suddenly breaking the news that Jianwei would be back. After a lapse of 3 years, I no longer knew what kind of emotions to use to face her. I have spent countless days and nights thinking about seeing her, but I am also afraid to see her. I am afraid of the silence and embarrassment after the meeting, which would be too painful. Yan Yan started the car, looked in the rearview mirror, and then asked me, Zhao Yang, why do you look so preoccupied? After asking, she shook her head and added, it's a bit unlike you. I laughed and said, do I have to be heartless to be like you? It's Fan Yuan who told you that Jianwei would be back, isn't it? Yes, I answered, but opened the window and lit a cigarette. No wonder, in this world, apart from Jianwei, no one can pry open your melancholy nerves, right? Yan Yan sighed. You're overthinking it. She's not invincible, and I'm not that vulnerable, I responded with a smile. Yan Yan shrugged and said, Zhao Yang, you know best how you feel. The brighter you smile, the more painful it is inside. As if you know me so well, I finally put away the smile that Yan Yan thought was a pretense, to prove that I wasn't as hurt as she said. We've been friends for so many years, if I don't understand you, who does? Zhao Yang, let me be honest with you. Although we both feel sorry for you and Jianwei, I have to tell you this, when a woman changes her mind, the man she once loved becomes like second-hand smoke that has been inhaled too many times and no longer provides any pleasure. It even makes her eyes red from the smoke. At this time, the only thing she can do is abandon this second-hand smoke. Do you understand what I mean? Why are you telling me this? I asked, taking a deep drag on my cigarette. I hope you can be more manly. I was silent for a long time, and asked with reluctance, what do you think love is? Isn't it just a promise, and then a lifetime of obsession? Why do you give someone a promise, but not the courage to be obsessed? Zhao Yang, love really isn't as simple as you think. You should understand why Fan Yuan and I made it to the end, but you and Jianwei couldn't. I was silent again. I do understand. Fan Yuan and Yan Yan, although they are not from wealthy families, their families are both quite well off. They are from similar backgrounds. As for Jianwei and I clearly remember that before she left for the United States, her father bought her a Cadillac CTS as a graduation gift. But should love really be measured in material terms? I don't really understand. Yen Yen added, Janeway really loved you. You also know that she went to the United States to study to avoid her parents' forced marriage, hoping to stay for 3 years and return home after that so that her parents would accept the fact that she was with you. But why did she break up with you after arriving in the United States? I'm a little confused about that too. Maybe it's really because I don't want to experience the same feelings again when we break up. Yen Yen interrupted, stop, just like you said, when she changed her mind, she treated me like second-hand smoke that can't bring pleasure. I was just using an analogy when I said she changed her mind, Yen Yen comforted again. There are people in this world who have a special ability to comfort someone who wants to die until they actually do. I spent the whole day with Yen Yen, following the list Fan Yuan had drawn up and buying the items they would need for their wedding. It wasn't until the evening that we had a quick bite to eat and went our separate ways. Even though I hadn't slept a wink last night and had been doing manual labor all day, I felt no sleepiness as the night drew in. Walking along the street, I felt an endless sense of loneliness and emptiness every time I saw a couple walking past me under the neon lights. I still habitually want to empty myself, as if my night should belong to the nightclub. I told myself, maybe a drink will help me sleep better tonight. Listening to the loud club music, watching the flashing lights and people dancing wildly, in no time I had a few beers in me and I felt a little dizzy. I like this feeling, no worries, no love or hate, just a hazy and illusory reality. There are 2 resident bands in this bar, and the 2 bands take turns performing every night. Today happens to be Robin's band Ripped Nerves playing. Robin and I get along well, and sometimes we play music together. Robin teases me by sticking his fingers in the guitar strings, making a noise similar to friction, and says, Jiayang, come up and play? I put down my beer bottle, jumped onto the stage, took the guitar from Robin's hands, and said to the rest of the band, play Return to Life. The crowd nodded, and the various instruments began to sound. Under the flashing lights, the heavy metal music began to swell. With the venting of a drunken rage, I put one foot on the prop shaped like an ammunition box, started playing the electric guitar like crazy, and sang in a hoarse blast. The hand of an empty dream is clutching the banner, my bones tucked in my overcoat. I desperately tried to remember the way I came, but I turned around and crashed into the wall. Oh, my God, I can't come back. Oh, my God, you're going to suffer. Oh, my God, you gave birth to me. Give birth to me, lift up your voice and tear open your neck. I was only halfway through singing when a young man with long hair, wearing a black jacket and gold chains, looked at me with bulging eyes and yelled, What the hell are you singing, you bumpkin? Change the song. I stopped singing, narrowed my eyes and looked at him. Tell me again, you son of a bitch. Longhair kicked over the nearest drum set. You stupid idiot, I told you to change the song. Sir. I stood on the high place and kicked Longhair in the face. It was as if I had found the thrill of venting my anger. Then I jumped off the platform, grabbed the guitar and smashed it. In an instant, the guitar was smashed to pieces by me, and Longhair was also beaten, hugging his head and curled on the ground, screaming heartrendingly. A few people with long hair rushed at me with beer bottles, but they were blocked by Robin and the members of the band. In the chaos, I saw someone call the police, and then I threw away the remains of the guitar and ran out of the bar. In the interrogation room of the police station, the light hit me, and sitting across from me was an elderly police officer who looked quite amiable. Name, gender, age, and place of work. No, officer, that son of a bitch really deserved a beating. He kicked our drum kit first. You know, we play music, and our instruments are like our brothers. He hit my brother, so how can I get along with him? Officer, I really didn't want to fight, but there were really bad people in the crowd. I said with a sad face. Kid, cut the crap. No matter how many reasons you have, fighting is wrong. The law doesn't give you that right, got it? Officer, I know I was wrong. I've done a lot of soul searching and introspection. I shouldn't have ignored the majesty of the law. I will definitely raise my awareness and be a good citizen who abides by the law in the future, and I will never hold back a harmonious society. Okay, enough of the nonsense. Go pay the fine. No detention, right? I asked cautiously. The young man you hit only suffered minor injuries. He agreed to settle the matter privately. You paid for his hospital expenses and compensation for lost wages. Together with the fine, that's 6,000 yuan in total. 6,000 yuan. Officer, I don't have that kind of money on me. Call your family and friends. Hearing the words family and friends, I suddenly felt lost. At that moment, I truly felt how lonely I was in this city where I had lived for 2 years. I definitely couldn't call Fan Yuan or Yen Yen. For one thing, they were about to get married, and I didn't want to cause them any trouble. For another, they had expressed to me countless times their hope that I would live a peaceful life, so it was better if they didn't know about this kind of thing, for fear of disappointing them. After thinking for a long time, the face of that person who hated me so much but was overly beautiful appeared in my mind. I'll ask Mi Cai, yes, I'll ask Mi Cai. Anyway, in her eyes, I'm just a scumbag with no image at all. I'll let her pay the fine for me first, and I'll pay her back the money I owe her together with the rest of the money when I get paid next week. At this time, I really am glad that I wrote down her phone number this morning. I took out my phone from my pocket, found Mi Cai's number, and immediately dialed it. Chapter 11, Men are silent, women cry. After a few rings, the phone was answered. I asked, feigning concern before Mi Cai did, "Have you taken the fever and cough medicine I bought you?" "Yes," Mi Cai replied flatly, but her tone seemed to lack the previous disgust. "Are you feeling better?" "Yes," Mi Cai said, and then coughed again. "Wear more clothes, a little heat will make you feel better soon," I said, still very concerned. "I'm not going out. What would I do wearing so much clothing?" Seeing that Mi Cai had been led into the conversation easily, I said, "I really need to trouble you to come out. I'm at the police station now, and I got into a fight with someone. I don't have enough money to pay the fine, so could you come over and help pay it for me?" Mi Cai froze for a moment before asking, "You got into a fight with someone?" "That's right. That son of a bitch really deserved it. I hit him to teach him not to live so carefree." "I think you live more carefree than anyone else." Mi Cai snapped at me, without saying whether he was coming or not. I asked anxiously, "So are you coming or not? Can you give me a definite answer?" Mi Cai fell silent, and this silence seemed to be deliberate. I anxiously pursued, "Are you coming? They're about to lynch me here." As soon as I finished speaking, before Mi Cai could respond, the policeman flew into a rage and shouted at me, "We're the people's police, do you take us for the mafia? What lynching?" I quickly covered the phone and whispered, "Calm down, calm down. I was just using an exaggerating descriptive technique to tell you about this matter, so that she can come quickly and help me pay the fine, so that I can be free and you can save trouble, right, police officer?" The police officer made a gesture for me to hurry up and settle it, and didn't say anything else. I was a little nervous waiting for Mi Cai to reply. If she didn't want to come, there was no way out, and I would really have to trouble the Fan Yuan couple. It seemed like Mi Cai had made a very difficult decision before asking me, "Which police station?" I hurriedly replied, "Guanyin Police Station," as if I were in desperate need of help. Mi Cai hung up after a single and this ambiguous attitude plunged me into a state of anxiety. Combined with her earlier behavior of abandoning me in a deserted area 30 kilometers outside the city, it was not impossible for her to trick me again at this time. The police had already left, and I was still in the interrogation room. For me at the moment, the cold walls around me and the words "confess and be lenient, resist and be severe," which represented the dignity of the law on the wall, made me feel somewhat oppressed. I couldn't wait to get out of this place as soon as possible, but as time passed, I began to suspect that I had been tricked again. Half an hour passed, and the door, which had been closed the whole time, was finally opened. This time, a female police officer came in. She said to me, "Zhao Yang, right? Someone has paid your fine for you. Go register with your ID card." Those words made my nerves relax. I stood up from the chair, feeling a little faint. But my heart was still free from the heaviness and oppression. She really came to save me from my suffering. Mi Cai and I left the police station side by side. I felt as if I had been transported to another world, and even the air outside, with its car exhaust, seemed fresh. Mi Cai had pinned her somewhat messy bangs behind her ear and was covering her mouth with the back of her hand to prevent another coughing fit. She had come to help me out of this troublesome situation despite being sick. I felt bad and said to Mi Cai, "I've caused you trouble today, that fine, and the money I owe you in the front." I scratched my head and said with some embarrassment, "It seems that even if I get paid next week, it won't be enough to pay it back." Mi Cai didn't care about paying back the money. She stopped and said to me, "You know you caused me trouble, so don't cause trouble like this again." I laughed to myself and said, "You said I was scum, and I guess I'll only be considered a qualified scum if I get into fights, play around with women, and do all of that." Mi Cai looked at me without saying anything, and the disgust in her eyes towards me flared up again. Perhaps she just felt that this was just stubborn and arrogant nonsense, but she didn't understand that this was a little bit of low self-deprecation coming from me. Mi Cai continued walking, and I followed in her footsteps, lowering my voice and discussing with her, "Actually, next week when I get paid, even the money my father left me can pay back the money I owe you, but there won't be any extra money left to rent a place. Look, why don't I pay you back first, and you let me stay for another month? Once I get back on my feet financially, I'll move out. Mi Cai looked at me with a look that made me unable to guess her emotions. In the silent stare between Mi Cai and I, a taxi that looked like it had been pumped up with adrenaline stopped not far from us, and then the door was opened hurriedly, and we saw Yu Yao, carrying her handbag, hurriedly get out of the car. Lu Yao came to me and stood face to face with Mi Cai. The two were similar in height, and although their dress styles were different, they both had a unique temperament. They were also rare beauties in the true sense of the word, and even the two male police officers who passed by couldn't help but stare at them a few times. "Why are you here?" I asked in confusion. Lu Yao said to me with a tone of concern and tension, "Loban called me and said that you were sent to the police station after a fight in a bar." "It's fine now," I replied in a relaxed tone. Lu Yao didn't respond to me, but said to Mi Cai, who was standing next to me, "Miss, can you excuse us for a moment? Zhao Yang and I have something private to discuss." Mi Cai had no interest in staying with me in the first place, and just nodded, walked over to her car, and drove off. It seemed to be a troublesome night, and I was a little annoyed, so I lit a cigarette as usual. Lu Yao looked in the direction where Mi Cai had disappeared and asked, "Did she pay your fine for you?" "Don't ask obvious questions, okay?" I said with some impatience. "What is your relationship with her?" "Whatever you think it is," I said perfunctorily. My evasiveness and impatience made Lu Yao look a little down, and she fell into silence. Halfway through a cigarette, I finally said to Lu Yao, "You should go back. It's windy, and you just had surgery, so your body can't take it." Lu Yao shook her head to indicate that she wasn't leaving, and asked me again, "Why did you get into a fight? Is there something bothering you?" I froze for a moment. After being asked this question by Lu Yao, I couldn't help but also question myself as to why I had fought. I had been hanging out at the bar for 2 years, encountering all kinds of people, drunk and rowdy. I had always chosen to ignore them before, so why was I unwilling to tolerate them today? Although I didn't want to admit it, it was indeed related to the news that I had learned that Jianwei was coming back. In the past, she was far away, and those hurts had always been lurking. If not, when she returned to the country, these hurts suddenly exploded, irritating my fragile nerves. I looked at Yu Yao, wiped my face heavily with both hands, and said, "Please, don't ask, okay? Zhao Yang, do I really make you so impatient?" Yu Yao said to me with tears in her eyes. I didn't say anything, just smoked, and stood in the cold wind with Yu Yao, acting out a classic scene of a man silent and a woman in tears. After a long time, Yu Yao finally said to me, "I'm going to Hangdian next week, the crew starts filming early." "Really? I wish you great success in advance." Lu Yao looked at me with a complex look in her eyes and said to me in a soft tone, "The reason I told you is not to ask for your blessings, but just to hope that while I'm gone, you can live a good life, at least be happy." I continued to be silent, but my heart was filled with all kinds of emotions, and I couldn't figure out where they came from. Lu Yao took out a pen from her handbag and said to me, "Give me your hand." Although I didn't know what she was going to do, I still mechanically held out my hand to her. Lu Yao wrote a string of mobile phone numbers on my hand and said to me, "I'm going to be in Hangdian for a long time this time. If you're in a bad mood or have something on your mind, just call me at this number. We can at least chat like friends." After a pause, she added, "This number is on 24-hour standby." I didn't know what to say, so I just looked at her in silence. Lu Yao put her pen away in her bag, gave me a slight smile, and said, "Next time we meet, we should say, 'Long time no see, Zhao Yang.'" As I watched Lu Yao's departing back, for some reason I suddenly felt a sense of sadness at parting. Perhaps even if we were just, after a long time, we would develop some sort of feeling for each other, even though most of the time I was annoyed by the trouble she caused me after trouble. It's late at night, I should go back, but where? Although I still live in that old but warm house, I have finally had the nerve to move in. If Mi Cai insists that I leave, where should I go to put the melancholy, loss, and loneliness that haunt me? Do I really have to leave it to this endless night? No, I don't want to leave. I should have a good talk with Mi Cai, even if I have to beg her to let me stay, just to properly put those feelings of melancholy, loss, and loneliness to rest. P.S. Today's update is complete, with a total of 11 chapters. I hope everyone will leave more comments in the book review section. New books need to be on the new book list, and flower collections are very important numbers on the new book list. Everyone's help is a big help to the book. There were a lot of people voting today, so I won't thank everyone individually. In the future, I'll make a list of chapters to thank. This book is based on a film and television adaptation, and that's how the website positions this book, so the updates won't be too fast, but they won't stop either. I hope to work with everyone to bring this book to the TV screen and make up for the shortcomings of the last book. Let me explain the rules for adding more chapters. Every 5,000 VIPs will get an extra chapter, 500 stamps will get an extra chapter, and 10,000 flowers will get an extra chapter. The conditions for adding more chapters are relatively high, not because I'm being arrogant, but because I have to spend 120% of my energy on this book, and quality comes first. I'll nag you a bit more, don't forget the flowers, the collections, the check-ins, and all those little things that don't take much effort. The success of a book is accumulated little by everyone. I hope this book will break through. After reading it, if you are a fan, leave a comment in the book review area to talk about your thoughts on the book, and let me know you've been here. My book belongs to the night. I recommend you read it at night, with a cigarette, and turn on the music player to listen to the songs mentioned in the book. Good night, everyone. Chapter 12, Requesting a Roommate. The night deepened, and the wine sobered me. I zipped up my jacket, lit a cigarette, and walked aimlessly down the street in the neon light. My mind was filled with endless trivial thoughts. I suddenly became a little tired of my current life. I wanted to do something with my life, but I didn't know where to start, so I became even more confused. Passing by a hotel, I looked at the lights scattered from dozens of windows, as if I could peek into the bodies rising and falling in bed, so that the whole hotel was shaking. This night, someone is enjoying the ecstasy of the night in a warm room, while someone else is walking on the street like a withered flower, enduring the loneliness of the night. But it is precisely because of this contrast that the world seems so three-dimensional and real. I should understand that the world is inherently a complex contradiction, and that loneliness and loss must be borne by someone. So I don't have to be unhappy, and I don't have to complain. But tonight's moonlight is so good, shining on those who have nowhere to escape their loneliness. So please, immortals in the sky, please turn off the moon's power supply. I am willing to bear loneliness, but that doesn't mean I'm willing to expose it in this naked world. Back at the apartment, I looked downstairs as usual, but I didn't see Mi Cai's car. I went around to the opposite side of the building and saw that the car was there. It seemed that Mi Cai was used to parking her car here. I crouched next to the car and smoked another cigarette before going back upstairs. I then stood in front of Mi Cai's room for a while before knocking on her door. Mi Cai, are you asleep? I asked in a low voice. What is it? I want to talk to you. As expected, Micah responded, we have nothing to talk about. At least let me say thank you in person for tonight. I really appreciate it. No need, Micah still refused me in 3 words. Yes, I won't feel right if I don't say thank you. I said, and without Micah's consent, I opened her door in the name of gratitude. The lights in the room were still on. Mi Cai was sitting at her desk reading a book, or perhaps some documents or a text. Mi Cai seemed to have grown accustomed to my rudeness and did not react to the fact that I had entered her room without her consent. I went behind her and asked, taking a peek, what are you reading? Mi Cai ignored me and kept her attention on the text. I just stood there, but in my heart I was already formulating how to tell Mi Cai that I plan to continue living here. Do you think it's appropriate to stand in a woman's room in the middle of the night? Mi Cai asked me coldly. I just want to say thank you to you, nothing more, I hurriedly said. Then go ahead and say it, and then get out of here. Oh, I responded and asked in a flattering manner, by the way, did you take your medicine tonight? I just heard you coughing. Mi Cai closed his eyes, frowned, looked at me, and said, if you have something to say, just get it over with. I'm going to get some rest. But you told me to say it. If I say it, don't turn your back on me, I said quickly. Then don't say it. No, once I've said it, it's like spilt milk. You told me to say it, so of course I'm going to say it. After a moment of deliberation, I finally said, to be honest with you, I don't want to move out at all. After I said this, I subconsciously straightened up, attempting to use my imposing presence to suppress Mi Cai and make her agree to my request not to move out. Mi Cai looked at me and said calmly, I said you don't have to pay the money you owe for now, so there's no reason for you not to move out. I said I don't want to move out at all, don't you understand what I mean? I said in a raised voice. But you have promised me more than once to move out, is your promise so cheap in your eyes? Mi Cai's words were cold, but anger shone in her eyes. What's wrong with you letting me live here? I spoke angrily, too. While Mi Cai didn't understand me, I didn't understand her either. There were so many people in this city who shared a flat, why did I rely so much on this flat, and why did she repeatedly and ruthlessly chase me away? Besides, I felt that my character was very good at sharing a flat, and I was a very safe person to share a flat with. Mi Cai asked in return, "Tell me what's so good about it." "Everything." After thinking for a while, I added, "With me living here, if there is ever a neighborhood dispute or anything, I can easily help you out. Let me tell you, I'm the neighborhood bully." "Don't be so childish, okay?" Mi Cai interrupted me. I sneered, "You don't believe me, do you? You can go and see if there are any annoying old ladies doing the square dance every night in other communities. Have you found any in the community where we live?" "No." "Let me tell you, although there is no property management in this community, having me here is much better than property management. Even if what you say is true, it is no reason for you to continue living here. You must move out," Mi Cai said to me, still resolute. I was furious again. "Are you out of your mind? What's wrong with letting me live here? At least if the pipes get blocked or the lights go out, I can fix it. When it rains, I can help collect the laundry when you're not home. And today, when you got sick, I had to buy you medicine and make you some ginger tea. Why do you have to be so stubborn and make things difficult for both of us?" "I'm not upset." Mi Cai silenced me with a single sentence, and after an awkward silence, he said, "I don't want to move anyway. I owe you so much money, and I think paying you back is more important than moving." Mi Cai asked unexpectedly, "Tell me, why is repaying the money more important than moving?" "Without much thought," I said, "repaying your money will make me feel at ease, but moving will make me feel helpless and empty." "If it were you, would you choose to repay the money first or move first? You can still live somewhere else if you move from here, so where does this talk of emptiness and helplessness come from?" Mi Cai continued to ask. I looked around at everything in this house, and a feeling of indescribable emotion welled up in my heart. Mi Cai simply doesn't understand my feelings and attachment to this house. So every time she tells me to leave, she doesn't consider my feelings. But then again, there's no need for her to consider them. After all, no matter how deep the attachment is, it's ultimately just my own. I lit a cigarette to dispel the sense of loss and helplessness in my heart. "Please don't smoke in my room, okay?" Mi Cai's words were full of disgust again, but she couldn't be blamed for this. It was my own imprudence that caused me to ignore the fact that I was still in her room at the moment. "Sorry, I'll go smoke on the balcony," I whispered. After smoking a cigarette on the balcony, I returned to the living room. But to my surprise, at the moment, Mi Cai was not in her own bedroom, but was sitting on the sofa in the living room. For the first time, she spoke to me on her own initiative and said, "You haven't answered the question I just asked. You were asking why I feel empty and helpless when I move out, weren't you?" Mikey nodded. I sat down on the sofa opposite Mikey, closed my eyes, and the countless days and nights I had lived here appeared in my mind like fragments. After a long silence, I finally spoke. "I moved in 2 years ago. The days immediately after I moved in were the darkest days of my life. I had insomnia almost every night. The reason for my insomnia was that I had a lot of thoughts, but I couldn't tell anyone about them. But it was hard to keep them inside, so I made the floor lamp, the cabinets, the wall clock, and even a mop in the house my friends. I told them about my thoughts that I couldn't tell anyone else. Although they never responded to me, they were very patient, no matter how long I talked. So after I got it all off my chest, I didn't feel so bad anymore. I'm very grateful to them and to everything in this house. They are my support and my friends, so I don't want to leave. I love this house, even though it's very simple. It's the safest and warmest place in my world." After I finished speaking, Mi Cai looked at me with a very complicated expression in her eyes. I had no idea what that complexity meant, but I was apprehensively waiting to see if she would let me continue living here. Flowers, collections, sign-ins, don't forget. Chapter 13, No More Nightclubs. The moonlight outside the window was surprisingly bright, and it fell into the living room through the window, making the lights dim. And Mi Cai's beautiful and refined face dimmed the moonlight. I just stared at her. Her face was full of quiet, which made me a little apprehensive. Maybe my attachment to this house could not move the cold her. After a long time, Mi Cai finally spoke to me. "You love this house very much?" I nodded seriously, "Very much. No one in the world loves this inconspicuous house more than I do." Mi Cai smiled and said, "That's not necessarily the case." I looked at her in surprise. "Could it be that you love someone more deeply than I do?" In fact, I have always been curious about why Mi Cai and Laoli bought this house. Although I can imagine it as a kind of performance art for the rich, I am afraid that the real answer is not as simple as I imagined. Mi Cai did not answer my question, but asked me, "How long do you plan to live here? Does that mean you agree?" I asked with some excitement. Zhao Yang, can you face the problem first? Mi Cai spoke with some dissatisfaction. I laughed and exclaimed, so you know my name? Mi Cai frowned again. I smiled sheepishly, afraid that she would change her mind, and made an apologetic expression, saying repeatedly, I'll answer the question first, I'll answer the question first. I plan to stay for another month, is that okay? Mi Cai was silent for a while, and finally said, okay, but you have to promise me two conditions first. Okay, as long as you don't kick me out, we can talk about anything, and I will definitely do it, I said, patting my chest. Don't be so sure, let's talk about it when you've done it, Mi Cai said, cutting me off. I smiled awkwardly again and said, I know I have no credibility in your eyes, so let's say that I'll try my best to do what you ask, okay? After a short pause, Mi Cai said, first, you can't go clubbing anymore, can you do that? Ah! I exclaimed subconsciously, I didn't expect Mi Cai to make this request. Mi Cai looked at me, waiting for my answer. Although I was puzzled as to why Mi Cai had made this request, I considered that a woman's mind is always unpredictable, and I didn't want to inquire about the reason. Settling down first was the top priority, so without thinking I nodded and said, yes, what's the other one? While you are living here, you may not enter my room, and you must return the key to my room to me. This is a reasonable request, I said, taking the key out of my pocket and placing the key to Mi Cai's room on the coffee table in front of her. Mi Cai got up from the sofa and finally said to me, remember what you promised me. If I find out that there is one thing you can't do, you will move out on your own initiative. After washing up, I returned to my room. This was supposed to be a night of settling down. After all, I could stay here for the time being, but I couldn't help but think irrationally. There are only 4 days left until Fan Yuan and Yen Yen get married. As friends who have come this far together, their marriage cannot but excite me. In fact, I am not an anti-marriage person. If I could meet a woman who is kindred spirits, I would also long to get married. But my material conditions are indeed a bit poor, and I can give marriage very little. Therefore, the desire to get married can only be used as an impractical fantasy for me, temporarily sealed away. I thought of Jane again. We would definitely meet on the day of Fan Yuan and Yin Yin's wedding. If she brought her boyfriend or if she was already married and brought her husband, would I have to crumble again? I shook my head and laughed. If I really crumbled at a friend's wedding, it would be a magnificent crumble. The next day, I arrived at the company on time. Fan Yuan had also returned from Shanghai to Suzhou. The two of us met by the coffee machine in the break room. We each held a cup of coffee and chatted. I asked Fan Yuan, how is it? Have you finished the Gucci project? Fan Yuan laughed with a sense of relief, it's done. If nothing goes wrong, we can sign the contract next month. Not bad. A first-tier brand like Gucci entering our department store is thanks to you. You have a bright future. I patted Fan Yuan on the shoulder and laughed. Fan Yuan, however, said to me in a serious tone, Zhao Yang, do you have any ideas about your work? I can help you fight for them. I still laughed and said, you don't need to worry about me. I will fight for my own ideas. I knew that Fan Yuan was worried about me, but he had only been the head of the planning and copywriting team for half a year, and his qualifications were still shallow. The company was deep, and coupled with our well-known friendship, it would not have a good impact on him. Come on, we've worked together for 2 years, when have you ever taken the initiative to fight for yourself? Fan Yuan's tone was displeased. I laughed heartlessly, that's because I don't have any ideas. I think this is pretty good, at least the work is easy. Even if the sky falls, the first ones to be hit will be you hard-working model workers who are climbing your way to the top. Fan Yuan was speechless by what I said, and after a while he sighed, you're really something. 2 years? I immediately interrupted, okay, enough sentimentality. Tell me about yesterday. Yesterday, I spent the whole day shopping with your wife, and you have to make it up to me today. Fan Yuan nodded, let's have dinner after work. The two of them walked from the break room to the office while talking, carrying their unfinished cups of coffee. As they were about to enter the office, Fan Yuan suddenly stopped me, spilling coffee all over my sleeve. What's wrong? I asked, surprised and dissatisfied, shaking off the coffee on my sleeve. I always felt that Fan Yuan was acting strangely, and I had sensed it when he suddenly asked me if I had any ideas about work. Fan Yuan looked at me with piercing eyes and said to me after a long pause, Janeway contacted Yen Yen on the phone last night, and by then she was already preparing to board the plane to go back to China. She would be in Shanghai by noon. I was stunned, my mind went blank, and I didn't know how to react to this news. Fang Yuan patted my shoulder and whispered, "Are you going to Shanghai to see her?" I froze for a long time and asked Fang Yuan back, "Tell me, how am I going to see her, with the identity of a ridiculous ex-boyfriend? If you feel awkward, just forget I told you, but you have to see her at some point." Of course I knew that Fang Yuan meant they would meet again at his wedding to Yin Yan. On that day, Jianwei would attend, as would I. But that kind of meeting would be more of a formality than anything else. I thought to myself, if I could be open-minded enough at that time, I could just treat her as a stranger I happened to meet, without having to exchange pleasantries or feel heartbroken. One morning, I continued to slack off and did the work in front of me intermittently. It wasn't until lunchtime when all my colleagues went to the cafeteria to eat that I lit a cigarette, closed my eyes, and leaned back in my office chair to smoke. Amidst the pungent smell of tobacco, the face of Janeway from the day she left was once again haunting me. I was in some pain, a little overwhelmed, but I didn't know how to get rid of this pain that I was moaning about for no reason. 2 years ago, I already understood that the pain imagined because of the breakup was just meaningless self-torture. But being a bitch is human nature. I would rather bite the bullet and endure the false pain than give up being a bitch and become a Buddha. Perhaps at this moment, Janeway is happily enjoying afternoon tea with her family and friends after the reunion, while I am sadly sitting in an empty office, smoking, and spitting out a cloud of sadness around me. I stubbed out the cigarette, hating myself and warning myself not to be so mean. In the end, I couldn't bring myself to do it, and just smiled helplessly. Over the years, I've been indifferent to everything, and my various deviations from the norm seem, in retrospect, to be precisely the sorrow she left me with. And I've been carrying these sorrows with me, drowning in an inescapable past and inviting harm. The smell of smoke gradually dissipated. In the large office, I was still alone. The warm afternoon breeze blew in through the open window with a hint of inexplicable melancholy, just like my mood. I sat there for a while longer before feeling hungry. I stuffed my cigarettes into my pocket and prepared to go get something to eat. After getting out of the elevator, my phone rang. I looked at the screen and saw that it was Robin calling. After answering the phone, Robin said apologetically, "Zhao Yang, I'm really sorry about what happened yesterday. I couldn't help you." I laughed and said, "If we're brothers, don't say sorry to me. You guys are in a band, how can you handle bar fights? In the future, which bar will still have the guts to let you sing there? Besides, it's my duty as a model citizen to teach those insolent brats a lesson, so you guys don't need to get involved." Lobin also smiled and said, "Okay, I won't say much, brother. By the way, there is a fashion show at the Soho bar tonight, full of beautiful girls, a few of whom I know quite well. Come, if you see someone you like, I'll introduce you." "Okay." I almost responded instinctively without thinking. "Okay, I'll treat tonight, let's go crazy and have fun." I had already walked away from the office building with my phone in hand, when suddenly I was enveloped in sunlight, and my thoughts seemed to expand along with it. I suddenly remembered that I had promised Mi Cai last night that I would not go clubbing again. I stopped in my tracks, and thinking about all the unreliable things I had said and done to Mi Cai the other day, I decided to be a man of my word this time. After a moment of silence, I said to Robin, who was still waiting for my response, "My memory is really bad. I have some personal business tonight, so I really can't go. What is more important than a bunch of us hanging out together eating, drinking, and having fun?" Robin asked jokingly, but also a little surprised. In his eyes, I, Zhao Yang, have always treated eating, drinking and having fun as the top priority in life. Things have priorities. Let's make another date some other time. I really can't make it today. Robin answered with a hint of disappointment, but ultimately did not force me, fulfilling my promise to have a plain as water evening. After hanging up the phone, I walked down the road in the warm breeze, a little surprised at my own change of heart. In fact, even if I had agreed to meet Robin, it would have been fine. Given my character, I could have told her with a clear conscience that I had just gone to a company party and had a few drinks. She was in control of the sky and the earth, but she could never control me having a proper gathering with my colleagues. And why hadn't I chosen to deceive her? I didn't understand. For a long time, and I couldn't figure it out, so I simply interpreted it as, she is really too beautiful, and men are always instinctively willing to obey beautiful women. However, this groundless logic doesn't seem to hold water. So what is it really because of? For a long time, I still don't quite understand. Today is the second of 4 updates. I look forward to your continued support. The new book period really needs support. We are not on the bestseller list yet, which is terrible. Chapter 14, You're My New Tenant. After work one evening, Fang Yuan and I found a Chinese restaurant near the company and simply ordered some food. We sat facing each other. A moment later, the food arrived. Fang Yuan picked up his chopsticks and started eating without me. Seeing that I wasn't moving, he said, "You kid, eat. Aren't you waiting for Yin Yin?" I asked suspiciously. "She went to Shanghai to see Jianwei, so we'll be eating alone today," Fang Yuan said in a calm tone. "She went to see Jianwei? You're getting married in a few days, how could she leave?" I asked, somewhat confused. Fang Yuan replied nonchalantly, "She just left after work and will be back in the morning, so it won't be a problem." I nodded and started eating as well. Fang Yuan put down his chopsticks, stared at me, and then asked after a moment, "Zhao Yang, shall we have some wine?" "Not today." After a while, he looked at me again and said, "I can see that you're a bit depressed." After that, he looked at his watch and said, "Yin Yin should still be around, so why don't I call her and have her come back to pick you up? You can also take advantage of being sober to meet with Jianwei." I sighed after a long silence and said, "Yin Yin really is a dog who follows her husband wherever he goes." "Why?" Fang Yuan asked, changing his sitting position, and didn't mind me indirectly scolding him. "You two are both evil. Please don't comfort someone who wants to die and make them actually die, okay? Have I comforted you?" Fang Yuan asked innocently. I was a little angry. "Can you still eat this meal, or should you go if you can't?" My anger made Fang Yuan sigh. He shook his head and said, "You're still the same. Every time you talk about something related to Jianwei, you turn your face faster than flipping through a book. Is this a hurdle you really can't get over?" I then realized that just now was just Fang Yuan's test, but I didn't know how to respond, and once again fell into silence. Fang Yuan asked the waiter to bring 2 cans of green beer, tore open one and handed it to me, and drank the other one himself. He deliberately changed the subject and asked me, "How have things been with that print model lately? I think she seems to have quite the interest in you." "Don't be ridiculous, at best she was just a toy for me during a time of emptiness." "A sex toy?" "Whatever you want to call it," I said nonchalantly, and took another sip of the beer in front of me. Fang Yuan took a sip with me and asked again, "Tell your buddy the truth. In all these years since Jianwei left, hasn't there been a single girl in the world that has captured your heart?" "No," I answered without hesitation. Fang Yuan shook his head and said, "You don't seem like a hopeless romantic. In fact, it's your own heart that hasn't been settled down all these years. Calm your heart and think about it. Hasn't there always been a girl that has captured your heart lurking around you, only that you haven't noticed?" "My heart is unstable?" I asked Fang Yuan in confusion. Fang Yuan nodded seriously and made a guiding gesture, saying to me, "Have a drink and think about it. Right now, you'll definitely get somewhere." I was skeptical, but still followed Fang Yuan's advice and took a sip of wine. Then I let my thoughts wander, taking stock of the girls around me over the years and really not noticing who I had fallen for. I would rather freeze the memories of being with them in one night of spring. I still remember that every morning after a night of passion, the sunlight falling on the quilt held up by the two of us didn't give me a sense of stability. I often wanted to pull up my pants and escape, as if the dawn sun was only shining on the material poverty, and I couldn't remember the excitement and ecstasy of the night. If some woman sat in the same bed with me on a certain morning, talking about marriage based on the house, I would definitely collapse. And on the premise of this collapse, I can no longer remember what it feels like to be excited. "Really?" Fang Yuan asked again, quite concerned, as he raised his beer and clinked it with mine. I just shook my head, took a sip of my beer, and didn't bother saying another word. I didn't want to think about any women at all. But the human mind is strange. When I didn't want to think about it, suddenly the face of my landlady, so unrealistically beautiful, appeared in my mind. I stared like a machine at the potted plant behind Fang Yuan, but my thoughts were surging like a tsunami. Could it be that Mi Cai was the woman that Fang Yuan had said had captured my heart? I quickly dismissed the idea. It was an absurd thought. I had only spent a few days with Mi Cai. Even if she was as beautiful as the goddess Chang'e, there was no need for me to fall for her. My fantasies and impulses towards women had long since died with the cruel passage of time. Fang Yuan was still waiting for my answer, but I didn't want to get tangled up with him over the word heartbeat, which meant nothing to me. So I simply continued playing dumb. The two of us finished the can of beer and continued eating. The sky outside the window darkened without us noticing, and the street lamps on both sides of the road lit up the city and the night in the same way. Fang Yuan and I each lit up a cigarette to kill the time after dinner. We continued chatting, and Fang Yuan looked out the window at the night sky and playfully asked, Zhao Yang, something's not right today. It's pitch black out, how can you still be sitting here? Shouldn't you be out having fun? I'm not going anywhere. I'm going home to sleep later. Fang Yuan seemed shocked by my words and exclaimed, Who murdered your knight? I was stunned by Fang Yuan's question. My drunken knight was indeed murdered by a woman who had just appeared in my life. I was in no hurry to answer Fang Yuan's question, but I was eager to ask him to help me analyze a question that had been troubling me for many days. I could never figure it out. Why would Mi Cai, who drove a luxury car, live in that rundown house? I didn't want to believe that this was fate deliberately created for us by the heavens. Fate was a stretch, because the other day I threw away her quilt, and she subsequently threw me out into the wilderness. It seemed that the world did not have this kind of fate that tormented people over and over again. After a while, I said to Fang Yuan, I'll tell you something really new. Is this new thing directly related to you not hanging out with your friends? I nodded, and then selectively told Fang Yuan about all the things that had happened between Mi Cai and I because of that house these past few days. After listening, Fang Yuan looked at me doubtfully, paused for a moment, and then asked me, Are you sure she drove a luxury car worth $1 million or so and moved into your shitty house? Of course I'm sure. Help me analyze it. What is her real motive? I said to Fang Yuan very seriously. It's not about money or murder, Fang Yuan said, giving me a disdainful glance. I know I don't have any money and my life is a mess, but I'm really telling you something very serious right now. Can you be serious? Zhao Yang, we live in a very realistic world. In fact, you really shouldn't expect her to have owed you something in a previous life and come back to repay the favor in this life. I touched my chin and said seriously, You don't say, it might actually be possible. You said that I have done nothing but evil in this life and that I stink, but that must be because I did too many good deeds in my previous life. Maybe my landlady was the one who benefited from my kindness in my previous life and is repaying the favor by serving me in this life. Serve you? You said she tricked you into going to Suzhou and Wuxi late at night, to the junction of the Shanghai-Nanjing Expressway, and you were freezing and your nose was running. Is that serving you? I pointed at Fang Yuan, and again I was speechless before I said, You're a bad friend. Fang Yuan laughed, got up, patted me on the shoulder and said, Zhao Yang, in fact, it's not a bad thing to have a woman appear to distract you from Jianwei. Before I could respond, he added, It's almost 7:30. I have a meeting with the wedding planner at 8 o'clock. Let's call it a day. As I watched Fang Yuan's back as he walked away, I lit another cigarette in a daze. I always felt that I didn't quite understand what he had said. Why would the appearance of Mi Cai distract me from Jane Wei? After leaving the restaurant, I bought another can of beer. As I drank it, I walked home with the crowd, listening to other people's laughter and thinking about my own troubles. When I got home, I opened the door. It was dark inside. I turned on the living room light and looked around. The house was deserted. My landlady, Mi Cai, hadn't returned yet. I was bored out of my mind. I sat on the sofa and watched TV. Without the drunken revelry of clubbing, the night seemed endless. I couldn't remember when I had last felt this bored. It was early evening, and I was already looking for entertainment on the TV like a little homebody. It was only 8:30 p.m., but I was already suffering from the torment of boredom. I smoked a cigarette and stared blankly for a while. Time passed by quickly, and I felt a little like dying. I had never realized that a night alone could be so difficult to bear. I found my guitar in my room, found a guitar score, and started practicing. If there is one thing I like to do every night besides get drunk and sleep, I'm afraid it's just playing the guitar to kill time. After singing one song and preparing to play the next, I finally heard some noise outside the house. Then the door opened and I saw Mi Cai, carrying her handbag, beautiful as ever. Although we had had a bit of a falling out, I was not a narrow-minded person, so I did not belittle her beauty. This woman really seemed to be a masterpiece of God's impulse. I put down the guitar in my hands and asked with a smile, Back already? Mi Cai answered and walked towards her room. Stop, I said sternly, shouting at her with a stern face, but it was out of boredom, unwilling to be lonely and wanting to tease her. Micah turned around and looked at me, Is there something wrong? I surveyed Micah. The more I looked, the more I wondered why this woman could be born so beautiful. Then I asked indiscreetly, Why do you say you are so beautiful? It can't be that you were turned into a demon, can it? Mi Cai frowned slightly and coldly said to me, Please don't make me feel like I'm inviting a wolf into the house, okay? I immediately stood up and said, pretending to be excited, Young lady, are you sure about this? I moved into this house first, so don't you think it's a bit inappropriate to say that I'm inviting a wolf into the house? Mi Cai didn't pay any attention to my argument about who moved in first, and her tone remained cold. If you think I'm a demon in disguise, you can move out anytime, I won't say anything. Why should I move? I was living in this house in the first place, and you are at best a new tenant. Besides, you have already agreed to let me live here, and I have kept my promise. After work, I stay at home like a big Buddha, not going anywhere. So don't ever mention moving again. I said this, standing up from the sofa to show my agitation. I'm your new tenant? Mi Cai's tone was obviously displeased. But I didn't care about her displeasure and said, yes, from today onwards, you have to pretend to be the female tenant in front of me. In this house, whoever has seniority is the landlord. Don't you think you're being ridiculous? And I have to remind you that you don't need to change the subject and force the title of female tenant on me, because I only agreed to let you live here for a month, and you will soon leave here forever as the tenant. Mi Cai looked at me with an expression of defiance. What's wrong with a month? I'm happy to be a landlord for just a month. I said stubbornly, but my emotions were dampened by Mi Cai's words, leave here forever. Mi Cai didn't want to argue with me anymore, and after saying, who cares, she turned and walked towards her room. In the living room alone, I took out a cigarette and lit it. In the pleasure of the smoke going in and out, I felt even funnier because I had gained the status of landlord by being a scoundrel. The exhaled smoke drifted leisurely towards the window in the light, and I watched it mesmerized. A gust of wind from nowhere blew me back to reality. In this borrowed wind, I suddenly saw the hazy silhouette of Janeway, and I suddenly remembered, in 3 days we will meet at the wedding of Fan Yuan and Yen Yen. I seem to have a hunch that the next 3 days may be even more difficult than the 3 years apart. To this day, I still can't figure it out. We spent the best years of our lives cultivating a love that lasted 4 years, so why couldn't we see it through to the end? Even if we were breaking up, I should at least be given a reason. But I closed my eyes, and the smoke from the cigarette that was burning in my fingers made me want to cry. Chapter 15, Teasing Mi Cai. I sat back on the sofa, smoked all the cigarettes in my hand, then extinguished them in the ashtray, and looked at the guitar next to me, but I no longer had the passion to sing even one song. I lay on my back on the sofa, once again unable to bear the torment of death from boredom. I looked into Mi Cai's room, a little unhappy in my heart. If it weren't for the restraint she had given me, by now I would have been drinking beer with Robin and the others, watching a catwalk show full of beautiful women. So to a large extent, the current boredom was bestowed upon me by her. If she hadn't suddenly bought this house, I wouldn't have had to compromise to continue living here, and I wouldn't have had to change my living habits. On a night like this, I would have died of the torment of boredom. I feel that she is responsible for helping me get rid of this endless boredom. No matter how much this logic seems like banditry to others, I feel that it is only right, because boredom is so terrifying in my world of perception. It arises entirely from loneliness. If you're alive, who isn't afraid of loneliness? I went to the door of Mi Cai's room and decided to break through the prison of loneliness in this not yet deep night. I knocked on the door and said to Mi Cai, who was doing something inside, "Hey, do you have time? Come out and chat." "We don't have anything in common," came the voice of Mi Cai from inside the room. "Everyone speaks Chinese, so how can we not have anything in common? Besides, I'm the landlord and you're the tenant, living under the same roof. In order to get along harmoniously in the long term, it's necessary to communicate frequently." Mi Cai ignored me, and all that could be heard in the room was the slightly embarrassed echo. I immediately changed my strategy and adopted a conciliatory policy. I knocked on her door again and said, "Have you had dinner yet? I'll cook you a midnight snack." Micah didn't appreciate it and interrupted me wearily, "Please do something meaningful." "Damn, I'm making you a midnight snack and you're still being sarcastic about my meaningless life, right? Then I really don't want to bother. You're amazing. I'm going to play with my spoon." I sat back on the sofa in a huff, but I was not willing to give up. Why did she act like she didn't care about me? I was poor and not very promising, but that didn't mean I was willing to use my lowliness to fulfill her high-handed attitude. Since I was alive, I still cared about my self-respect. I really got a spoon from the kitchen and placed it on the coffee table, and I used my fingers to turn the handle, making the spoon spin like a top. Half an hour later, Mi Cai's door opened. She had changed her clothes and was heading to the bathroom in a white coral fleece pajama top, as if she was already getting ready for bed. I stared at her, but she didn't look away. She walked over to the coffee table, glanced at the spoon that was still spinning, then stopped and looked at me. I looked at her expressionlessly, and then, as if to vent my frustration, I started flicking the spoon handle with my finger, and the spoon started spinning even faster. My boring behavior finally made Mi Cai smile a little, but I couldn't tell if it was just funny or a mockery. "What are you laughing at? Didn't I just tell you I was going to play with the spoon handle?" I said while spinning the spoon faster. Mi Cai nodded and said, "You really keep your word, that's an improvement." After that, she didn't say anything else and walked towards the bathroom. I tilted my head to look at the departing back of Mi Cai, and slapped the rotating handle of the spoon to stop it. A moment later, Mi Cai walked out of the bathroom. Her hair had fallen down by now, and there were some water stains at the ends of her hair that she had accidentally gotten wet. Although she had completely removed her makeup, her skin was still fair and translucent, which even more revealed her natural beauty. At least among the countless women I know, there really isn't one who is still so beautiful after removing her makeup. She continued to ignore my presence and walked towards her room. I once again shamelessly shouted at her, "Stop." "What for?" Mi Cai not only spoke coldly, but also looked at me with an even colder expression and asked. I was a little guilty and said with a stiff face, "I'm quite bored, so you can chat with me for a while." "Go find someone as boring as you, I'm going to rest." I seemed to have received a pardon. My tone was a few decibels higher. "You said it, I'm going out to find fun now." "You can go out, but you have to take your luggage with you, and then there's no need to come back." I knew you would take advantage of my weak points and make fun of me. To be honest, I have been renting for more than 3 years and have met all kinds of people, but I have never met such a cocky tenant as you. Can't you be polite to your landlord? I once again forced the title of tenant on Mi Cai with dissatisfaction. Mi Cai retorted, "I've never met anyone as brazen as you." If I wasn't brazen, I would have been living on the streets a long time ago. "This is all you're doing." I glared at Mi Cai, remembering the events of the past few days, and my heart filled with anger again. "Aren't you the landlord? Who dares to force you?" Mi Cai looked at me with a half smile, but her words were full of mockery. I pointed at Mi Cai, angry and in pain, and said after a while, "You poisonous woman, I said I was the landlord, but I wanted to find a fig leaf for myself? Can you leave me some dignity?" After that, he sighed again, "The life of the poor is hard. There is no sense of happiness in living. People like you were ruffians and troublemakers in ancient times, and they are rascals and hoodlums in the present." Mi Cai glared at me, and after saying that she didn't want to argue with me anymore, she turned and walked towards her room. Looking at the door, which had been slammed shut, I let out a phooey and angrily said, "The bourgeoisie or something, but Comrade Xiaoping has already said that the Chinese people will ultimately become prosperous together. You bunch of early rich people will have your moment in the sun for a few years, but in a few years, just you wait and see." After tossing around in the living room for a while, I returned to my room, closed the door, lay on the bed, and habitually lit a cigarette. I was still thinking about the situation I just had with Mi Cai. Although I didn't get the better of it, I felt a surge of happiness when I thought about Mi Cai's pretty face tensing up as she angrily called me a scoundrel and a rascal. My emotions seemed to have eased, and after a while, I fell asleep, dazed. Finally, I didn't die from the torture of boredom. Maybe it was because I went to bed early last night. I woke up at 6 a.m. After that, I couldn't fall asleep no matter what, just staring at the ceiling with my eyes wide, and I couldn't help thinking about Fan Yuan and Yin Yan's upcoming wedding, and my mood became anxious. I understood that this anxiety did not come out of nowhere. It was related to the fact that I was about to meet Jianwei, which was very annoying. No matter how I tried to comfort myself, it seemed that I couldn't take it calmly. Moreover, I was also curious. Just as Jianwei had dedicated her youth to me for many years, I was anxious about meeting her soon, but what about her? Was she the same as me? I had no answer. I could not use myself as a basis for measuring Jianwei, because sometimes women are different from men, and sometimes Jianwei is even more different from me. Perhaps when we meet again 3 years later, she will only regard me as an ordinary friend, or even a stranger. It's still early in the morning, and I'm too anxious to sleep. I get up, wash up briefly, and prepare to cook myself breakfast. I open the fridge and see that there are still some salted eggs left over from the other day. Boiling a pot of congee and buying some fried dough sticks makes for a pretty good breakfast. I went downstairs to the breakfast shop to buy some fried dough sticks, and then went to the convenience store to buy some bags of pickled mustard tuber. When I got back, the water in the pot was already boiling, so I poured the rice in, and then cleaned the house with a mop. A cold wind suddenly blew in through the window on the balcony, and I realized that last night, both Mi Cai and I had forgotten to close the windows, so it was no wonder that this morning was colder than usual. It was already halfway through autumn, and the morning temperature was low. I tucked my clothes in and walked to the balcony to close the windows. The first rays of morning sunlight refracted through the glass and lazily swung over the colorful foliage on the balcony, as if to tell me, this is a nice morning. To immerse myself in this nice morning, I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Gradually, my anxious mood settled down a little. When I opened my eyes, I saw Mi Cai walking out of the room. She was still wearing her pajamas and looked as if she had just woken up. I supported myself with a mop and greeted her with a frivolous smile. "Good morning, my tenant." Mi Cai seemed to have given up on the identity of tenant I had forced on her and asked me with her messy hair pinned behind her ear, "Do you always get up this early?" "Of course not. I got up especially early today to make you breakfast." I lied without batting an eyelid. "Really? But I was planning to sleep a little longer." "So what are you doing up now?" I looked at Mi Cai, who knew exactly what I was asking, and got up at this moment to go to the bathroom to pee. But I was just curious about the situation when the two indecent words "pee" came out of the mouth of a beautiful woman like Mi Cai, or maybe she was just too embarrassed to say it. I don't care if she's embarrassed or not, as long as I can find myself some entertainment at the beginning of the day. Mi Cai frowned at me but didn't say anything. Such a refined beauty really had difficulty saying the words pee and piss. I was pleased with myself and moved a step closer to block the doorway to the bathroom. After a while, Mi Cai said to me, "You move." "No way. Don't you know any manners? I asked you a question and you haven't answered it yet. You're making me really angry this early in the morning," I said in a raised tone. Mi Cai stood still, her face red, probably because she was angry with me, or maybe because she had been holding it in all night. How could she not hold it in? I was so happy inside that it was as if Mi Cai had been punished for taking over this house with her money, and I said in a mean-spirited way, "Go ahead, since you still plan to sleep. What are you getting up for now?" "I'm getting up because I need to use the bathroom." "Excuse me," said Mi Cai, her expression already very displeased. I was afraid that I had made a joke that went too far, and even more afraid that Mi Cai would turn her face away and tell me to move out. I quickly leaned sideways to give Mi Cai room to get in, and suddenly realized that you don't always have to say you need to pee, you can just say you need to use the bathroom, which is an equally subtle way to express yourself. And that's the difference between a rough man and a beautiful woman. After Mi Cai came out of the bathroom, I once again sincerely invited her to have breakfast with me, but she seemed to resent my prankish behavior and ignored me, going directly into her room to continue sleeping. As a result, I had a boring breakfast alone on what seemed to be a pretty good morning, and then started the day as if on autopilot. Wait, I need to correct myself. Strictly speaking, I don't act like a machine, because lately I've been anxious all the time. Every time I think about it, Fang Yuan and Yan Yan's wedding is approaching, and I will inevitably meet with Jianwei. I instinctively become anxious. At this time, I would rather be a machine without emotions, because as another day passes, I still don't know how to face myself when I meet Jianwei again after 3 years. At this moment, the morning sun, shining in at just the right angle, illuminated the black overcoat in the closet and extinguished my emotions. But then, Jianwei's face became clearer and clearer. Today's chapter ends here. Many readers have been asking when the book's YY meeting will be held, but please wait a little longer. Please also tell your friends about the new book, and when everyone is back, we'll hold a YY meeting for the new book. Chapter 16, Two Shameless Thieves. Came to the company and, as usual, first turned on the computer to watch the social news for a while, and then went to their friends' Weibo accounts to look for some funny memes to cheer themselves up. I discovered that Yan Yan had posted a microblog 2 days ago, and the main content of the microblog was her wedding photo with Fang Yuan. Yan Yan had tagged a circle of people in this microblog, but she did not tag me. Of course I knew that she was afraid that Fang Yuan and her marriage would make me think of the bleak ending of my relationship with Jane. In fact, she didn't have to be like that. With a painful blessing, I can afford it. There were many themes in their wedding photos, one of which was named Silent Joy. In this set of photos, Fang Yuan and Yan Yan are holding hands but have no expression on their faces, looking very silent. The background of the photo, however, is a smiling sunflower, which highlights the theme of silent joy. This is a very good theme, but it doesn't belong to them. This theme was proposed by me when Janeway asked me more than 3 years ago what I thought of for her wedding photos. I felt that the joy and silence could withstand the test of time and the erosion of the years, and would last forever. I sighed gently, but my heart ached at the relentless passage of time. After a long silence, I smiled and left a comment under Yan Yan's tweet, "Two shameless thieves, I wish you eternal happiness." I lit a cigarette, took a strong drag, and exhaled slowly. But the smoke was instantly dispersed by the wind, and I saw a cracked image. In the image, Jianwei was still lying in my arms, as she had done 3 years ago when she fell in love with me. She praised the theme Silent Joy that I had proposed, and we happily decided that when we got married one day, we would use this theme for our wedding photos. But in the end, we never got to use that theme, and it was plagiarized by our two uncreative friends, Fang Yuan and Yen Yen. I'm not sad about it at all, really. I just think back to that day at dusk, and how happy we were because we were looking forward to getting married. At noon, Fang Yuan and I had lunch in the company cafeteria. Starting this afternoon, Fang Yuan will be on wedding leave for 2 weeks, and he needs to temporarily hand over some of his work to me. After spending 10 minutes chatting with Fang Yuan about work, we started talking about his upcoming wedding to Yen Yen. I asked Fang Yuan, has Yen Yen found her maid of honor yet? Fang Yuan nodded and said, Yen Yen was going to ask a female colleague from her company to be her maid of honor, but now that Jianwei is back, she will definitely ask Jianwei. I didn't react right away, and it took me half a minute before I asked Fang Yuan, you mean I'm going to be your best man? What? Are you trying to back out at the last minute? Fang Yuan asked with a stern face. What are you two thinking? You and Yen Yen didn't consider how awkward it would be for Yen Yen and I to be your maid of honor and best man? Fang Yuan responded after a moment, saying, yes, Yen Yen and I really hadn't thought of that. It would be quite awkward for you to be arranged like this. I'm glad you understand. Besides, Jianwei and I have already broken up, so it's inauspicious for us to be your witnesses. I added. You're right, I'm a bit scared now. After a pause, he asked, so, who's going to withdraw, you or Jianwei? You're on your honeymoon, and all the work is piling up on me. I don't have much time to be your witness, so I'll withdraw, I said after thinking about it. That's fine, there really isn't a perfect solution to this. Fang Yuan said with some regret in his words. Of course I felt sorry too, but according to wedding customs, having a man and woman who have already broken up as best man and maid of honor is not very auspicious for the married couple. After a moment of silence, I asked Fang Yuan, have you thought of anyone else for the best man? Fang Yuan made a reassuring expression and said, no need to think, there's an obvious choice, just ask Xiang Chen. Needless to say, Xiang Chen is the perfect choice to be Fang Yuan's best man. When we were at university, the three of us were the closest in our class. It's just that Xiang Chen is from Nanjing and went back there after graduation, so he didn't stay in Suzhou with us. But the friendship between revolutionary classes has always been there. I nodded and asked Fang Yuan, I haven't been in touch with him for a while, what has this kid been up to lately? Fang Yuan sighed and said, their family's tobacco shop has been doing well over the past 2 years. I heard that they have opened several branches in Nanjing. Recently, they are preparing to operate the company as a whole, and they have opened an 800 square meter flagship store. The image design fee for the flagship store alone cost more than 300,000 yuan. It's quite upscale. I also sighed and said, his father is really something. Even in his old age, he has still managed to turn this kid into a rich second generation. Fang Yuan shrugged and said, this really has nothing to do with his father. You know that his uncle works in the Commerce Bureau and is a member of the powerful faction. It was only a matter of time before his family's tobacco and alcohol store became big. I agreed with Fang Yuan's point of view. In this society, the difference between those with connections and those without is not just a little. For example, Xiang Chen and I are two stark contrasts. In the afternoon, Fang Yuan left the company, and my work became busy as well. I didn't get off work until 8 p.m. The next day, even though it was Saturday, I was still busy and added an extra day of work. The main reason was to replace Fang Yuan and work on the Gucci project of setting up a counter in our shopping mall. In the past 2 days, I have been coordinating with the inspection team from Gucci and revising the project plan according to their requirements. In just 2 days, I already felt overwhelmed and then annoyed. This made me realize, compared to Fang Yuan, I'm still a bit lacking in terms of workability, at least he has always been very comfortable handling these events. At 9 o'clock on Saturday night, I dragged my tired body onto the last bus home, but my mood was not relieved by the rest tomorrow. All I could think about was the scene at Fang Yuan and Yen Yan's wedding tomorrow. Although I was happy for their happy marriage, but I didn't want to meet Jianwei at an event like this, with the word wedding plastered all over the place. And this reluctance grew stronger as the time went on. It seemed to me that Fang Yuan and Yen Yan's wedding was a cruel flogging and torture for Jianwei and me. Maybe Jianwei doesn't care about this torture, but I really do. It was already 9:30 when I returned to the apartment. I didn't wash up or go to bed right away. I just sat on the sofa in the living room and lit a cigarette as usual. Then I was immersed in my anxious emotions and couldn't extricate myself. I even forgot to play a song on the guitar to relax myself. I drank a glass of cold water and just lay on the sofa staring at the ceiling. After a while I heard the door open and I knew that Michi had returned. These past 2 days she had come home later than me, probably because she also had her own nightlife, but that didn't really matter to me. The smell of smoke in the house made Michi frown. She walked over to me and said to me, "Can you not smoke in the living room?" I didn't care about Mi Cai's questioning, and said casually, "What's wrong with smoking in the living room? I'm not smoking in your room. It's not okay in the living room either. I don't want to come home every day and the place be filled with smoke as soon as I enter," Mi Cai said sternly. "Then I'll open the windows next time I smoke, okay? The wind will blow it away in a while," I said to Mi Cai with patience in my anxious mood. "That's not allowed either. In the future, you can only smoke outside, not in this house." I sat up from the sofa and frowned, saying, "You're not allowing this or that, treating me like a child, aren't you? I've lived in this house for more than 2 years, and I've smoked in every corner, including the room you're in now and on the toilet seat in the bathroom." After I became angry, Mi Cai suddenly said to me very calmly, "If you are so dissatisfied, then find a room to live in by yourself. No one will care if you smoke on the roof." I was speechless, but I hated the feeling of having my weak points held hostage. I couldn't resist, though. I hated that I couldn't become a wealthy man and buy this room, and then climb up to the roof and smoke a cigarette with style. After a while, I crumpled up the cigarette box into a ball, threw it viciously into the trash can, and glared at Mi Cai and said rudely, "Young master, I'm not going to smoke anymore." "Are you satisfied?" Mi Cai looked at me calmly and asked, "Young master? Didn't you just say you were the grandson?" I angrily said, "Bullshit, you're the one treating me like a grandson. When did I say I was the grandson?" Mi Cai smiled, shrugged again, and turned to walk towards her room. I froze for a long time before I realized that she was setting me up, making me admit that I was her grandson without me realizing it. I suddenly felt an urge to spit blood at her room. She was really bullying an honest person. After washing up, I returned to my room, closed the door tightly, found another pack of cigarettes, opened it and lit one up, then opened the window and lay on the bed smoking. The phone, which hadn't rung for a long time, rang without any warning. I was stunned for a long time before I picked up the phone from the bedside cabinet at the end of the ringtone and answered it. Yan Yan's familiar voice came over the phone. "Zhao Yang, are you asleep?" "I'm lying down, but I haven't fallen asleep yet." Yan Yan sighed. "Are you thinking about something again? Single men are really pitiful." "You can call back later, I'm going to the bathroom to cry for a while," I said impatiently. Yan Yan is just like Feng Yuan, comforting people to death every time. Yan Yan laughed and said, "Okay, let's get down to business. Hurry up and tell me," I said, taking another drag on my cigarette. "I'm with Jianwei right now." "She's staying at my place tonight," Yan Yan said to me in a low voice. I held back my heartbeat and asked in a fake calm voice, "You're not with Feng Yuan? Are you stupid?" "I'm definitely at my own place right now," she said, adding sweetly, "waiting for my husband to come and marry me tomorrow." "Oh. Do you want to speak to Janeway?" "She's in the living room chatting with my parents." Yan Yan's voice dropped even lower. I was speechless. Suddenly, another voice came from the other end of the line. "Yan Yan, what are you doing?" Then there was the beep sound of the phone hanging up abruptly. I hesitated to hang up the phone, and I could hear that it was Janeway's voice. Finally, the phone hung up automatically. A little while later, Yan Yan sent me a text message. "You heard Janeway's voice, didn't you?" I was so scared. "I called you behind her back. You two need to agree to communicate before I can help you connect. Otherwise, it will look like I'm out of line." I didn't reply to the message. I just extinguished the cigarette in my hand in silence. Her voice still lingered in my ears, and I thought of the happy times we had on rainy afternoons. In fact, whether we communicate tonight doesn't really matter to us. After all, we'll meet in person tomorrow with our real bodies. And 3 years have passed, so what's the point of worrying about another anxious night? It's still the 4th watch of the night, so I'll give it my all, and so will everyone else. Our writing style is very slow to heat up, so the beginning of a new book is always the most painful. Yesterday evening, we finally slowly climbed into the new book rankings, currently in 10th place. Flowers, collections, check-ins, if you can afford it, VIP, come and give it a shot, get through the most difficult period of the new book. Chapter 17, Meeting Again 3 years later. I didn't really sleep much that night. I asked myself, do I want to go back to the past, to those days when she still loved me, and then we would hold hands and rejoice in silence? But in the end, I live in the present, in the back of her head as she turns and walks away, and then I think of her fiercely, and laugh at her heartlessness. The night turns into morning, and I don't know when the sun shines through the gaps in the curtains and enters my room, finally resting on the glass vase with flowers in it, creating a colorful halo, as if to indicate that this is going to be another great morning. Yes, even without the sun's promise, this is a great morning, because a new couple will be tying the knot today. I shouldn't pollute this morning and their wedding with anxious emotions. I told myself that I must have a sunny attitude. I took out the most handsome suit from the closet, shaved my beard, got a hairdryer and gave myself a very energetic hairstyle. I smiled at the mirror and made sure I was very sunny before I was ready to leave the room and go to Fang Yuan and Yen Yen to give my wedding blessings. It was almost noon when I and a group of guests were waiting outside the hotel for the bridal procession and for Jianwei, who was accompanying Yen Yen as the maid of honor. The bridal convoy was late in arriving. I heard that there was traffic on the road. This was torture for me. At this time, I would rather see Jianwei earlier. But the hard part was precisely the anxious waiting before the meeting. Anyway, it was inevitable that we would meet, so might as well get it over with. Maybe after meeting, we would just tacitly treat each other as strangers. That would be best. I squeezed my way out of the crowd and sat on the stone bench opposite the hotel. My anxiety increased. This kind of anxiety is hard to describe in words. I always feel that Yen Yen and Fang Yuan's wedding, which symbolizes a happy ending, is a kind of harsh torture for me. This torture is not only emotional but also material. Why is it that Fang Yuan and I graduated from the same school and started out at the same starting point, but now he has made some small success in his career and has found happiness with his beloved, while I am so down and out, living alone with no fixed abode and in debt everywhere? In the midst of my self-interrogation, my heart is filled with unbearable loneliness and loss. At this moment, I really hope that there is a woman by my side to help me hide away this loneliness and loss, so that I can go bless Fang Yuan and Yen Yen with a happy smile that at least looks that way. After smoking a cigarette, I finally took out my phone from my pocket and dialed the number of my female tenant, Mi Cai. After a moment, Mi Cai answered the phone, and I hurriedly asked, "Have you woken up yet?" "Why?" Mi Cai sounded a little wary. I smiled and tried to make her relax her guard before saying, "I actually want to invite you to dinner." "That's not necessary. We're not that familiar," Mi Cai refused without even considering it. "It is necessary. Just think, you have lent me money and let me stay here. You have practically done me a great favor. If I don't treat you to a meal, I would really become the scum you call me." Mi Cai was silent for a moment, and I took advantage of the situation to say, "Come on, I've already chosen the place. I sincerely hope that you will give me a chance to completely get rid of this lowly title of scum." After another moment of silence, Mi Cai said to me, "Where is the place for dinner?" "Yaming Hotel." "Yaming Hotel? Did I hear you right?" Mi Cai asked with doubt in her voice. "Of course you heard me right. Only a 5-star hotel can show the sincerity of my invitation to dinner, so you must come. This meal is worth a week's salary," I said with emphasis, sincerity, and a fake show of pain. "I know, just give me 20 minutes. After a pause, he added, "Don't be so extravagant in the future. It's the same anywhere if you sincerely invite me to dinner." I didn't expect that Mi Cai would take into account my financial constraints, and I was stunned before I replied, "I know, I'll wait for you outside the hotel." After that, Mi Cai and I hung up the phone separately, and I finally let out a sigh of relief in my heart. I thought, if I trick Mi Cai into coming over to keep me company, I won't feel so lonely and down in the dumps later. A quarter of an hour passed, and the wedding convoy had not arrived. It looked like they had encountered an unprecedented traffic jam. At this time, I was no longer as anxious as I had just been, which made me feel that calling Mi Cai was a very wise decision. After another 5 minutes, I saw the red Audi Q7. Mi Cai had really kept her promise and come. She parked the car in the open parking lot, and I immediately went to meet her. We stood next to the fountain in the hotel square. I said, "I was a little worried that you wouldn't come. I didn't expect you to be right on time, exactly 20 minutes. Unlike some people, I don't make breaking promises a habit," Mi Cai shot back. I laughed and said, "You mean someone like me? You can say that if you want, I won't be mad. You're not angry because you're thick-skinned." Mi Cai snapped at me again. I laughed again, but didn't say anything else. Mi Cai looked across at the hotel opposite and asked me, "Can we go and eat?" "Of course we can, but we'll have to wait a little while, there are still a few people to come." "Are there any other people?" As soon as Mi Cai finished speaking, the crowd that had been waiting started to clamoring, and then 8 cars with the word "she" meaning happy on them and decorated with streamers drove in a line into the courtyard of the hotel. They had finally arrived. I couldn't care about talking to Mi Cai next to me, and my eyes uncontrollably stared at the wedding car carrying the bride. I knew that Jianwei was also sitting in that wedding car, and my breathing suddenly became disordered. Fang Yuan, dressed as the groom, first got out of the wedding car, then went to the other side of the car to help Yan Yan open the door, and picked her up in a princess carry and carried her off the car. This embrace made the crowd applaud and cheer, and the overflowing happiness instantly overwhelmed me. Amidst the crowd's excitement, I finally saw Jianwei get out of the car. She was holding a bouquet of flowers in her hands, wearing a sapphire blue dress. The midday sun shone on her arms, making them glisten. Her face was still so beautiful. Under her willow leaf eyebrows, her peach-colored eyes seemed to be moving with ripples of water. Among all the women I know, her eyes are the most beautiful. Jianwei handed the flowers in her hand to Yan Yan, who was being held in Fan Yuan's arms, and then joined the crowd in applauding and cheering. From beginning to end, she didn't even glance in my direction, as if she didn't care that I was there at the moment. I was silent for a long time, took a deep breath, and said to the confused Mi Cai beside me, "My friends are here. Let's go in and eat." Mi Cai's face was cold. "You came to a friend's wedding, and you didn't really invite me to dinner, did you?" "I'm very sincere, it's just that there are a lot of people." "Scum!" Mi Cai cursed me. She took out the car keys from her handbag and turned to walk towards the car park not far away. I couldn't let Mi Cai go. Yes, I tricked her, but this kind of trick didn't hurt her at all. At least she could still have a meal at the wedding banquet. Since she was already here, there was no reason for her to leave. I raised my hand and pulled at Micah, and my tone became uncontrolled and heavy. "Why are you so serious about it? I invited you to a friend's wedding banquet, what's wrong with that? You just eat and drink to your heart's content, it won't make you gain weight." Micah slapped me with her bag and said as she walked away, "I'll stress this again, I don't like people deceiving me. From now on, I don't want to have anything to do with you, a liar and scum. Please go back and immediately move out of my house." Although I did not expect such a violent reaction from Mi Cai, I still raised my hand to stop her from leaving. In the struggle, a figure stood opposite us. My hand was still holding Mi Cai's arm tightly, and I looked up at the person opposite, my heart pounding violently. The person standing opposite Mi Cai and me was none other than Jianwei. 3 years later, we finally stood face to face. Chapter 18, A Deep Confession. The water in the fountain pool flowed downwards in a waterfall-like fashion along the huge sculpture. The strange trio of Mi Cai, Jianwei, and I looked at each other in the sound of the flowing water, and for a while no one broke the silence. Finally, Jianwei smiled and said to me, "Long time no see, Zhao Yang." "Shum," I said, just one word, afraid that if I said more she would hear my trembling voice and even more afraid that she would know that I was afraid. At my reply, Jianwei just laughed, then looked at Mi Cai and asked, "Your girlfriend?" It was only then that I realized that I was still holding on to Mi Cai, too afraid to let go. I thought to myself, if Mi Cai really is my girlfriend, then that's enough to prove that I've been doing well over the years since I broke up with Jianwei, at least that I haven't died of loneliness. My instinct was to prevent Jianwei from seeing me living a dismal life. Driven by this instinct, I even nodded at Jianwei and said, "Yes, she is my girlfriend." After saying that, I nervously looked at Mi Cai next to me, afraid that she would expose me to everyone and turn me into a joke. Mi Cai frowned and remained silent, as if she was going to show mercy on me, but also as if she was reluctant to give up this excellent opportunity to take revenge on me. I quickly said to Mi Cai, "Don't you have urgent business to attend to at the company? Hurry up and go, I'll explain to my friends later, they'll understand." Mi Cai struggled to shake off my hand, as if she couldn't wait to get out of here, and without saying anything else she turned and walked towards her car. The red Q7 drove past me with a gust of wind, close to my body. The air seemed to be filled with Mi Cai's angry breath. It looked like I really angered her. The fountain was still gushing, but only Jane and I were left at the scene. I lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and pretended to be helpless as I complained, "Ugh. She's just busy all day." "Really? But your girlfriend seems pretty nice." "What do you mean, she seems pretty nice?" "Of course she is." I stood up straight and corrected Jianwei's statement with dissatisfaction. Jianwei looked at me and said after a while, "Zhao Yang, you haven't changed." "What do you mean?" Before Jianwei could answer, the best man, Xiang Chen, waved at her from afar and said that the MC was looking for her to coordinate a wedding segment. Jianwei nodded to Xiang Chen, looked at me again, and asked, the luncheon will start soon. Aren't you going in? I'll finish my cigarette. As I watched Jianwei's departing back, my heart was filled with loss. I wanted to tell her, she was right, I really hadn't changed. I still longed for those days when we were together. I still remembered, that day, I couldn't meet her family and had to hide in the corner to see her off. I also remembered that she cried and wrote "wait" on the car window with lipstick. I watched from afar until the words "wait" were completely blurred in my sight, until there were 2 lines of tears on my face that she would never see. I was lost in the past, and even wanted to rush over to her and hug her, to tell her that I still loved her. But just a moment ago, our conversation after our long-awaited reunion was so pale and tasteless, not even worthy of being considered ordinary friends. I know that the love that rejoices in silence has drifted further and further away from us. If my heart were a city, at this moment, the whole city would be crying. The wedding banquet has started. Everyone is taking their seats in turn. My colleagues and I are sitting a little further back, while Jianwei, Xiangchen, the bride and groom are sitting at the front table. I try to resist looking at Jianwei, but I just can't help it. It's ridiculous. How can I suppress the urge to think about her when she's just a few feet away from me, when we've been apart for 3 years and she reminds me every night? My colleagues were talking to me, and I was paying them little attention, but I was always looking for an excuse in my heart to look over at Jianwei. And Jianwei never even gave me a glance in return. She just chatted with Xiangchen from time to time, and whenever they spoke, they would exchange knowing smiles. The 2 of them seemed to be getting along very well, and Jianwei seemed to be in a good mood. The MC on stage encouraged Fang Yuan and Yan to interact intimately, and the people in the audience started to make noise. I remained silent, but kept drinking glass after glass of wine. In a daze, Xiangchen came towards me with a glass of wine. I raised my glass again and gulped it down. By the time Xiangchen reached me, I had already poured myself a full glass of wine and shouted at Xiangchen, "Xiangchen, my young friend, come here and get down on your knees." Xiangchen smiled and said, "Who knows who will be on the floor this time? How many are you going to drink this time?" The so-called getting drunk that Xiangchen and I do is a bad habit that we picked up in college. We were young and reckless then, and we would drink until the other person was too drunk to stand. At the end of the night, the only person still standing would be really cocky and call the other person a grandson. I got drunk, Fang Yuan got drunk, and of course Xiangchen got drunk too. So the 3 of us took turns being the grandson for 4 years, but we never admitted that the other 2 were grandpas. In fact, since entering society, I have stopped drinking as much as I did in college, but today, no matter if it's Xiangchen or anyone else, as long as they raise their glass with me, I will drink with them, no matter what kind of wine or how many glasses. I will drink with them because I am happy for Fang Yuan and Yan Yan, and I feel sad for myself. With so many people I love, perhaps wine is the best antidote for me. I changed to a tall glass and poured a glass of white wine almost full. I raised the glass and said to Xiangchen, as before, 1 glass each. If you can't drink anymore, quickly fall to the ground and pretend to be dead. Don't beg for mercy and don't explain. Everyone was amused by my words and burst into laughter, thinking that we were just joking. But I didn't blink, and really lifted the glass and drank the full glass of white wine in 2 gulps, then indicated that I had finished by tipping the glass downwards. Amidst a burst of gasps, everyone's attention shifted from Fang Yuan and Yan Yan to me and Xiangchen, and even Jianwei looked over. "Jiayang, it's been a few years since you graduated, and you're still so full of energy. But I'll definitely drink this wine, because I'm really happy today." After saying that, he also drank the wine in his glass in 1 gulp, and then glanced over at Jianwei. I noticed this detail, and a chord in my heart was suddenly pulled, and I understood who Xiangchen was talking about when he said he was happy. In college, he and I both pursued Jianwei, but she chose me. He then called her his sister and still took meticulous care of her. Of course, at the time, this seemed like a relief, but now Jianwei and I have broken up, and she has returned to China. If she is still single, then he can legitimately pursue her again. I remained silent, and Xiangchen poured a full glass of white wine and said to me, "Brother Jiayang, do me a favor and let's have another drink." I nodded and poured another glass of white wine, ready to drink it all in one go, but Xiangchen held my glass and said, "I'll drink first this time." After saying that, Xiangchen tilted his head and gulped down the entire glass of white wine, then placed the glass on the table and walked over to Jianwei's side. In a tone of concern, Jianwei scolded Xiangchen, "You should drink less. Aren't you afraid of harming your health? I want to tell you something from the bottom of my heart while drinking this wine." After saying that, Xiangchen tilted his head, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then borrowed the microphone from the MC, and looked at Jianwei as she entered a state of deep affection. I suddenly had a feeling that what was about to happen would rip me apart. The whole audience fell silent. At that moment, Xiang Chen's expression was full of sincerity, gentle and moving. He tightly held Janeway's hand and gazed at her for a long time, saying, "Today is a day full of joy, and it is also a day I have been looking forward to for a long time. Janeway, I have loved you for 5 years, and I have never changed. Even if you were with Jia Yang, I never gave up loving you. At one time, I thought Jia Yang would give you happiness, so I chose to silently bless you. But the facts have proven that your relationship has failed. I will not judge your love. After all, love is free. It is meaningless to dwell on the past. Now that you are single, I hope you can be my girlfriend. I am really willing to do anything for you, even if you plan to go back to the United States, I am willing to go abroad with you. In short, I will accompany you to the ends of the earth, just like the time I went to the United States to accompany you 2 years ago. I will make you happy and give you happiness." My heart felt like it was going to burst with pain. Xiang Chen's words reminded me of something. It was a month after I broke up with Jian Wei. Xiang Chen did go abroad for a while, but at the time he didn't tell us which country he went to. Now I can confirm that he went to the United States to accompany Jian Wei after her breakup. It turns out that he has been in contact with Jian Wei all these years. Everyone was waiting to see if Jian Wei would say yes to Xiang Chen, but at that moment, I completely understood that Jian Wei had loved a feeling in college, but after graduation, she loved a family with a similar social status. In every way, Xiang Chen and Jian Wei were the perfect match. I thought, maybe I already know the answer Jian Wei is about to give Xiang Chen. In the pain of the tear, I seemed to see again the word wait that she had written in lipstick on the car window with a heavy hand as she cried when I saw her off that day. Chapter 19, Castle in the Sky. With an expression that no one could understand, Jian Wei looked into Xiang Chen's eyes. Xiang Chen took out a delicate gift box from his pocket, as if he had been preparing it for a long time, and opened it. Inside was a necklace with crystals and diamonds embedded in it. The lighting technician turned off the lights in the hall and used a spotlight to illuminate Xiang Chen and Jian Wei, making them look so glamorous. I could no longer feel my own existence in the darkness. This crystal and diamond necklace was designed by the best jewelry designer in China. There is only one like it in the world. I have named it Beloved to represent my most sincere and pure love for you, just like the diamonds and crystals. Give me a chance, and let me put it on for you myself, okay? I wanted to tell Xiang Chen that what he said was wrong. As long as you have money, anyone can buy a crystal and diamond necklace for a woman. But the sincerity and purity derived from love comes from the heart and does not need the help of any material things. But how many women will believe in such a most innocent truth? The sparkle of the diamonds has long since captivated their eyes. In the end, I did not refute Xiang Chen, but just sealed myself away in the city in my heart, shrinking and shrinking. Everyone at the scene was moved by Xiang Chen, and they encouraged Jian Wei to accept Xiang Chen's confession with applause. Jian Wei glanced into the corner of the darkness and finally nodded in silence. The applause and cheers intensified. Xiang Chen, full of excitement, put the necklace on Jian Wei's neck. At this moment, a man and a woman pledged their love at Fang Yuan and Yin Yan's wedding, adding to the joy. At this moment, no one except me could remember that in the rain that evening, we had promised to take a wedding photo with the theme Silent Joy. The wedding banquet was drawing to a close in a flurry of activity as the guests bid farewell to one another. I walked unsteadily alone towards the hotel. The sunshine outside the hotel was so bright that it hurt my eyes. I leaned against a pillar and squinted at the blue sky and white clouds. In my drunken haze, I seemed to see the city in my heart floating up into the sky with the floating air, blending with the blue sky and white clouds, gradually becoming crystal clear, and unable to see a trace of loneliness or pain. Yan Yan and Fang Yuan, both in wedding dresses, supported me from the left and right as I tottered. Yan Yan said apologetically, "Zhao Yang, I'm sorry. We really didn't know that Xiang Chen would confess his love for Jian Wei at our wedding. You must feel bad." "I'm sorry." I'm not sad. Why would I be sad? By the way, did you guys see the city in my heart fly into the sky and hide inside the sunlight, crystal clear?" I said indistinctly, and then pulled out the transparent film from the cigarette pack and covered my eyes to find the city in the sky. Yan Yan and Fang Yuan glanced at each other. Fang Yuan took the transparent film from my hands and said to me, "Don't talk nonsense. I'll find a driver to take you home. Don't go to the trouble. I can go home by myself." "I'll take a taxi," I said, and I broke free from Yan Yan and Fang Yuan, who were holding my hands, and walked towards the street. While staggering, I saw Jian Wei supporting the drunken Xiang Chen walking from the other side. As she walked, she took the car keys out of Xiang Chen's pocket and opened the door of the black Land Rover. Fang Yuan and Yan Yan hurried over and took hold of her hands to help Jian Wei support Xiang Chen into the car. Actually, I wasn't sad at all when I saw this scene. At least I could still stand with difficulty, while Xiang Chen was already too drunk to know what was going on. This time, he was the one who fell down. He was the grandson, and I was the master. A lonely and grieving master. I stood still and watched as Jian Wei started the car, and then drove off with Xiang Chen towards the city's prosperity. This afternoon I sat on the green belt by the moat and smoked cigarette after cigarette. Finally, I ran out of cigarettes. I closed my eyes and lay down, feeling the autumn afternoon wind blowing past me. Even though I had drunk too much, the extreme pain in my heart made me stay awake. The pain was magnified many times over in the alternative sobriety of being drunk. In the past, she wrote on the car window with great emphasis, waiting. Today, she silently nodded and accepted Xiang Chen's confession. The two images alternated in my mind, flashing faster and faster, as if they were going to tear me apart. I clutched my head in pain, curled up and whimpered. The pain in my heart became more and more unbearable. I really wanted to end my life and follow the city that had already peeled away from my heart and transformed into the city in the sky. With the remaining strength, I took out my phone from my pocket, found the most recent call in the call history and immediately dialed it. After a long time, the phone was connected, and from it came the resolute voice of Mi Cai, who said to me, "No matter what excuse you use this time, I won't tolerate you anymore. You must move out today. I don't want a liar living in my house." I smiled and said to Mi Cai in a surprisingly calm tone, "If you're free now, hurry up and come to the moat." My seemingly senseless request made Mi Cai even more furious. She asked in a heavy tone, "Why should I go? Hurry up and stop me, I want to jump into the river, I really will." Without waiting for Mi Cai to respond, I raised my hand and threw the phone into the moat. I didn't lie to Mi Cai. Driven by alcohol and pain, I became numb and really wanted to pursue that crystal clear city in the sky. A warm breeze blew pleasantly, and before I could take a step, the accumulated alcohol suddenly rushed up. I looked up at the dizzyingly blue sky, and my body suddenly went limp, and I fell to the ground and passed out. When I woke up, it was already dark. The street lamps on both sides of the moat were already lit, reflecting on the surface of the water and swaying with the waves. The honking of cars on the road along the shore could be heard from time to time. Under the dual stimulation of sight and sound, the blurry world suddenly became real. My head was splitting, but I looked blankly at the sky full of twinkling stars. A pleasant, feminine fragrance drifted into my nostrils with the evening breeze. I glanced over and saw that it was Mi Cai sitting next to me, and that she was wearing my jacket. I sat up from the ground, and Mi Cai noticed that I had woken up. "You're awake. Why are you here?" we said to each other at almost the same time. Another gust of night wind blew, and the already yellowed maple leaves fell and drifted into the river not far away, accompanied by the twinkling stars. We both looked at the river's surface, and it was only after a while that Mi Cai answered my question. "I came to see if you were dead." "What do you mean by dead?" I asked, puzzled, having already forgotten to call Mi Cai before falling asleep. "So you're cheating on me again, aren't you?" "I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about," I exclaimed. Mi Cai, with great patience, said to me, "You called me at noon and said you wanted to jump into the river. If you still have any doubts, you can check your phone's call history." "Let me see," I said, beginning to feel in my pockets. "Hey! Where's my phone?" Looking at the river again, I finally remembered that I had thrown my phone into the moat out of impulse. Then my memory came back, and I remembered that I had indeed called Mi Cai like a lunatic at noon and said that I wanted to jump into the moat. I said to Mi Cai apologetically, "I'm sorry, I had too much to drink at noon and was talking nonsense. I really wasn't lying to you." "Scum, shameless liar," Mi Cai scolded without mercy. "Can you stop cursing me?" After a pause, I said, "It's not late to jump into the river, right? I'll make it up to you now." "Go ahead and jump," Mi Cai said to me as she looked at the river. "I'll jump," I said, walking towards the river and leaping onto the guardrail. Chapter 20, Castle in the Sky 2. I stood on the parapet facing the wind, my eyes wide open trying to find the reflection of the castle in the sky on the rippling river surface, but all I could see was the flashy city under the neon lights. After I came to my senses, I realized that I was actually so afraid of death, afraid of being submerged in the bottomless moat. I looked back at Mi Cai, but she looked so indifferent. "Are you really not going to persuade me?" I asked Mi Cai with a frown. Why should I persuade you? But if I jump, I will really die. It's you who will die, not me, Mi Cai said with an expression of unruffled calm. I jumped off the guardrail and angrily said, I was right about you. You are a poisonous woman who is willing to let others die in order to achieve your own ends. I don't have any goals. You're the one who said you wanted to jump into the river, Mi Cai said calmly. I was even more furious, pointing at Mi Cai and saying, can you stop being so calm and trying to get me killed? I remember calling you to talk me out of jumping. According to the script I set up, you shouldn't have acted like that. You were lying there like a dead person when I arrived, so you wouldn't have been able to jump anyway. Why did you bother calling me? Is it fun to make fun of me? Mi Cai's words finally showed anger. I was a little stifled. At that time, I really would have jumped under impulse. Who knew that my life was not supposed to end? Suddenly, the effects of the alcohol came rushing back and I passed out. I didn't know how to explain it to Mi Cai, so I just blurted out, I really wanted to jump into the moat. Just before I jumped, I remembered that I still owed you more than 10,000 yuan. It doesn't matter if I die, but then no one will pay you back. So I made up my mind not to jump, because I have a conscience and a moral bottom line, and I would never do something so immoral as to not pay my debts. That's really tragic. Mi Cai said with a smile as she looked at me. It's really tragic, okay? You don't know how much I struggled. On the one hand, there was the relief of death, and on the other, the condemnation of my conscience if I didn't pay back the debt. It was hard to choose. Of course, in the end, I chose to hold on to my moral bottom line with difficulty, so I'm still alive. I said with an exaggerated expression. Mi Cai seemed unwilling to listen to my nonsense anymore, and stood up from the ground, ready to leave. Wait. I called out to Mi Cai. What now? Mi Cai's words were already full of impatience, as she put on the jacket she had just covered me in. Have you been sitting here watching over me since this afternoon? I came to collect your corpse, not to persuade you, so I came in the evening, Mi Cai said with her characteristic calm. Who are you kidding? You came to collect my corpse and help me put on my jacket. I revealed Mi Cai's lie with a meaningful smile. Mi Cai looked back at me coldly and said, don't you know that a body is covered with something to hide the face? I was speechless at what Mi Cai said, and I just stood there, my attention jumping out of the verbal sparring with Mi Cai. So the alcohol that I hadn't fully digested began to stir in my body again, and I felt dizzy, followed by a strong feeling of vomiting. I leaned over the guardrail and emptied myself like I was vomiting into a moat. I really had drunk too much at noon. After vomiting, I sat down leaning against the guardrail as if I were exhausted. I closed my eyes, and my consciousness became clearer and clearer. So the images I experienced at Fang Yuan and Yin Yan's wedding again appeared in my mind, and then a piercing pain filled my body. At that moment, when Xiangchen helped Jianwei put on the diamond crystal necklace that meant a promise of love, I wanted to tell Jianwei no matter what, I want to go back to the past when we were happy in silence, the past when we had love and affection. But there is no way to go back to the past. I have lost Jianwei, and I can only watch her be happy in someone else's world forever. In the pain of being torn apart, I felt warmth in the corner of my eye. I seemed to have cried. It must not be me crying, it is the city in the sky crying, and she is using her tears to dissolve the sadness in my heart. You're crying, wipe your tears. I opened my eyes and realized that Mi Cai had not left yet, and she handed me a tissue. I did not pick up the tissue, and the tears were best left to dry in the wind, so that they would not leave any traces. Micah squatted down and looked at me. Her tone finally softened as she asked, did I say something too harsh just now? I shouldn't have mocked you for being a corpse. I remained silent for a long time before whispering, actually, it has nothing to do with you. Even if it really is a corpse, it only felt pain for a moment before it died. But the pain of being alive is this heart-rending feeling. Do you understand? Micah shook her head and said, I don't understand. All I'm thinking about now is when you'll move out of my house. Are you that annoying to me? I asked with a smile, my tears seemingly having dried up. Yes, your behavior really doesn't give me a good impression. You are a downright bastard. Mi Cai said bluntly. Really? But you don't know that the bastard in your eyes who has done so many bad things once had a clean city in his heart too. I don't quite understand what you're talking about. You don't need to understand because today this city has already broken away from my body and become a city in the sky that I will never be able to touch. I looked down and felt in my pockets, but there was no longer a cigarette for me to burn away my melancholy and mend my broken soul. Mi Cai didn't say anything. She sat down next to me, leaning against the railing behind her in the same posture. It became quieter and quieter around us, as if we were isolated from the hustle and bustle of the city by the night. A gust of night wind blew by, blowing out the equality of all living beings and extinguishing the fireworks of the world. I saw a cigarette on the ground that I had only half smoked and then extinguished. I picked it up, blew on it and lit it again. The smell of tobacco filled the air again, and it dissipated in the hazy light. I finally said to Mi Cai, I know you want me to go, and I will move out, just tomorrow. Is this time for real? It's real. I've even lost a city, so what do I care about a house? Mi Cai seemed a little curious. I always mention that city, and she asked me, what exactly does that sky city you talk about look like? I thought for a moment and said, she is a crystal clear but always silent city. She has a kind of magic that will make people forget their worries, forget their pain, forget their vanity. When you live there, nothing else matters because you will transform into a crystal clear bird that breaks free from all constraints and soars in the wind of freedom. But birds have to land after all, and will they still be crystal clear after landing? Mi Cai looked at me and asked. I don't know, because I haven't thought about what I'll look like after I land. Perhaps my pitiful appearance aroused Mi Cai's sympathy. That night, she didn't abandon me alone by the river. I rode in her car towards that bustling, somewhat illusory city. I had already made up my mind that after this night, I would move out of that old house. My life couldn't get any worse anyway, so I might as well do Mi Cai a favor and give her some peace and quiet. Along the way, we were both silent. I interpreted this silence as Mi Cai still being dissatisfied with the fact that I had deceived her several times today. My current destitution and pitiful state could not completely extinguish the flames of her anger. The fact that she was able to bring me back from the suburbs was already a very humane gesture. Back at the apartment complex where we live, Mi Cai parks the car, and she and I walk abreast of each other towards the entrance of the building. However, we unexpectedly discover that Banda is sitting on the steps at the entrance of the building, with an old black briefcase that has been in use for decades beside him. Chapter 21, The Significance of a Cockroach. Mi Cai and I walked towards Banda, and I asked, Banda, why didn't you call me when you came? The temperature drops drastically at night, and it's so cold for you to just sit there. I did, but you turned off your phone. Banda's reply was still very wooden, without the slightest trace of emotion. When Bandaddy said that, I remembered that I had thrown my phone into the moat in a drunken fit. I felt a pang of remorse in my heart. I don't earn much money, and all I do is waste it. Mi Cai greeted Bandaddy, hello, uncle. Hello to you too. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I bought some food at the supermarket and will cook for you, said Bandaddy, taking out a plastic bag from behind him. Inside were fish and some vegetables. Uncle, the congee you made last time was delicious, so I'm sure the food you cook will be delicious too, Mi Cai said to Banda with a smile I had never seen before, which made me realize that I really was an unpleasant person, not Mi Cai's lofty position. Banda just smiled at Mi Cai's praise and then gestured for us to go upstairs. When we went upstairs, Mi Cai walked in front, and Banda and I fell behind. I asked Banda, a little surprised, Banda, have you stayed in Suzhou these few days and not gone back? I went to Guangzhou for another exhibition, and I passed through Suzhou on my way back. Banda's answer was still concise. I thought about it and realized that it was almost winter, and it was the time when Banda's state-owned enterprise had the most orders for heaters. At this time of year, Banda had to go to many places to purchase raw materials. When he returned to the house, Banda went straight into the kitchen and started working. Mi Cai wanted to go into the kitchen to help Banda, but he refused. Then he went back to his room and I don't know what he was doing. I was sitting in the living room, lost in thought, still feeling a wave of bitterness in my heart. I knew this bitterness would stay with me for a long time, until the day I completely forgot about Jianwei. After a short while, Mi Cai walked out of her room, dressed in loungewear. She looked much more approachable, but still as beautiful as ever. It seemed that beauty was in her bones, and she would always be beautiful no matter what she wore. Sitting there like a statue. Can't you go help your father in the kitchen? Mi Cai seemed unhappy that I was doing nothing while her father was busy. You don't understand. He likes to cook alone. Is that so? Because he takes cooking as a pleasure, and if someone else helps, it's like they're taking away his pleasure. Oh, so the food he cooks must be really good, right? You're not a foodie, why do you ask so much? Do I have to be a foodie to ask? Everyone has the right to be curious. Mi Cai once again argued with me in a dissatisfied tone. We'll find out later, it's not like it'll take long. Mi Cai did not pursue the matter with me, turned around and went back to her room. Then she walked towards the bathroom, carrying a dirty laundry basket. I was a little surprised. I had never thought that a goddess like her would also have to do the laundry. I heard the sound of running water coming from the bathroom, and then the washing machine started to spin. Listening to the regular sound of the spinning, I became even more distracted, and for a moment I couldn't even feel my own existence. A scream came from the bathroom. Naturally, it was Mi Cai's voice. The loudness of the scream instantly woke me from my distraction, and before I knew it, Banda had already run to the bathroom with a large spoon in his hand. I followed him over. Although Banda and I made a big scene, and even a wolf can be killed, at this time, Mi Cai was just facing off against a cockroach that was perched on the bathtub. The cockroach was shaking its antennae with impunity, while Mi Cai had already lost her color. This was obviously an asymmetric contest, and the ridiculous thing was that the disadvantaged party was actually a living person. Mi Cai instinctively retreated when she saw me coming, hiding behind me. It was exactly the same as the plot of a 9 o'clock melodramatic Korean drama. I also got a chance to rescue the beauty, even though my opponent was just a cockroach. I walked over to the bathtub and picked up the cockroach by its antennae. The cockroach's emotions were very unstable. After a violent struggle, Mi Cai screamed again. I laughed to myself. Every time she choked me until I wanted to vomit blood, a cockroach that had been lurking in the dark corner could scare her to death. This is one thing bringing down another. I lifted the cockroach and said to Bandaddy, "Let's add a dish. It's been a long time since I ate meat. Stir-fried or steamed?" Mi Cai felt nauseous. Bandaddy seemed to be very protective of Mi Cai, and said with a stern face, "Stop it, throw it away quickly." I smiled at Mi Cai with disdain as I held the cockroach, and then threw it out the window. I sighed and said, "If it doesn't die from the fall, it will become a homeless, disabled cockroach that can't take care of itself. It's better to just let it die from the fall." Mi Cai naturally knew that I was using the cockroach to criticize her for always pushing me out of the way, but she was still in shock from the cockroach incident and just stood there in silence with a terrified expression on her face. So I suddenly had a childish and somewhat funny thought: if rich people are as afraid of cockroaches as Mi Cai, I'll just stuff my pockets with cockroaches and blackmail them, and I'll definitely become rich easily. After the emergency was over, Banda still went to the kitchen to get busy, but Michaela wouldn't let me leave the bathroom. She told me to stay and help her finish washing the clothes, for fear that a cockroach might pop out from a corner, or maybe a group of them, and they would definitely be relatives of the one that just came out. After a while, we finally finished washing the clothes. Michaela took them out of the drum, while I sat on the bathtub watching her. After a moment of silence, I said to her, "I'm moving out tomorrow." "I know. You must be pretty lonely on your own, right?" "Why would I be lonely?" I said, pretending to be very sad. "Right, why would you be lonely? You have cockroaches A, B, C, and D here to keep you company, playing hide and seek with you all the time. It's pretty lively." Mi Cai froze, then looked at me with anger, but I said calmly, "Hurry up and hang the laundry up, we're going to eat soon." At the table, Mi Cai, Banda, and I sat on each side. Banda, who was usually quiet, surprisingly took the initiative to ask Mi Cai, "Is the food to your liking, young lady?" Mi Cai nodded and said, "Uncle's cooking is delicious." I knew that this was definitely not a compliment. Banda's cooking was really good, especially the sweet and sour fish, which was superb. Mi Cai also knew what was good and ate only the sweet and sour fish. After Mi Cai's praise, Banda nodded and smiled, then looked at me as if to tell me, "Son, your father can only help you up to here, the rest is up to you." I would rather misinterpret the meaning in Ban's eyes, because there is no way that Mi Cai and I can develop into a couple. First, she is extremely tired of me. Second, I have not yet come out of the shadow of Jianwei and Xiangchen. Third, and most importantly, I am not good enough for her. Who has ever seen a beautiful girl driving a luxury car fall in love with an unreliable scumbag? Our meeting was not some wonderful arrangement. It was just God's way of letting me understand just how big the gap between people can be, and then letting me die in shame. What a fucking mean God. In the midst of my rambling thoughts, Banda said to me again, "Zhao Yang, after you finish eating, fix the water pipe. There's a bit of a leak at the joint, and if it gets colder, it might burst." "Got it," I answered. My father-in-law nodded and then said to me after a while, "Next time I'll bring more rice and flour from home. You'll be home from work early to cook dinner, and eating out is wasteful and not hygienic." After a while, he added, "You two are living together, so you need to take better care of the girl. You can cook, so you should do more of the housework. According to the agreement between Mi Cai and me, I have to move out tomorrow. Banda still uses his fantasies to forcibly bind Mi Cai and me together in the future. I feel a bit helpless, but I can't say anything. For example, if I tell him about moving out, he will mostly be disappointed. I nodded again, then looked at Mi Cai. Her expression didn't change, but she was eating very intently. Finally, Banda's attention shifted from me to Mi Cai, and he asked Mi Cai again, "My girl, is Zhao Yang causing you any trouble by living with you?" I was afraid that Mi Cai would reveal all my crimes, so I kicked her under the table to indicate that she should keep quiet, but she took advantage of the situation to stomp heavily on my toes, which hurt so much that I almost dropped the chopsticks in my hand. "Uncle, he's quite good. He just likes to smoke in the house, and he won't change even if you tell him," Mi Cai first praised and then criticized, revealing my crime to Banda. Banda looked at me with a stern face. I pretended not to see it, but Banda's eyes were still sharp and unrelenting as he looked at me, while Mi Cai had a gloating expression. "I'll change," I gave in helplessly, but I felt that such a compromise was meaningless. Mi Cai was also boring enough. I moved out immediately. Is it even worth arguing about whether or not to smoke in the house? After this little incident, Banda seemed in a good mood. He asked me to go to the kitchen and get the sticky rice wine he had brought last time. I poured him a glass and asked Mi Cai, "Do you want some?" Mi Cai passed the empty glass in front of him forward and said, "A little." I poured a little for Mi Cai and a little for myself, and so the three of us gathered around a not-so-big table for a family-style dinner on this night of lights and lanterns. Don't get me wrong, when I say family-style, I'm just referring to the fact that it's different from eating out, because Mi Cai and we are not family, and I'm afraid that after I move out, it will be hard to run into each other in this big city. Chapter 22, A Chance for Promotion. After dinner, Mi Cai and I walked Banda to the entrance of the residential compound. Banda's hotel was just across the street, but he would be leaving the next morning. As he was leaving, I asked him, "Banda, when will you come to Suzhou next time?" "Whenever you have time." "Next time I come, I'll bring you some rice and flour," Banda replied. When Bandaddy emphasized you, I felt helpless again. By the time he comes next time, I will have already left Mi Cai's house and drifted to the corners of this city. In fact, I don't want Bandaddy to come to Suzhou, because I have achieved nothing and my destitution always makes me feel extremely guilty when facing him. Bandaddy also reminded me, "You remember to fix the leaking water pipe when you go back later." I remember. My father nodded, patted my shoulder, then said nothing else, turned around and left. Looking at my father's departing back, I knew he wanted to say something to me, but he didn't say it. He didn't want to give me too much psychological burden. I lit a cigarette. My heart was overwhelmed with a sense of loss. Today, Fang Yuan and Yan Yan got married, Jian Wei became Xiang Chen's girlfriend, and I might as well not mention it. I thought, I should go back and pack my bags. Tomorrow night, I'll find a corner in this city where I can settle down, but not make a living. Mi Cai went upstairs before me, and I finished the cigarette before going back. When I entered the room, I found the toolbox and replaced the leaky pipe that Banda said was leaking. I also checked some other places to make sure there were no hidden dangers, and then I went back to my room to pack my bags. Mi Cai stood in the doorway of my room, wondering when I had arrived. She asked me, "Did you fix the leaky pipe?" "Yes, I also checked the rest of the house. If the pipes break in the future, or if you need to change a light bulb, just call me and I'll take care of it." I said this while packing my guitar in its case. "Oh, but there are still cockroaches in the house. Do you have a way to get rid of them?" I laughed and joked with Mi Cai, "If you can get rid of such a vigorous and lively person like me, you can't handle a few little cockroaches?" Mi Cai didn't say anything, just looked at me. "I'm just joking with you. After work tomorrow, I'll buy some insecticide powder and sprinkle it in the bathroom. It's almost winter, and cockroaches are generally not active, so you don't have to worry." "Oh." Mi Cai went back to his room again, and I continued packing my own luggage. Halfway through, I sat on the bed to rest, and looked around again. I took out a cigarette from my cigarette case, but didn't light it after all. I had been a jerk for so long, I should be a man of my word when I left, even if it was just a trivial little thing. I put the cigarette back in the case, and lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling habitually, emptying my mind, not wanting to think about what had happened at noon. The next day, I went to work as usual. Today, I had another meeting with the representative of Gucci. This was the last meeting before Gucci set up a counter in our shopping mall. If it went well, I would get a short breather. Since Fang Yuan handed over the responsibility of Gucci to me, I have been working overtime. I was standing in the mall square with the Gucci representative discussing advertising space. The Gucci representative asked me, the advertising space you promised us in the center of the main entrance must be implemented as soon as possible to coincide with our opening promotion. Of course, it's no problem. We've reserved this advertising space for you, Gucci, a long time ago. Your entry will also raise the operating standards of our mall to a certain extent, and the high-quality resources of the mall will definitely be used by you international first-tier brands first. The representative of Gucci nodded and said, we Gucci are willing to enter your mall because we can see your sincerity in the business plan. There are more than just your Bali department store in Suzhou's high-end malls. Yes, I responded, but I didn't want to say too much flattery. Accompanying the Gucci representative on a tour of the mall, she suddenly stopped and looked at the promotional posters placed in the middle of the aisle. Miss Xiao, what's wrong? I was a little puzzled. The set of promotional posters she was looking at were the ones that Yao had originally shot. What do you think of this mannequin? She asked me. The sense of perspective is very strong, and the plasticity is also very good. The temperament and appearance are more international, and it can create an artistic advertising image for the product. By the way, she is also 1/4 Italian, I answered truthfully. That's quite a coincidence, we at Gucci are an Italian brand, do you know her well? I hesitated before replying, we're friends, I guess. Ms. Zhao nodded and looked at the poster of Yao Lu again. After a moment, she said to me, I think her image and temperament are very in line with the positioning of our products. Contact her and help us shoot a set of promotional posters for the opening. I was a bit troubled and said, I'm afraid that's not possible, she's currently filming in Hengdian and won't have time for the next few months. Ms. Zhao frowned and said, I don't want to hear words like I'm afraid or should. Your answer makes me question the execution capabilities of your shopping mall. We have already come this far in our negotiations, and I don't want such trivial matters to affect our cooperative relationship. This blunt threat made me feel uncomfortable, but thinking that this project was related to Fan Yuan's future, I didn't lose my temper. But instinctively, I didn't want to contact Yao. Furthermore, shooting a promotional poster like this might require location scouting, which could not be completed in a day or two. And Yao was a newcomer to the crew, so it was impossible to make the entire production accommodate her schedule. Naturally, Yao would regard filming as her top priority. If I asked her to come back, I would be making things difficult for her. Miss Xiao, I'll try my best to get in touch with her, but I can't promise you that she'll be able to find the time, I said, not really intending to get in touch with you, Yao. Miss Xiao waved her hand impatiently and said, forget it, I won't make things difficult for you. I'll go talk to your manager, Chen. She left me alone and walked towards the office area. Sure enough, as I expected, after I returned to the office for a short while, I was notified by phone to go to the manager's office. I felt another wave of dissatisfaction. This was obviously using my superior to pressure me. For a small staff member like me, she was too lazy to talk to me about nonsense. I entered the manager's office, and the manager, Chen Jingming, was sitting unhappily in his office chair. I'm here, Manager Chen. Do you know why I'm looking for you? Chen Jingming asked me with a cold face. I don't know, I responded negatively. Chen Jingming's tone rose a few notches as his fingers tapped on the desk. Jiayan, how can you be so confused? Gucci is the 8th international first-tier brand to enter our mall. Do you know what this means for our mall? It means that according to international rating standards, our mall has officially reached the level of a top-level department store B. It's a landmark achievement. Manager, I know this even if you don't ask yourself. Chen Jingming said to me, suppressing his temper, if something goes wrong at this critical time, not only you personally, but our entire planning department will be in trouble. Don't make this difficult for me. What can I do if the schedule for the print models really can't be arranged? Besides, both sides have invested a lot of human resources in this project of setting up a counter in our mall. It's not worth ruining a partnership that has been negotiated for so long over something as trivial as a poster. No one can afford to be complacent before the contract is officially signed. Other shopping malls are eyeing the Gucci brand, and it is not impossible that Gucci will terminate the cooperation plan at the last minute. Chen Jingming's expression became increasingly stern as he spoke. I continued helplessly, even if the company fires me, I can't guarantee anything about this. Chen Jingming stared at me for a long time with a creepy look in his eyes and said, there's something you probably don't know yet. The board of directors really values this Gucci counter in our company. If we can smoothly set up the counter, there will be major personnel changes in our planning department. Fan Yuan, as the direct person in charge of the entire project, will have the opportunity to take the position of deputy manager of the planning department, and you will have a very good chance of replacing Fang Yuan and becoming the leader of the copywriting planning team. Today is the end of the 3rd chapter. Come on, click on the chapter below to see how many previous readers have come back. I haven't officially given the website a recommendation yet, but the readers who are reading it now are basically all readers of the previous book. Chapter 23, Pay Your Debts. Before it concerned Fang Yuan and my own promotion opportunities, I waited carefully in my heart. In fact, I was fine, but it was mainly Fang Yuan. If he could really be promoted to deputy manager of the planning department, his treatment and status in the company would both take a qualitative leap, and his future would be bright. Zhao Yang, if you can't fix this, I'll let Fang Yuan handle it, and he shouldn't take any more wedding leave. Chen Jingming looked at me with a forced expression and said, "No, manager. If I can't fix it, he can't fix it either, and he doesn't know the flat model well." Chen Jingming softened his tone and said to me, "In fact, the contract to enter the store will be signed soon. According to my guess, the incident of Kuchi borrowing a flat model is just a final test of our company's sincerity in cooperating. Even if there is no such incident, it is estimated that other unexpected events will be created. Whether or not Gucci will set up a counter in our department store will not only affect the interests of the company, but also the interests of our planning department, including yourself. So no matter what you think, you must help the company get through this final hurdle." After weighing up the pros and cons for a long time, I finally nodded and said, "I'll do my best." "Do your best is not good enough, you must make it happen, you must promise me." Chen Jingming adjusted his glasses and his tone left no room for negotiation. "This matter must be done regardless of whether it succeeds or not. Now I can only hope that Yu Yao can free up her schedule." After weighing up the pros and cons, I nodded and said, "I will make it happen." Chen Jingming finally let out a long breath of relief and said, "That's great." I thought to myself, "You're fine, but I have to shamelessly beg a woman I'd rather not beg. Do you fucking know?" As I was preparing to leave, Chen Jingming stopped me again. "Zhao Yang, don't call that print model yet. Isn't she filming in Hengdian? Why don't you go to Hengdian tomorrow? You've come all this way, so you might as well tell her in person, and she won't be able to refuse so easily. The manager is very considerate and wise." I said with a forced smile, but no matter how I looked at it, I felt that he was like an old fox with no shame. He was doing this desperate thing, but did he ever think about how others would feel if they couldn't make the arrangements and it was hard to refuse? That evening after work, I was sitting on the bus home, feeling restless. The source of my restlessness was the fact that I had to go to Hengdian to see Yao tomorrow, and that I had to move out of the house I had lived in for 2 years that night. My restlessness turned into frustration. It seemed that I could never decide on my own life. Often, other people's words would shatter my love, my work, and my life to pieces. For example, there was Jane Wei, the female representative from Gucci, and also Mi Cai. Back in that old house, I subconsciously looked into Mi Cai's room. Her door was still closed, so she probably hadn't come home yet. Whether she came home or not was none of my business. What I needed to do now was to keep my promise and move out of this house for good. I went back to my room and started packing again. I had already packed most of my things yesterday, so I just packed some of the beddings and that was it. After I finished packing, I turned on the computer and searched for furnished apartments on the city's online community. I found a few that met the requirements, but all of them required 6 months' rent and a 3-month security deposit. After doing the math, I realized I would need at least 10,000 yuan in rent. I was at a loss. I only had a few thousand yuan left, and my salary from last month would not be paid until the day after tomorrow. Even if I got paid, I couldn't use it all to pay rent. I had to save some for living expenses. I had no choice but to lower my requirements and start looking for a room to share with others, in a house with a relatively low rent. Time passed quietly, and when I came back to my senses, the night had already filled the city with lights. I wiped my face heavily to relieve the tiredness from staring at the computer for a long time. I had to take a break and continue looking for a place to live. I couldn't really be homeless on the streets, I was already down and out enough. I looked out the window in confusion, and once again my soul felt lonely in the midst of all the lights. At that moment, I really longed to have a place of my own in this city where I had lived for more than 2 years, a woman who would wait for me to come home every day, and say goodbye to living without a permanent home, to the loneliness at night, and to the bitterness of being alive. After a while, I heard the sound of the door opening outside. I knew that it was Mi Cai who had returned, but at that moment I could face her with a clear conscience, because I had finally not broken my promise to her. I would be moving out of here soon. Mi Cai stood in front of my room with her handbag and the slippers she had just changed into. She looked at the packed luggage and asked me, "Have you found a new place?" "Don't worry, whether I find a place or not, I'll be moving out tonight," I replied, subconsciously thinking that Mi Cai would like this answer. "Oh," Mi Cai responded, "but she didn't leave." After a moment, as if remembering something, he asked me, "Did you say you were going to buy some insecticide to sprinkle in the bathroom today?" Buying insecticide was far less important than moving, and I was forced by my boss to go to Hengdian to find Lu Yao, so I really ignored it. I apologized to Mi Cai. "I'm sorry, I forgot." "You can buy some yourself. If you don't want to run, you can buy it online, it's very convenient." Mi Cai's expression turned unhappy. "This is something you promised me. How can you be so irresponsible?" "I've had a frustrating day. I haven't found a place to live yet, so how can I be in a good mood?" My tone also became heavy. "Can responsibility pay the bills? You bring this up with me every day, isn't it annoying?" Mi Cai did not expect my reaction to be so fierce. She froze for a moment, then lowered her face and nodded, saying to me, "Fine, then pay me back the money you owe me. I don't have to be responsible for you." I was speechless for a long time, and once again fell into the misery of having no money. It was a long time before I said in a low voice, "You said that as long as I moved out, I didn't have to hurry to pay back the money I borrowed from you. Who cares about you? It's only natural to pay your debts," Mi Cai said to me with a cold face. "How can you say that? We've been living under the same roof for several days, is it really necessary to push me to the wall like this?" I buried my head and said, not knowing what I felt in my heart. Mi Cai smiled disdainfully and said, "I'm not pushing you to the wall. You've been working for several years, why don't you have any savings? You should understand that the one pushing you to the wall is yourself." Mi Cai's words ruthlessly opened up the deepest scar in my heart, and in an instant, a sense of inferiority and shame made me feel utterly ashamed. In my helplessness, I saw the guitar that I had set in the corner. At the time, this guitar was specially ordered by Jianwei at a piano shop for my birthday, and then given to me as a birthday present. It was made with very good materials and was worth far more than 10,000. Looking at the guitar, I once again felt the sorrow of things being different from what they once were. I got up and took the guitar to Mi Cai, handed it to her and said, "This guitar is your debt, you can definitely sell it to someone who knows the trade for more than 10,000 yuan. Without waiting for Mi Cai to say whether she would accept the guitar as payment, I already dragged my luggage, not daring to even look at the house one more time, and walked out of the house with my head down. Chapter 24, The Price of Growth. Having already left the old neighborhood behind, I dragged my luggage along the city streets for a long time before finding a stone bench in a square where I could rest. I placed my luggage on one side of the bench, lit a cigarette and sat down. Looking at the flashing neon lights attached to the tall buildings, a sense of panic arose in my heart about not knowing where to go. Hurry up and avoid the lights and shadows of this city. I looked up at the sky, searching for the city in the sky that had already detached itself from my body. I don't know when, a group of square dancing grandmothers with fans came to the square, and the sound of the music that started immediately drowned me out. In the suffocation, I couldn't see the city in the sky any clearer. Maybe it had long since hidden behind the moon, or maybe it had been blown away by the gust of wind just now. But this night, I will eventually find a place to rest in this city. I took out my phone from my pocket and dialed Robin's number. He lives near the train station, and since I'm taking the train to Hengdian tomorrow, I might as well stay at his place for the night. Amidst the noise, Robin answered the phone. "Zhao Yang, is there something you need? Are you still performing at the bar?" "Yes, our band is about to go on." "Oh, that. I want to stay at your place for the night. Is that okay?" Lobin smiled and said, "What's not okay? Come to the bar now, wait for me to finish work, and we'll go back together. I'll go directly to where you live, and I won't go to the bar. Come on, I'll buy you a drink. I still have several coupons." "I really won't go," I said, hung up the phone, and left the question of why I wouldn't go to Lobin. After leaving the square, I took a taxi directly to Robin's place. It was still early, so I went to the train station and bought a ticket for the morning train from Suzhou to Yiwu. It was almost midnight when Robin returned from the bar, and I had already fallen asleep in the hallway leaning against my luggage. Robin woke me up, complaining, "You've changed lately. You don't want to go to the bar, and you'd rather sleep in the hallway and wait." I just smiled and didn't say anything. Ruben asked me as he opened the door, "Have you moved?" "Yes, I haven't found a suitable place yet. I have to go to Hengdian for business tomorrow, so I might as well crash at your place for the night." "Stay as long as you like." He then looked at the luggage on the floor and asked, "Where's your awesome guitar?" I felt a pang of sadness. After all, it was a guitar that had accompanied me for several years, but I said to Ruben nonchalantly, "I pawned it to pay off a debt." Ruben stared at me with wide eyes and sighed, "Paid off the debt? You're in such a mess. I've played with you a few times before, but you were so reluctant to lend it that you actually used it to pay off a debt. Forget about it, help me carry my luggage in." Lopen lived in the smallest attic on the top floor. It was only a narrow room, but there was a small balcony at the back of the house. There was a bathroom shared by many people and a clothesline on the balcony. The living conditions were not good. Turning on the light, I saw a few leather jackets simply hung on the hangers, a guitar in the corner, a few pairs of Martin boots on the shoe rack, and a few suitcases. There were no other decorations, except for the beer cans scattered messily on the table, which was not too messy. After arranging the luggage, Robin took out 2 buckets of instant noodles from an unknown suitcase and made a bucket for me and one for himself as a midnight snack. After a short while, the empty instant noodle boxes were dumped upside down on the abandoned flower pots below the balcony. There were a few cans of beer next to the 2 of them, and they sat on top of the balcony railing. Ripping open a can of beer each, Robin and I clinked glasses, tilted our heads back, and suddenly the half-full beer went down our throats. "Zhao Yang, I can see that you've been quite depressed lately. What kind of blow have you taken that you don't even go to the bar anymore?" "I live a carefree life, so what kind of blow could I take?" I said, gulping down the rest of the beer in the can, but staring blankly into the distance. In the distance, the lights on the giant billboard for Maxwell's still twinkled in the early morning of this late night. Lopen didn't pursue the matter, and followed my gaze into the distance. After a long time, he patted me on the shoulder in sympathy. We were both struggling outsiders in this city, and we shared some of the same pains. There was actually no need to make it all too clear. The wind whistled past us with the cold of the night, and Robin and I still sat on the railing, looking out, having drunk another can of beer. In the quiet of the night, people always think more. Robin seemed to have remembered someone, and opened another can of beer, but I stopped him. "Drinking too much is never good. I almost jumped into the moat yesterday because I drank too much." "Thinking about a woman?" I asked Robin with a smile. "Yes, drinking makes me think of her," Robin said bluntly. I knew that Robin had once had a girlfriend he loved very deeply, so I nudged him and said, "Do you still have a picture of that girlfriend? Show it to me." Robin took out his wallet from his pocket and pulled out a photo from the folder and handed it to me. I could see the woman in the photo by the light shining from a distance. She had a very good face, and was a very intellectual and elegant woman. Lopen was a little lost in thought, and it was a long time before he said to me, "It's been almost 3 years since we broke up, and now she should be getting married." "Why did you break up?" Lopen smiled sadly. "She was born into a family of teachers, her parents were both university professors, a scholarly family, and I play music, I don't have a stable income, living day to day, I didn't want to delay her." "So you ran from Beijing to Suzhou without telling her?" Lopen nodded and said after a long while, "In fact, she later followed me to Suzhou, and we lived together for another 6 months." "Then why did you break up?" I asked, a little puzzled. "Her parents came to see me and said that they had already arranged a job for her at a university in Beijing, and asked me to let her go back to Beijing." "You really let her go, you idiot?" Lopen nodded and said, "I let her go. I told her that I had found another woman." "Did she believe you?" Lopen smiled and said, "She definitely didn't believe it." "So? I found a prostitute, right in this room, in front of her." Lopen didn't say anything more, and his face still had a smile on it, but I could see a heart that had died in that smile. I sighed heavily and said, "Why did you have to do things so decisively? If I don't do this, she won't go. A short pain is better than a long one." Robin tilted his head and gulped down the beer in the can, but some of the liquid ran down his neck and into his lapel. I was silent. Despite Robin's casual words, I could see a heart-rending love story in his helplessness. I knew Robin would never forget that woman. "Forget about me, let's see a picture of your girlfriend," Robin said, nudging me. I also took out a photo of Janeway from the wallet's compartment and handed it to Robin. In fact, neither of us is willing to forget the past, because it is so precious. The light from the opposite side was not enough, so Robin lit a lighter and looked at the photo of Janeway in the flames. "Your girlfriend is beautiful, not just beautiful." When I heard the word beautiful, suddenly the face of my female tenant appeared in my mind again, but this did not surprise me, because in the life I have lived, I have never seen a woman more beautiful than Mi Cai. For just a moment, I returned to reality, and while the flame was still burning, I looked at the familiar yet strange face of Jianwei in the photo. My heart ached, and I thought, it won't be long before she marries Xiang Chen too. Loban returned Jianwei's photo to me and also asked, "What about you? Why did you break up?" I recalled and said after a long time, she called and broke up with me a year after she went to the United States. Why did she break up with you? Loban pursued. I don't know, she didn't say, I replied with the same smile as Loban just had. You didn't ask? I nodded. I really didn't ask Jane why she broke up with me, because I felt that if Jane wanted to say, she would tell me without me asking, or maybe my subconscious didn't believe that we could last forever, and there would be a day of parting after all. And for something that was expected, what would happen if I asked for a result? Aren't you afraid that there is still some misunderstanding between you? Robin reminded me. I froze for a moment and said, what misunderstanding could there be? Love is just a passing cloud, let's not talk about it. Go get the guitar and let's play a song together, forget all that nonsense. Loban fetched the guitar from inside the house, tried it out and asked me, do you want to use your key or mine? Whatever. Loban plucked the guitar strings and a melody drifted through the night air, Li Zongxing's The Price of Love. Let's go, people always have to learn to grow up on their own. Let's go, life is inevitably full of pain and struggle. Let's go, find a home for your heart. I have also shed tears of sadness and broken hearts. This is the price of love. Maybe I will occasionally still miss her, occasionally I can't help but think of her. Just think of him as an old friend, who also makes my heart ache and makes me care. It's just that there are no more sparks in my heart, so let the past go with the wind. The song drifted out of our mouths, full of vicissitudes, but I didn't understand whether the price of love was just tears of sadness and broken hearts. But I knew that the price of growing up was the love that had already passed away in the flow of time. In this late night when I should have seen through it, I still regretted my lost love, and I regretted Robin and that nameless Beijing girl. Early the next morning, I caught the train to Yiwu. After arriving in Yiwu, I had to transfer to Hengdian. I knew that I had to do something for myself. If this time Yu Yao agreed to come back and help Gucci shoot the promotional posters for the opening, my career would see its first improvement. I would be promoted to team leader of the planning and copywriting team, and my monthly salary would exceed 10,000 yuan. Perhaps my life would then stabilize. Sitting on the train heading south, I said to myself for the first time, work hard, Zhao Yang. Don't let anyone look down on you. Chapter 25, The Night in Fantasy Valley. The train arrived in Yiwu at noon. I hurriedly ate lunch at the station and then took the express train to Hengdian. At 3 p.m. I finally arrived in Hengdian town, found a family hotel on Wanqing North Street and checked in. Only then did I dial the phone number that Lu Yao had left me. Perhaps Lu Yao was in the middle of a scene and was too busy to answer my call. I sent her another text message to let her know that I had arrived in Hengdian and to ask her to pick me up quickly. After a long time, Lu Yao didn't reply to the text message, and I wasn't in the mood to go out and explore. I just lay on the bed in the hotel, found a magazine and flipped through the pages. The window of my room faces west, and after a while I saw the sunset in the dusk. The sun was lying softly on the quilt next to me, and the air was full of a lazy smell. I yawned and fell asleep for a moment. When I woke up, it was already getting dark, and Lu Yao finally sent me a message back. She told me to go to the Imperial Garden in the Ming and Qing Palace to find her. Her film crew was filming there, and several big names also had scenes today, saying that they would get me autographs. In fact, I really wanted to go, but I really didn't have much cash on me. I had to go back to get reimbursed for the travel expenses, and spending more than 100 yuan to go in and meet a few celebrities was a waste. I could only reply to her message with regret, telling her to wait for her outside the scenic spot. At sunset, outside the scenic area, there were still quite a few extras crouching in wait for the call of the film crew. Their dull eyes revealed their longing. I really saw the hardships of life in them. But no one is born to live like this in torment. But there are just so many people struggling and suffering, like me, like these extras waiting. I crouched down next to one of the extras, chatting with him to relieve my boredom while waiting for Yu Yao. As the sky grew dark, I saw several film crew cars drive out of the scenic area, but still no sign of Yao. I muttered to myself, this cheating woman, there's no way she's filming tonight. While I was still wondering, I saw Lu Yao at the entrance, dressed in a Qing Dynasty court costume. It seemed that she hadn't had time to change her costume yet, and she was standing at the ticket office, looking around. I got up and walked towards Lu Yao. She finally noticed me and smiled, running towards me. Lu Yao took my arm and said, relieved, I've finally made it back through time. Lu Yao took my arm again and asked with a happy tone, Xiao Yangzi, tell me the truth, what is the reason for coming all the way to Hengdian to find this palace? It's definitely not to be your husband, I pushed Lu Yao aside again. Then I'll send you to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to be an eunuch, Lu Yao said, pinching me on the waist, but still smiling on her face. Her mood seemed very good. I was in pain from her strangling, so I sternly reprimanded her, stop messing around, act properly, and behave yourself. What happens if I don't behave myself? I said with a stern face. Lu Yao laughed loudly, saying, Jiayang, I just love seeing you look so serious while saying such rascal things. I accompanied Yao to her hotel to change clothes, and the two of us wandered the streets of Wanqing North Street. Even though Yao had yet to become famous in the entertainment industry, passers-by still cast admiring glances her way. I felt that it was only a matter of time before she became famous. Not only was she beautiful, she also had star quality, and her acting skills were superb, at least I had the misfortune of witnessing it. At this time, I did not mention the purpose of this trip to Yuyao. I always felt that this would be a very difficult and disheartening thing for her, and that it would be better to enjoy the relaxation and freedom before the night. It was my first time in Hengdian, so I couldn't help but look around the streets as I walked. Yao was only interested in the street food, and from time to time she asked me what I wanted to eat. As the crowd moved towards the end of the street, Yao suddenly pulled me over and pointed to a barbecue restaurant on the side of the street, saying, Zhao Yang, let's go have some barbecue. I looked at the barbecue restaurant and saw that it was absolutely packed. I said, there are too many people, let's go somewhere else. A crowd means it's good. You don't know? This barbecue restaurant is very famous. When Fan Bingbing came to Hengdian to film, she waited in line for more than 20 minutes just to try the barbecue here. Lu Yao said, dragging me in the direction of the restaurant. Wait 20 minutes. Even Fan Bingbing is stupid. I stood still and refused to go, not because I didn't want to eat barbecue, but because I didn't want to wait. She's not stupid, she's a foodie. Lu Yao corrected me. I still refused to move. Lu Yao suddenly looked at me with excitement and shouted behind me, hey, it's Fan Bingbing. I subconsciously turned my head, and Lu Yao took the opportunity to use brute force to drag me into the store and mock me, look at the way you can't wait to turn your head, your neck didn't break, did it? If Fan Bingbing really broke her neck, I'd be happy. I said to Lu Yao, but once again I was fooled by her acting skills. Good for nothing. Yao said, pushing me into my chair while she went to the queue to order. During dinner, the night had crept up on us. We and Yao were having a good appetite while drinking Sprite and eating barbecue. I took another big sip of Sprite, wiped the sweat from my forehead, and asked Yao, you said I've eaten so much, but why can't I taste the taste of Fan Bingbing? Lu Yao looked at me disdainfully and replied, you're silly, you're eating barbecue, not Fan Bingbing. I was speechless for a while and said, just forget I asked. Lu Yao smirked at me proudly and said, I just love seeing you when you can't do anything about it. Hurry up and eat, and after we eat, let's go for a walk in Fantasy Valley. At 7:30 p.m., Lu Yao and I arrived at Fantasy Valley, one of the attractions in Hengdian. After entering the scenic area, we realized that at night, it is almost a world made up of light and shadow. Although it is not the peak tourist season, it is still very lively. Lu Yao and I strolled around for a while, and finally sat on the wooden benches under the Ferris wheel to rest. I closed my eyes to rest, not really liking the blurry lights here. When I opened my eyes, I found that Lu Yao was also closing her eyes. I nudged Lu Yao and asked, why are you closing your eyes? Lu Yao still had her eyes closed, but with a dreamy expression, she answered, I imagine this place is a stage surrounded by lights, and I've transformed into a celebrity with shining starlight, standing in the center of the stage. I always knew what Lu Yao's dream was, and I also knew how important opportunities were for a newcomer who had graduated from film school. In fact, in terms of pursuing dreams alone, Lu Yao and I were worlds apart. That's why she liked the hazy lights here, while I was enchanted by the crystal clarity of that city. The Ferris wheel continues to carry all kinds of people spinning in the air. I was so lost in my thoughts that I didn't realize when Yu Yao had taken my arm and snuggled into my embrace. I was lost in her rare tenderness. I'm very happy to be with you, Yu Yao said softly, leaning into my embrace again. This time I didn't push Lu Yao away. In fact, it was good to let her lean on me like this. At the moment, there was no overflow of passion for me, but there was the warmth of depending on each other. I seemed to rely on this warmth a lot, and I also hugged Lu Yao tightly. In between breaths, the faint perfume on her body was sucked into my lungs along with the coolness of the night, and I was briefly lucid before becoming confused again. A drop of warm tears fell on my hand. Lu Yao hugged me even tighter and said to me, choking with emotion, "Zhao Yang, I'm really tired here. I'm so helpless. Every day I have to watch other people's faces, afraid of the unspoken rules, afraid of the intrigues in the crew. Only in your arms can I feel secure." Lu Yao's words made me feel a little frightened. I myself am teetering in the wind and rain, where can I find support? I had no words of comfort, and I could only use my hand to wipe the tears from Lu Yao's face. Apart from lending her my body to lean on, there was nothing else I could do for her. The wind that had been blowing finally died down a little, and Lu Yao left my body. Only then did she look at me and ask, "You must have come to see me for something this time, right?" I'll stop at 3 chapters for today. The promised 4,500 flowers are way off. I was going to wait until midnight to see if you guys would catch up, but the little guys at the computer station are still a bit weak. Tomorrow, I'll check out the mobile site. I'd finished writing a book, and only today did I suddenly realize that there are still a lot of people reading on the 17K mobile site. Tomorrow, the mobile site is recommending over 70, and I'll add an extra chapter. The mobile site, are you going to be stronger than the computer site? We'll see tomorrow. Now that I know there is a mobile site, I suddenly feel like I've found some fun. From now on, I'll encourage the mobile site to compete with the computer site every day. Chapter 26, Will We Be Together? The Ferris wheel behind me stopped spinning, and a new group of people got on. After a long time, I nodded under Yao's gaze and said, "Well, I did come to Hengdian to find you this time for something." Yao said with an expression of expectation, "You definitely didn't come because you wanted me to come find you, and you don't think about me at all." "Don't say that, it makes me feel like a villain, only finding you when I have something to do." Lu Yao smiled and asked teasingly, "So have you been thinking about me these days?" "Again." "Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore. Tell me, what do you want with me?" I was silent for a while before asking, "Do you have any free time recently?" "The crew just started shooting, so basically there's always something to do every day," Lu Yao replied. "So busy?" I exclaimed. Lu Yao nodded and said, "Well, the schedule has been very tight recently. There are 2 night scenes tonight, and I have to go back to the crew later, so I can't stay with you for long." My heart sank. I knew that there was a high possibility that I would return empty-handed this time, and I didn't want to force Lu Yao. After a moment of silence, I said to her, "You go back first. I didn't come to see you for anything important, so if you don't have time, that's fine." Lu Yao looked at her watch and said to me, "I have to go." I smiled and said, "Go ahead." Before leaving, Lu Yao asked me again, "Where do you live?" "Li's Inn." "Oh, then I'll go now. Bye, Zhao Yang." Lu Yao waved to me and then trotted off. The Ferris wheel was still spinning, but suddenly I felt lonely. I lay on the bench and didn't want to go back to the hotel. Although I had promised the leader that I would definitely make it happen, I didn't want to force Lu Yao. Since she really didn't have any free time, I just let fate decide. The reason I gave up so easily is because I know Lu Yao's situation. She is just a newcomer on the crew and has to do what others tell her a lot of the time. And with the tight schedule, it is really difficult to find time for her. After all, you can't ask the crew to stop working to accommodate her. In fact, I should be happy for Lu Yao. Not being able to find time for her just shows that she has a very important role in this movie. Maybe she can really become famous with this movie. Back at the hotel, I took a hot shower to relieve some of my fatigue, then lay down on the bed. I couldn't help worrying about my own and Fan Yuan's future at work. I just hoped that Chen Jingming was overreacting and Gucci wouldn't necessarily terminate this collaboration over this issue. I couldn't sleep for a long time, and the time had already reached the early morning as I anxiously racked my brain. The world gradually bid farewell to the hustle and bustle and fell into silence. I walked over to the window, opened it, lit a cigarette, and looked out at the gray outside, again trying to empty my mind of all thoughts. Suddenly, there was a doorbell. At first I thought it was the neighbors, but then I heard that it was my own room. I was a little puzzled. In theory, such a guest house would not provide any special services, so who was it at this late hour? I looked through the peephole and saw that it was actually Yao standing there. I opened the door and Lu Yao smiled at me and said, "What do you think?" Surprised? Just surprised, not happy. I was really surprised by Lu Yao. I never expected her to come to see me at this time. Lu Yao came into the room, put her cosmetics and toiletries in the bathroom, and then said to me, "I came to see you as soon as my movie was finished." I'll be staying with you tonight. Do you really need to? I asked, standing in the doorway to the bathroom. Yes, but not tonight. You should know that you can't have sex for a month after your period. You should know that, Zhao Yang. Lu Yao said to me as she removed her makeup. Why can't you change your nature? You're such a rascal, and you've come here. Do you know how hard it is for me to spend the night? Just think of something to solve it. Lu Yao said nonchalantly. I didn't say anything else. I lay on the bed watching TV. After washing up, Lu Yao got into the quilt in her pajamas and lay down next to me. Then she leaned against my chest and hugged me, saying, Don't watch TV anymore. I can't do it again, so why don't I watch TV? I still stared at the TV. Lu Yao found the remote control and turned off the TV. The room suddenly became quiet. She rarely spoke seriously to me and said, Go ahead, what is the real reason for coming to see me this time? I told you it's not a big deal. I said, reaching for the remote control again. I'm not stupid. If you just want to sleep with me for one night, is it worth the trip from Suzhou to Hongdian? Lu Yao said, snatching the remote control from me again. I didn't come here to sleep with you, did I? Then don't beat around the bush and tell me why you came to see me. Under Lu Yao's repeated questioning, I finally said, Recently, Gucci is talking to our department store about setting up a counter. A female representative from Gucci saw the promotional posters you took of our mall and thought your image was a good fit for Gucci's product positioning. They hope you can take a set of promotional posters for Gucci to go with the opening promotion. I added, if you can't arrange your schedule, that's fine. So does your company value the cooperation with Gucci? Our department store currently has 7 international first-tier brands operating on site, and with the addition of Gucci, it will be exactly 8, reaching the standard of a top department store B category, which is equivalent to an upgrade to a higher level. We do take it quite seriously, I replied. Look at you, if I didn't ask, you wouldn't have mentioned such an important matter, would you? Lu Yao sounded a little resentful. If you really don't have the time, it's useless for me to say anything. You should still focus on your work, there's really no need to force yourself. After a moment of silence, Yue Yao asked me, how many days will it take to film? 2 days should be enough, or maybe 1 day. I'm not sure yet how Gucci plans to film. Yue Yao nodded and said, that's good. In fact, before I came here, I already told the director that I might need to take some time off. He said he could arrange 2 days off for me. You should communicate with Gucci to see when the filming will take place. A stone in my heart suddenly fell to the ground. I reminded Yue Yao, don't force yourself. It's okay to go the extra mile for you. The night was endless, and there was only a dim nightlight left in the room. Lu Yao was still curled up in my arms, and neither of us seemed sleepy. Zhao Yang, do you think we'll be together? I didn't know why Lu Yao suddenly asked this question, and I was stunned for a long time before answering, we're not from the same world. Your future is bright, but I've always had to make do with what I have. The reason we're sleeping together now is more about emptiness and physical needs. Maybe. After taking this path, I no longer expect love. Hearing the word love suddenly, I felt it was so empty and unfamiliar that I temporarily forgot that I was still talking to Lu Yao. We fell into silence, but experienced the helplessness of being alive. Even though we were sleeping together at the moment, we would not really live together, because we were not walking the same path. One day, we would part ways and not see each other again. Lu Yao, let's not get along like this anymore, otherwise it will become a burden on us in the future, I said at last after a long time. Lu Yao hugged me again, and after a long silence, she finally said in a calm tone, well, after this night, let's be friends. That night, Lu Yao and I slept in the same bed. She kept hugging me and slept peacefully. I knew that what she needed was not a friend, nor a boyfriend, but just someone to lean on so that she would not sink in this heavy reality. And what about me? Maybe what I need is a woman with whom I can lead a proper life, someone to whom I can give my heart and be comforted. But where is she? I remember, on the other side of the world, I looked for her, but she wasn't there. I looked for her in the lights of the city, but she wasn't there either. It's the middle of the night, and I've already received over 70 recommendations on the phone app before 10 p.m. I'll add another chapter. My friends on the phone app, it's up to you now. Chapter 27, Don't Let Me See You in Suzhou. The next morning, I left Hengdian and returned to Suzhou in the afternoon. I went to the company first and then reported the situation to the manager Qin Jingming. In this way, the incident of shooting promotional posters for Gucci was resolved with the promise that Yao gave me. That evening after work, I sat in the office for a long time without leaving. Leaving the house where I had lived for more than 2 years, the panic of having nowhere to go haunted me. In fact, habit is really a very scary thing. My current pain comes entirely from habit. I'm used to the love that Janwei once gave me, and I'm used to the warmth and comfort that house once gave me. I don't really understand what's been going on all these years. Why do I always lose the precious things in life, and gain so little in return? Maybe I know the answer, but I don't want to admit it, so I console myself. I've finally seen some hope in my work, and the progress I've made at work will definitely make life better in the future, so I'll gather myself and prepare to embrace a new life. After leaving the company, I didn't go looking for a new place to live. I decided to stay with Robin for the time being. At least at night, the two equally lonely and disillusioned men could chat about music and this bullshit life. Wandering the streets alone, I was bored out of my mind, so I decided to go to the bar to find Robin and have a few more drinks. I left immediately and hailed a taxi to the bar where Robin sang. When I arrived at the bar, it was still the same scene of revelry as usual, and the same crowd with their hips swaying. I just found a relatively quiet corner and sat down. Robin came over with a few bottles of beer, sat down opposite me, and handed me another bottle of beer, saying, "I thought you were insulated from here, so why are you here again?" I looked around and said jokingly, "I came here to breathe in some decadent air, because I've been living a bit too happily lately." Loban clinked his bottle with mine and asked with a smile, "You're just used to hard times, what's wrong with living a little?" I also smiled, raised my bottle and said, "This is the realm of life, little comrade, you still have to slowly realize the meaning of drinking." Loban laughed and shrugged his shoulders, took a sip with me, and then asked me, "You went to Hengdian to find Liao yesterday, didn't you?" I hit it so well, how did you know? I asked in surprise. I had a few words with Yao on WeChat today, and she said you went. Actually, I went to Hengdian for work. Isn't Gucci setting up a counter in our department store? They specifically asked Yao to take promotional product posters, and this thankless task fell to me. I took another sip of beer as I spoke. No wonder Yao said she was happy for nothing. Maybe at first she really thought you were going to see her. Even if I went to see her, I would have gone at the weekend. Loban nodded and didn't pursue the matter any further. The two of them drank another bottle of beer and chatted for a while before Loban left, as he was due to go on stage soon. More and more people came to the bar for entertainment, and I continued to sit in the corner, drinking in mouthfuls and spacing out. The night I spent with Liao also appeared in my mind indistinctly. I was a little saddened by this, and this sadness was very puzzling to me, but it was also real. On the stage, Robin and another female singer who sang there regularly sang a song he wrote himself. The applause broke out intermittently, and my attention was finally attracted. I snapped my fingers to the rhythm of the music. Robin is actually a very talented folk singer, but he is too principled to write commercial pop songs or participate in popular talent shows. So for many years he has been singing in bars anonymously, leading a hard life. But he doesn't seem to mind this hardship too much. He often says, "You don't have to become famous to play music, but you must have persistence in your heart." I have been with him for many years, but I still don't know what his persistence is. But that doesn't stop me from admiring him. The music was playing, and my phone was vibrating in my pocket. I still tapped my fingers along to the rhythm, and after taking the phone out of my pocket, I answered it without looking at the number. The call was from Fong Yuan. It sounded like he could hear the noise from the bar, and he said to me, "Zhao Yang, are you fooling around in a bar again?" "Enjoy your honeymoon, don't worry about your friends," I said, standing up from my seat and swaying with the crowd to the rhythm of the music. "Which bar are you in? I'll come find you." "Aren't you in Sanya with Yin Yen?" I asked suspiciously. "It's been raining heavily in Sanya these few days, so I'll go there in a few days." "If you go in a few days, will you still have enough wedding leave?" "I won't be able to go for long, so it'll be enough." "Stop talking nonsense and tell me which bar I'm in." "Soho Bar." "Come on over, I'll buy you a drink." "Then you'd better prepare some money." Yin Yan is also going, as well as Jianwei and Xiang Chen. Hearing the names Jianwei and Xiang Chen, my heart trembled, and I was stunned for a long time before I cursed, "Are you fucking stupid for getting married? Why did you bring them? Why are you so excited? It's been years since the five of us got together, and besides, don't you have a girlfriend? If you call her out and get together, you won't think about those messy things in the past." "Who told you I have a girlfriend?" "Jane Wei." If you didn't have a girlfriend, I wouldn't have brought Janeway and Xiang Chen to give you a hard time. I know how to behave. I then remembered that on the day Fang Yuan got married, I did lie to Janeway that Mi Cai was my girlfriend. I never thought that this lie would come back to haunt me like a stone I had lifted myself, and it would hit me hard in the foot. In a daze, Fang Yuan said to me again, in fact, it was Xiang Chen's idea to get together with you. We are all brothers from university. Don't let those things in your relationship upset you. Everyone is now in a couple, so it's not bad to get together. I didn't know what to say, so we just remained silent. Fang Yuan reminded me again, saying, remember to invite your girlfriend out. I heard from Jianwei that she is incredibly beautiful. If Jianwei thinks that way, I'm sure Yin Yan and I will be very impressed. I was about to say something when Fang Yuan hung up. Listening to the beep sound on the phone, I was suddenly dumbfounded. The bar was still noisy, but I was restless. Fang Yuan had already said everything he needed to say, and I couldn't back out now. The whole thing was bad because I recklessly said that Mi Cai was my girlfriend that day. But at the time, the situation was like that, and I really felt like a person drowning in the water who urgently needed a straw to save their life. So I can quite understand what I did at the time, but what should I do now? After a long period of being at a loss, I finally decided to call Mi Cai. If she still had a shred of loyalty, she would definitely come to my aid. I took out my phone, found Mi Cai's number, but I couldn't press the button for a long time. I still remembered that the day before yesterday, when we moved out, we had a fight because I hadn't bought any insecticide. Then she forced me to pay the debt I owed, and I was so embarrassed that I left behind the guitar and practically fled. Now is this a time to call her, and is it too unmanly? Never mind, I'm just a scumbag in her eyes anyway, so what's the point of being unmanly? I muttered to myself, and then, with the reputation of a scumbag, I pressed the dial button with courage. Listening to the dial tone, I was actually a little nervous. I was worried that Mi Cai would mock my lack of integrity, and I was even more worried that she would not be willing to help me out of a difficult situation. A moment later the phone was connected, and I heard Mi Cai's unsmiling voice again. Why did you call me? To help you out of a difficult situation. A crisis? Are you going to jump into a river or lake again? I was half choked to death by Mi Cai, and it took me a while to say, this time it's not a river. Do you remember last time at my friend's wedding, I accused a woman, are you my girlfriend? You still have the nerve to mention this? I immediately lamented along with Mi Cai, alas. Isn't this the thing that got me into trouble? My friends all want to meet you, and they're already on their way here. Hurry up and come to Soho Bar to rescue me. Someone like you, even Jesus can't save. Don't be mean to me. It's really urgent. If you don't come, I'll be so embarrassed today. Who cares? Please, I'm begging you, okay? I said anxiously, in the posture of having to bow my head under the roof. Mi Cai replied unmoved, you'll have to fend for yourself. I was furious, you're a real bitch. Have you no sense of loyalty? Don't let me see you in Suzhou again. The phone suddenly hung up, and I was completely dumbfounded as I listened to the DD hang up sound. The friends on the mobile phone app are still very supportive, and there have already been 85 recommendations so far, well ahead of the goal. Today will be 4 updates, the second one. Chapter 28, Living with One's Tail Between One's Legs. After Mi Cai resolutely hung up on me, I no longer had any illusions about her, and I had to suffer the consequences of my own misdeeds. In fact, it was perfectly normal for Mi Cai not to want to come to the rescue, and it was really rude of me to threaten her, don't let me see her in Suzhou. At my wit's end, I scratched my head and really wanted to leave this bar. I didn't want to face Jianwei and Xiang Chen from the bottom of my heart. This unwillingness was just to make myself feel better, but tonight I couldn't escape, because to escape would only mean that I simply couldn't let go of Jianwei. After just 10 minutes, I saw a group of 4 people walk into the bar. Fan Yuan and Yan Yan were in front, and Xiang Chen and Jianwei were behind them. The 4 of them were laughing and talking as they walked towards me, but I wanted to find a crack in the floor and disappear into it. Jianwei was wearing Chanel and carrying a new Hermes bag. Her entire outfit was made of luxury goods, and I didn't dare to look directly at her. I quickly fixed my gaze on Yan Yan and Fang Yuan, and lit another cigarette to hide my discomfort. Yan Yan and Fang Yuan were sitting on the sofa to my left, while Jianwei and Xiang Chen were sitting on the right. I was still alone in the middle. Fang Yuan and Yan Yan looked around and asked me in unison, where's your girlfriend? She's not available tonight, let's just have fun, I said in response. Yan Yan said with a displeased expression, don't be a spoilsport, just call me again to make another appointment, we'll be free in a while. I glared at Yin Yan and said, "Little stubborn girl, what are you fighting with me for?" I said she was busy, so she is busy, why are you so stubborn? Don't bullshit, hurry up and call your girlfriend, let me see what my future sister-in-law looks like. Fang Yuan kicked me and said. Xiang Chen added, Zhao Yang, don't be a spoilsport. Time is made by squeezing it out. Invite your girlfriend out to play. We're all the same old faces, and it's no fun. I looked at Jian Wei. At this time, deliberately keeping my distance from her made me seem like I couldn't let go. I said, I feel energetic. Jian Wei and I haven't seen each other for more than 3 years, right? Old faces have become new faces, right, Jian Wei? Jian Wei, who had not spoken since entering, looked at me and asked, what did you call me? Jian Wei's question immediately destroyed the cool and collected attitude I had just deliberately adopted. For a moment, I didn't know how to respond to Jian Wei's words. Fang Yuan quickly helped me out of the situation and said to Jian Wei, Zhao Yan didn't call you wrong. Strictly speaking, you are considered his sister-in-law. Once you and Xiang Chen get married, it will be official. Jian Wei looked at Fang Yuan and said, why are you so excited? Did I say he was wrong? I didn't hear you clearly just now. Fang Yuan smiled awkwardly. I remained silent. Xiang Chen put his arm around Jian Wei and whispered something in her ear that no one else could hear. But this intimate gesture made my heart ache. At this moment, I finally understood how Xiang Chen felt when I was with Jian Wei and we did intimate things without any reservations. I took a sip of my beer and felt a little like leaving. I knew that as long as I still loved Jian Wei, gatherings like this would be torture for me. But in Xiang Chen's, and even Fang Yuan and Yin Yan's eyes, I had already let go of Jian Wei. After all, more than 2 years had passed, and after all, I had a new girlfriend. The waiter brought the wine that Fang Yuan and the others had ordered. They started drinking. Yin Yan leaned over to me and whispered, Zhao Yang, we know you have a girlfriend now. Fang Yuan and I are really happy for you. We were worried that you couldn't let go of Jian Wei, but now it seems our worries were unnecessary. I felt a wave of bitterness in my heart. At this moment, even if everyone knew that I couldn't let go of Jian Wei, what would happen? It would be better to keep up the lie and reassure my friends. Yin Yan nudged me in the silence and said, hurry up and get your girlfriend to come over and introduce her to us. We'll have another best friend to go shopping with. I forced a smile and said, maybe next time, she's really busy today. Yin Yan looked disappointed. Just then, almost all the eyes in the bar suddenly focused on a graceful figure approaching. She had a great figure and a graceful walk, but I couldn't quite see her face in the flickering light. She walked towards me, and the light finally settled on her face. I was so shocked that I almost slid off the sofa. It was Mi Cai. Only she had such an attractive appearance and attracted so much attention. Mi Cai noticed me and walked over to me with grace. I hurriedly got up and, before she could walk in front of the crowd, pulled her aside and asked in a low voice, why are you here? Didn't you say, don't let me see you in Suzhou? I'm here to see what will happen if you see me, Mi Cai said, looking at me with a smile. So, you're here to cause trouble, not to help? I said, my face falling. Mi Cai looked at me and said, you're the one threatening me, so why are you talking about me coming to see you? Now that I'm here, just do it. I felt like a snake with its 7 vital points held by Mi Cai, and was afraid that she would undermine me in front of everyone, so I had to soften my tone and say, I was just talking nonsense, so don't hold it against me, okay? Mi Cai said disdainfully, where's the arrogance you just had? Sister, I was wrong, I will behave myself in the future with my tail between my legs. Are you apologizing? I guess so. Say it again. I felt a sense of powerlessness rising up in me, but I couldn't resist, so I gritted my teeth and said, I was wrong, I will behave myself in the future with my tail between my legs. Fang Yuan shouted at me from over there, Zhao Yang, what are you whispering about? Hurry up and introduce your girlfriend to us. I'm coming, I answered, and then asked Mi Cai, are you angry now? Mi Cai didn't say anything, as if she was deliberately making me anxious. I then realized how difficult this woman was to deal with, and that she wouldn't be swayed by either threats or promises. I lowered my voice again and said, say something. Remember to buy some insecticide tomorrow. The cockroaches in the bathroom are just as annoying as you are. Mi Cai finished, and then walked towards the others before me. I didn't react for a while, and then I wondered if she was letting me off the hook and saving me from trouble. Mi Cai sat in the seat I had just sat in, greeted everyone, and I sat down next to her. Yin Yan smiled at me and said, Zhao Yang, you have good taste. Your girlfriend is awesome and beautiful. That's for sure, we are a perfect match. Let me formally introduce you, this is my girlfriend Mi Cai. I sounded pleased with myself, but I was filled with apprehension. God knows what was going on in the mind of this woman who didn't play by the rules. Hello everyone, Mi Cai smiled and greeted everyone. Fang Yuan, Yan Yan, Xiang Chen, in order, introduced themselves to Mi Cai, and finally Jianwei. Mi Cai and Jianwei looked at each other, both with a calm expression, but again, I couldn't read what was going on in their minds behind their expressions. Jianwei spoke first, we met the other day. Mi Cai just nodded. Strictly speaking, she was not the type of person who was comfortable with strangers and was a bit cold in front of them. My name is Jianwei, I'm Jiayan's ex-girlfriend. We are both very open people, so it's not surprising that Jianwei introduced herself like that. Besides, there's nothing to hide, so it's better to make the relationship clear and get along with each other without any worries. Mi Cai responded with a polite smile and said hello to Jianwei, but didn't say anything more. The atmosphere cooled down because of her indifference. Yan Yan began to liven up the atmosphere and asked Mi Cai, when did you and Zhao Yang meet? He did a really good job of keeping secrets, we only found out yesterday. I nervously looked at Mi Cai. If she didn't expose me at this time, then I could get through this uncomfortable gathering without incident. It's been a while, Mi Cai replied vaguely, but it was a flawless answer. Yan Yan smiled and said, from now on, we'll leave Zhao Yang to you. He's wild-tempered, so you have to keep an eye on him. Mi Cai nodded and said, I have to keep an eye on him, but his character is a bit poor. Yan Yan didn't react for a moment, looked at Mi Cai and then at me, her expression a little puzzled. Chapter 29, Elope. In Yan Yan's puzzled eyes, I said, don't flash those big, puzzled eyes at me. Haven't you ever criticized Fang Yuan? Between young lovers, criticizing each other is beneficial to the healthy development of the relationship. Who here doesn't know that my character is excellent? After saying that, I complained to Mi Cai, stop it. If you want to criticize me, let's go home and talk about it while flirting. These people are all bad friends, so don't go along with them. Zhao Yang, you really are insane. You've belittled my whole group just to protect your own high and mighty image. Xiang Chen said. I've always been good at this. This time, Mi Cai took the initiative to respond, so I said you had a bad character, I wasn't wrong, was I? You were absolutely right. Everyone agreed, then smiled knowingly, and they raised their glasses to clink together, and the atmosphere finally became a little more lively. I drank the rest of the half bottle of beer in one go, slightly relieved, but in the corner of my eye I looked at Jianwei. Since entering the bar, she has been even more silent than Mi Cai, only occasionally speaking a few words to Xiang Chen. Everyone continued chatting. Although I was sitting next to Mi Cai, I didn't dare to make even the slightest physical contact with her for fear of her turning her back on me. I now just hoped that the party would end peacefully and that I would never want to attend it again in the future, no matter what. At the moment, only I knew the pain in my heart. I just wanted to stand behind Jianwei and Xiang Chen and silently wish them happiness, not like this. Compulsorily joining in the laughter and anger with everyone else filled my heart with pain, but I couldn't escape it. People. Wearing a mask that doesn't fit not only hurts your face, but also your heart. Reuben, who was far away, finally finished singing. He took the microphone and looked over at me and said, Zhao Yang, come up here and sing a couple of songs to entertain your friends. As soon as Reuben finished speaking, Jianwei was the first to applaud, followed by Fang Yuan, Xiangchen, and the others, who also clapped and whistled, and the atmosphere in the bar immediately picked up. I scanned the crowd with my eyes, nodded to Reuben, and then walked towards the stage. Reuben handed me the guitar in his hands, and he took a bass from the band member Xiaowu to collaborate with me. I took a deep breath and asked for Zheng Jun's elopement. An elopement for you, I said, plucking the guitar strings, and closing my eyes, some fragmented images floated back to my mind. Dedicate your youth to the glorious city behind you, and we pay the price for this beautiful dream. Leave love to the most sincere girl by my side. You sing with me, you cry with me, you accompany me to suffer together. It wasn't until now that I suddenly realized that what I have longed for in my dreams is true love and freedom. I want to take you and elope to the farthest town. I want to take you and elope to become the happiest person. Elope, elope, elope. In the sound of tearing, I improvised and sang 3 elopements in a row. At that moment, my love was completely released. Before Jianwei left for abroad, we were forced to have no way out. We hid from Shanghai to Suzhou and then wanted to elope from Suzhou to Tibet. At that time, we naively thought that with the courage in this song, we could elope to the ends of the earth, and that with a guitar and 2 people, running all the way would be the happiest thing in the world. We even thought that eloping would allow us to steal away from the real world and live a lifetime of happiness for 2 people. The heavy metal music tore through the longing, and all the worldly noise drowned out in this song Elopement. I have never been so uncontrollable and hysterical, hating to tear the world apart, tearing apart the falsehood. The music gradually stopped, and the applause began to thunder. I still kept my head tilted, and after a long time, I gave the guitar back to Robin next to me, and walked towards the bathroom without looking back. In the bathroom mirror, my face was covered in water stains, but I was glad that I had finally fooled the world. I casually covered up the fake tears of pain and frustration. Once, she was my faith in this city of desire, but now that faith has collapsed mercilessly, so all the hurt, pain, and longing are suppressed in my heart, finally overwhelmed and mutated in the time it took to sing a song, racking my nerves. Outside the bar, everyone said their goodbyes. The 3 of us men were a little drunk. Fan Yuan put his arm around Yin Yan's shoulders and walked towards their car first, while Jin Wei supported the disoriented Xiang Chen, leaving only Mi Cai and I maintaining an imperceptible distance. Jin Wei helped Xiang Chen into the car, and when she thought she was leaving, she turned back and walked towards Mi Cai and me. She stood in front of Mi Cai and me, but didn't look at me. She said to Mi Cai, "Go back and give him a glass of milk with honey in it. His stomach isn't very good." Mi Cai nodded, and then Jin Wei looked at me, who was a little unsteady on my feet. Then she nodded to Mi Cai, didn't say anything else, and turned to walk over to the car over there. I stared at her back for a long time, unable to come back to my senses. "She's already gone," Mi Cai by my side said to me. "Oh," I numbly responded. "Where do you live?" "I'll give you a ride home." "No need, I'll just take a taxi." Mi Cai smiled and said, "I promised your ex-girlfriend to help you make a cup of honey milk, and I don't like to go back on my word." "Let's go then." Mi Cai drove, and I sat in the passenger seat, watching the car weave through the city's lights and shadows between the high rises. I felt a little dizzy, and I knew the alcohol was starting to kick in. After a long silence, Mi Cai finally asked me, "That song you just sang was for your ex-girlfriend, wasn't it?" "Her name is Jian Wei." "Why, don't you like people calling her your ex-girlfriend?" I replied awkwardly, "Isn't it better for 2 people who have already severed ties to call each other by their first names?" Mi Cai smiled and said, "I'm afraid that you're not as clean as you say you are." I didn't respond, staring at Mi Cai for a long time, and suddenly said, "Drive faster, I feel a little nauseous." "Then get out and throw up." "Go home and throw up, just drive faster," I urged again, and my words came out fluently. Mi Cai slammed on the brakes and the car came to a sudden stop. "Get out and throw up. Isn't it uncomfortable holding it in? There's a river over there." Although I felt dizzy, I wasn't about to throw up. The reason I said that was because I didn't want to talk to her about Jane Wei. But the inertia from the sudden stop almost made me vomit all the alcohol that had built up in my stomach. This woman always seemed to be able to see through my lies and then punish me for them. I opened the car door, rolled to my feet, ran to the riverbank and then vomited hysterically. I was a little weak, lying flat on my back in a big sea, and I felt dizzy again when I looked at the twinkling stars. Mi Cai came over to me and handed me a tissue, saying in a reproachful tone, "I told you not to drink so much." "If you hadn't slammed on the brakes, I wouldn't have vomited," I said, still not speaking very fluently. "Really? So you were just playing with me?" I then realized that I had once again confessed without knowing it, so I simply pretended to be dead and lay motionless on the ground. "Keep pretending, I'm leaving first." I then thought of the night when Mi Cai had been left in the middle of nowhere, and I grabbed her hand and said, "Don't go." I held Mi Cai's hand tightly, afraid that I would be left alone in this area where few people or cars passed by. Mi Cai was a little panicked. While struggling, she asked me to let go. I held her legs tightly, as if I had found a support, a comfort, and a lost past. "Zhao Yang, let go quickly. You've drunk too much, don't act crazy." Mi Cai's words made me even more nervous. Such physical contact was too intimate for us. "Let me hug you for a while, don't go," my voice was choking. "I'm not Jane Wei, Zhao Yang, snap out of it." Mi Cai pressed my shoulders, struggling violently, and finally pushed me to the ground, running away to his car. Lying on the ground again, my world was dark. The cold autumn wind gradually woke me up. After lying for a while, I got up and walked towards Mi Cai's car. However, Mi Cai was still in shock and firmly refused to let me sit in the passenger seat, so he drove me to the back. The car started again, taking me to the lights in the distance as I gradually came to. Chapter 30, Sudden Opportunity. A moment later, Mi Cai dropped me off at Robin's place, where I would settle down for the rest of the day in the 10 square meter attic. I was still dizzy, so I went straight to bed and then passed out. Half open, I saw Mi Cai, who was busy. She found a kettle, boiled some water, went downstairs again, and a moment later returned with milk powder and honey to make me a cup of milk and honey. Don't go to sleep yet, drink the milk. I didn't want to move at all, and mumbled, you can put it there, I'll drink it later. It'll get cold. I struggled a little and sat up in bed. Mikey handed me the milk and sat in the chair opposite, watching me. The milk was still hot after being poured, so I drank it slowly. Mikey urged me again, drink quickly, and I'll clean up and leave after you're done. There's nothing to clean up. If you're in a hurry, just go, I said. I'll wash the cup and pour you a cup of hot water to drink when you get thirsty, Mikey said. Why are you being so nice to me? I said, taking a big gulp of milk, but it was so hot that I couldn't swallow. Mikey asked in surprise, just making you a glass of milk, and that's considered being nice to you? Yes. It was just a cup of milk that Mikey brewed for me, but why did I feel that she was very kind to me? It took me a long time to realize that I had been lonely for too long, and there had been no woman by my side for too long. Every time I drank too much wine, I would just throw up, and when I couldn't throw up anymore, I would just sleep. No woman would ever brew a cup of milk for me. Finally, I finished the glass of milk, and Mikey finished washing the glass and poured me another glass of water. This time, she didn't rush me to drink it, but said, leave this glass of water here. Drink it when you're thirsty. Oh. Mikey picked up her handbag and was about to leave. As if remembering something, she asked me, do you remember what you have to do tomorrow? Get up on time and go to work, I answered without thinking. Micah picked up her handbag and was about to leave, but then she suddenly remembered something and asked me, do you remember what you need to do tomorrow? Get up on time and go to work, I answered without thinking. What is it? Think about it yourself. I'm leaving now, Micah said, walked towards the door, closed it behind her, and disappeared from my sight in an instant, leaving me with my doubts. I lit a cigarette and sat on the bed. After thinking for a long time, I still couldn't remember what I needed to do tomorrow other than go to work. So I simply extinguished the cigarette, covered myself with the quilt and went back to sleep. Since Micah was talking about tomorrow, I decided to figure it out tomorrow. The next day, when I got up, Robin was still asleep. His job meant that he had to live his life upside down, and it seemed that he had only returned in the early hours of the morning yesterday. After a quick wash, I found a bowl of instant noodles in a box in the corner, made them into breakfast and hurried downstairs to wait for the bus to work. Loban's place is quite remote, and the bus kept wandering on the road, so during this hour on the road, I kept thinking about what Michael reminded me when she left yesterday. Finally, I was more awake in the morning, and I remembered that Michael had cooperated with me in putting on a show last night. Of course she wouldn't help me for no reason, there must be some kind of quid pro quo between us. Following this train of thought, I suddenly had a revelation. I have to help her buy insecticide powder to sprinkle in the bathroom today. I'm afraid I'll forget, so I set an appointment reminder on my phone to make sure I don't forget. After arriving at the office, I didn't even have time to make myself a cup of tea before I was summoned by our planning manager, Chen Jingming. I went to Chen Jingming's office, where he seemed in a good mood and asked me to sit down. Manager, you summoned me so early in the morning, did I mess up something again? I asked subconsciously. Over the past 2 years at work, Chen Jingming has basically criticized me whenever he has called on me. Chen Jingming smiled and said, don't be nervous, I have an important task for you this time. What task? This time Gucci has set up a counter in our department store, which allows our Baoli department store to officially enter the ranks of top department stores. The company wants to take advantage of this opportunity to carry out a comprehensive marketing campaign, striving for a grand momentum, to attract more international first-line brands to cooperate with our department store. Manager, do you mean that I will be in charge of planning this event? I asked in shock. Chen Jingming nodded and said sternly, that's right. This is a rare opportunity for you. You know that traditional retail is highly competitive, and in recent years it has been hit hard by online shopping. The environment is very harsh. Going high-end in brand management is the fundamental to our survival in this industry. We must attract as many international first-tier brands as possible to operate on our premises and strengthen the brand advantages of our Baoli department store. Therefore, this event is a manifestation of our company's core values, and the decision-making level above attaches great importance to it. I hope you can take on this important task. Manager, you know very well what I am capable of. You should let Fang Yuan take charge of such a big event. Zhao Yang, opportunities don't come often. Fang Yuan's promotion to deputy manager of the planning department is a foregone conclusion, because he has made enough contributions to the company and the planning department. No one will say anything. What about you, Zhao Yang? I want to promote you to team leader of the planning and copywriting team. I'm afraid people will gossip about it. Do you understand what I mean? Of course I understood what Chen Jingming meant. He wanted to use this event to justify my appointment as the leader of the planning and copywriting team. This was indeed an opportunity that I would rarely encounter in the next few years. After a long silence, I finally asked, when will preparations for this event begin? Preparations will begin as soon as the contract between Gucci and our department store is signed. By the way, Gucci is preparing to shoot the promotional poster for the opening on the 15th of this month. You should check with the print model to see if she is available. This is a very important matter, so don't make any mistakes, understand? Chen Jingming's expression became increasingly stern as he spoke. I understand. I'll call her right away to confirm. Chen Jingming nodded and said, seize this opportunity. Not everyone is lucky enough to encounter it. Thank you, manager, for this opportunity, I said sincerely. After leaving Chen Jingming's office, I immediately called Yao Le to inform her of the date for shooting the promotional poster. She confirmed that it was fine on her end, and my heart, which had been hanging in the balance, finally settled down. I really should do something with my life, so I must firmly grasp this opportunity. This was the first time in more than 2 years that I had been eager to improve myself and look forward to a qualitative change in my life. After a busy day, when I came back to my senses, it was already past 7 o'clock, and the various street lights began to color the night of this city resplendently. Sitting on the swaying bus, all I could think about was the upcoming event marketing preparations. Chen Jingming was right, this opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me, and I cannot afford to be careless. After a long time, the bus was still swaying on the road. I took my phone out of my pocket to check the time, but I found that it had automatically turned off because it was out of battery. I looked up at the electronic clock on the bus and saw that it was already 8:30 p.m. 8:30 p.m. I suddenly remembered that I had to go to the store to buy an insecticide for Mi Cai after work today to get rid of those cockroaches that she hated. I remembered that in the morning, I was afraid that I would forget, so I specially set a reminder on my phone, but it happened to run out of battery. This kind of coincidence was enough to ruin my character and make Mi Cai completely hate me. Chapter 31, Conman. I couldn't wait for the bus to stop and got off impatiently, looking around for a taxi. Unfortunately, it was not what I wished for, and all the taxis that passed by were already occupied. I became more and more convinced that my encounter with Mi Cai was not a wonderful arrangement, but an unavoidable torment. Finally, I got a taxi and drove non-stop to the farmer's market. I remembered that there were small vendors there who sold some insecticide powder, and the insecticide sold in supermarkets generally could not kill cockroaches, so I could only hope that the vendors had not yet closed their stalls at this time. When I arrived at the farmer's market, it was pitch black. Not only were the small vendors gone, but the shops inside had also all closed down. I felt a little dejected. Despite my best efforts, this night was destined to be a night when I couldn't buy insecticide powder. I had no choice but to settle for the next best thing and went to the supermarket to buy a bottle of insecticide in an attempt to muddle through. It was already 10 o'clock at night when I arrived at the old house. This back and forth had tortured me for more than an hour, and I just hoped that Mi Cai would not find out that I had brought insecticide instead of the insecticidal powder I had originally promised. After knocking on the door, Mi Cai opened it in her pajamas after a short while, and it seemed that she was eating something in her mouth. I asked curiously, "What are you eating?" "Cherries." "What are cherries?" Micah seemed very satisfied that I had kept my promise today, and explained patiently, "Cherries are cherries. Go wash your hands first, there are still a lot there." "Are you going to invite me to eat?" Micah nodded, and I immediately walked towards the bathroom. I was a little happy in my heart. Micah's attitude towards me was much better than before, so there was no harm in being a reliable person. When I came out of the bathroom, Mi Cai had already placed the box of cherries on the sofa in the living room. She was holding a book and eating while reading, her posture was graceful and her expression relaxed. I sat down next to Mi Cai and looked at the box. It was very exquisite. I realized that it was authentic cherries imported from Chile, not the kind sold in the supermarket under the name of imported goods. There were at least 1,000 in the box. I picked up 2 cherries at once and stuffed them into my mouth. I said to Mi Cai, you say we are all born with 2 eyes and 1 nose, so why do you live such a luxurious life? What? Mi Cai looked at me with some confusion and asked. I said you live a luxurious life. I haven't eaten such expensive fruit since my mother gave birth to me. I said, picking up 2 more and throwing them into my mouth. A friend gave them to me, Mi Cai answered, and then focused on the book she was reading. So you're saying that no one has ever given me such expensive fruit as a gift? After all, your class is corrupt and extravagant. You are the big worms of socialism. After saying this, I angrily picked up a few more and threw them into my mouth. Mi Cai seemed to be in a good mood and didn't argue with me. She just said, you can take it back and eat it if you like. I must take it back, I said, getting up from the sofa, and finding a plastic bag, I put the box in it. At this time, Mi Cai finally put down the book and asked me, have you bought the insecticide? If I haven't bought the insecticide, do you think I would have the nerve to come here? Mi Cai nodded in agreement, saying, if you hadn't bought it and still came to see me, that would be harassment. I bought it, what harassment, ruining my reputation, I said impatiently, and took the purchased insecticide out of my briefcase again, ready to deceive the world. Mi Cai looked at the insecticide and frowned, saying, didn't you say powdered insecticide? This doesn't look like it. I panicked, and then said, of course it doesn't look like it. This is the latest insecticide developed, and it is very effective at killing cockroaches. Mi Cai looked at me with a face full of doubt and said, I've read in a book that cockroaches are very resistant to drugs and that ordinary insecticides are basically useless. Don't be so dogmatic. Do I look like I'm using ordinary insecticide? I'm not bullshitting you, but with this can in my hand, I can exterminate all the cockroaches in this house, it's just inhumane. I blurted out. Mi Cai still looked unconvinced and said, why do I feel like you're such a charlatan? I was a little guilty but still angrily said, I'm doing this for your own good. Insecticide powder is highly toxic. If you accidentally poison a mouse or something, wouldn't you feel sick? Mi Cai was shocked by my words and hurriedly said to me, then don't just stand there, do what you need to do. Do you want to come in and watch? Mi Cai shook her head repeatedly. I turned around without saying a word and walked triumphantly towards the bathroom. At the moment, I felt a sense of pleasure at having retaken the city. I thought to myself, silly girl, come and expose me again, come on. I said goodbye to Mi Cai, carrying the cherry she had given me. It was already 11 o'clock. I would not be back at Robin's until at least midnight. I couldn't help feeling that this had been a very exhausting night. Before leaving, I told Mi Cai, don't use that bathroom tonight. After spraying the insecticide, there are too many toxic substances. I know. I asked very boringly, can you hold it in for the night? I feel like it's enough. I usually have to go to the bathroom several times during the night. Mi Cai frowned and said, why do you say so much? I'm worried about you. I'm not staying here tonight. Mi Cai's words once again aroused my curiosity. From her words, I was almost certain that she had other houses in the city, but why did she have to buy this place and then live here? I never did ask out of my own curiosity, because Mi Cai would not tell me. I asked last time, and besides satisfying my curiosity, knowing the answer would mean nothing to me. I'm used to doing meaningful things now, so it's better not to ask. I took another cherry out of my pocket and threw it in my mouth, then said to Mi Cai, I'll be going then. If there's anything I can't handle in this house or neighborhood, just give me a call. MMHM. I coughed, and the sensor light in the hallway came on, so I turned around and left. Zhao Yang, wait. I turned back and looked at Mi Cai in surprise and asked, you're not planning on asking me to stay, are you? I can't hold it in here, and the bathroom doesn't even work. Take your guitar, Mi Cai said, turning around and going back to the room where I used to live, and bringing out the guitar from inside. I didn't want to take the guitar from Mi Cai's hands, and after a long silence, I said, I told you to find someone who knows what they're doing, and this guitar can definitely sell for a good price. I don't have the money to pay you back right now either. I was angry the other day when I asked you to pay me back. You can take the guitar with you. It doesn't belong to anyone, just to you and Janwei, or at least it's a memory. I asked in surprise, how do you know this guitar is related to Janwei? The guitar has your and her names engraved on it, Mi Cai said calmly. After a long silence, I didn't look at the guitar that Mi Cai had placed in the corner of the room, and whispered, I don't want it anymore. Mi Cai smiled and said, you can throw away a guitar, but you can't throw away that memory. Why deceive yourself? I didn't say anything. Take it, Mi Cai said, placing the guitar box outside the door before closing it. With the guitar I had recovered, I returned to Robin's place with a heavy heart. I happened to run into Robin at the entrance to the building, accompanied by a voluptuously dressed woman. The woman took off her helmet and got off Robin's modified racing motorcycle, and then Robin took off his helmet as well. I immediately understood that this was the pal friend Robin had brought back. Robin put his arm around the enchanting woman and introduced her to me. Zhao Yan, this is my friend Lily. I smiled and said, it's okay if it doesn't bother you too, right? Otherwise, I'll go to a hotel. It's okay, it's not for the night, just for a while, Robin said. That's fine, I'll sit downstairs for a while. You take my guitar up first. Robin took the guitar from me, patted me on the shoulder, and indicated that he would be done soon. Then he put his arm around the woman and walked upstairs. I sat at the entrance to the building and opened the cherries I brought back from Mi Cai and started eating them again. Chapter 32, Payday. I sat at the entrance to the building and waited for nearly 40 minutes. Robin was still not done. The autumn wind was blowing, and I was getting a little overwhelmed. I wanted to go up there and hurry him along. Just as I got up, the woman named Lily came down the stairs, and the air was filled with the strong scent of perfume. Are you done? I asked, tucking my shirt in. Lily glanced at me in dissatisfaction and said, if it weren't for you, I would have spent the night here tonight. Lopan still has to go to several bars tomorrow, so don't bother him. I don't understand why two men live together. Lily still said to me with resentment. I'm just going to stay here for a while, and I'll move out as soon as I find a place, I explained to Lily, feeling a little apologetic. Lily nodded, then said, I forgot my wallet, give me 50 yuan for a taxi. I was a little surprised, why didn't you just ask Robin for it? I just forgot it, I don't want to go back up there, so don't be a nag and hurry up. Lily made a gesture to me again to ask for money. You're not a lady, are you? Lily gave me a cold stare and said, have you ever seen a lady who only needs 50 yuan? You're right, I said, taking out my wallet from my pocket. After looking for a long time, I couldn't find any 50 yuan notes. Lily directly took out a 100 yuan note and waved it in front of me, as if I had slept with her. After Lily left, I felt that living with Robin was not a long-term solution. After all, it was not very convenient, it was far from the company, and I still had to keep looking for a place to live. When I returned to the house, the lingering smell of Lang seemed to linger in the air. I subconsciously glanced at the bed, but the quilt was still folded. I didn't do it on the bed, for fear that you wouldn't feel comfortable sleeping, Robin explained to me. Thanks for your hard work. Robin smiled and said, no hard work, it's the same whether you're asleep or standing. I placed the cherries I had brought from Mi Cai on the table and said to Robin, a friend gave them to me, try some. Wow, they're imported from Chile. What a luxury for your friend. Robin said, picked one up and threw it into his mouth. I didn't answer for a while, realizing that it was a bit wishful to call Micah a friend. In fact, we were only a little better than strangers, at least Micah was very annoyed with me a lot of the time. Just a friend, I vaguely responded. This was supposed to be a trivial matter, and Robin didn't pursue it. He took out his guitar from the guitar case, plucked the strings, looked ecstatic, and asked me again, didn't you use this awesome guitar to pay off a debt? How did it get back to you? She gave it back to me, I answered truthfully. Who is she? Do I have to write a fucking book to answer you? Ruben smiled at me with an understanding look and said, relax. He finally stopped asking me questions, then strummed the guitar strings, and a song called Cinderella drifted out of the 10-square-meter attic on the autumn night breeze. The night was quiet like a pool of stagnant water. Ruben and I were lying in bed, each with a cigarette in our hands, both of us feeling lost and silent. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew hard outside the window, dispersing the smoke that had filled the room. I took a deep drag of the cigarette in competition with this gust of wind, and exhaled heavily. The smell of tobacco began to fill the room again. I quickly finished the cigarette and stubbed it out in the ashtray. Finally, I asked Robin, Ben, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking about a girl, said Robin, taking a deep drag of the cigarette. I teased, didn't you just sleep with Lily? Loban smiled, stubbed out the cigarette in his hand, and then took another one from the pack and lit it. After a while, he said, I don't know how she's doing now. If you miss her, contact her. Just show your concern as an old friend. You and Jianwei broke up more than 2 years ago. Do you dare contact her? Loban asked me in return. What are you talking about me and Jianwei for? The same reason. What difference will contacting her make? Just think about it. I feel sorry for you. You obviously still love her, and you were forced to by her parents, but in the end, you have a reputation for betrayal in her heart. As long as she is happy, my little grievances are nothing. I lit another cigarette, took a couple of puffs, and fell silent. I didn't persuade Robin to contact the Beijing girl again. Go to sleep, it's almost dawn, said Robin, putting out the cigarette he had only half smoked in the ashtray. I looked out the window, as if I could see through all the darkness before dawn, and couldn't help but sigh. Living is really an unsolvable problem, with so much right and wrong, so much truth and so much falsehood. The next day, I once again spent the day in a flurry of activity, a kind of activity that I had not experienced in the past 2 years at the company. This was mainly because Fan Yuan's workload had temporarily fallen on me, but this was not a bad thing. If I was lucky enough to become the team leader of the planning and copywriting team, then this would be a process of early adaptation. In addition to a busy day, I also had other gains. Today, I finally got paid, so as I was about to leave work, I planned how to spend this month's salary. After thinking for a long time, I decided that the first thing I would spend the money on was to take Mi Cai out to dinner. I remembered how angry she was when I tricked her into going to Fang Yuan's wedding the other day under the guise of dinner. There was no doubt that this was an inconsiderate thing for me to do, so I had to invite her to dinner tonight with the most sincere attitude, first to apologize, and second to thank her for cooperating with me in the scene at the bar the night before, so that I would not be embarrassed in front of Jianwei. I found Mi Cai's phone number and dialed it. It took a little while before she answered, her tone still calm. Hello, is there something wrong? I'd like to invite you to dinner tonight. Will you come? I said sincerely. Which friend of yours is getting married this time? I was a little speechless. She was always so calm, and she always managed to silence me. After a moment's pause, she said, this time it's really not a friend getting married. I just want to invite you to dinner. Oh, forget it today. I was a little disappointed, but I insisted, come on, I got paid today and the first person I thought of was you. Don't refuse my hospitality. My car is in for maintenance and it's not convenient to take a taxi here. Maybe next time. This time, Mi Cai finally gave me a reason not to come. That's easy. I have a car. I'll pick you up. Where are you? Do you have a car? Mi Cai asked doubtfully. Yes, it's similar to yours. Just do me a favor and I'll take you to a really interesting restaurant tonight, I guarantee you'll like it. Mi Cai thought for a while and finally replied, well, I'm at Luan Jingyuan, you can come over. You live at Luan Jingyuan? I exclaimed, because this is a very high-end neighborhood in the area, and it is supposed to be because the insecticide was sprayed in the bathroom yesterday and it could not be used, so Mi Cai went to Luan Jingyuan to stay. What's the point of asking so many questions? Mi Cai hung up the phone after saying that. I laughed and didn't care about Mi Cai's attitude. I had long expected that she had other houses in Suzhou. Putting the phone in my pocket, I said to Zhao, who was still busy next door, Zhao, I'll borrow your little Prince Alto tonight. Zhao looked up at me warily and asked, what do you want? I'll fill it up for you when I'm done, hurry, I said impatiently. You better not lie to me, Zhao said, taking out the car keys from the drawer and handing them to me. It was getting dark, and I drove Zhao's Alto towards the Willowbank Scenic Garden residential area. This time I really didn't lie to Mi Cai. The car I was driving was indeed similar to hers. Hers was called an Audi, and mine was called an Alto, both of which were eye-catching fuchsia red. Chapter 33, In the Empty City, a music-themed restaurant. After driving for about half an hour, I finally arrived at the Willowbank Scenic Garden where I now live, and Mi Cai was already waiting for me under a sycamore tree outside the community. Autumn leaves were falling in the air, and the lights reflected off her figure, making her look beautiful like a character from a painting, quiet and indifferent. I honked the horn, and Mi Cai looked over at me. I smiled at her and said, get in, let's go eat, if we're late there might not be any seats. Mi Cai walked over to me, opened the car door and sat down in the passenger seat. She didn't care what kind of car I was driving, but I was a little embarrassed and said, what do you think? This car is pretty good, right? Small displacement, low carbon and environmentally friendly. It's pretty good, but just like you, it's a bit wretched, Mi Cai said with a smile. Am I really wretched? I asked, and then I took off the mirror in the car and looked at myself unconfidently. Wretched doesn't necessarily refer to appearance, I'm talking about your character. I reset the mirror again, not wanting to argue with Mi Cai. Anyway, the image of my poor character had already been preconceived in her mind. Even if I packaged myself as a national hero who saved the country and the people, she would still think I was wretched. Mi Cai was a little surprised that I didn't fight back, and I just gave her a small smile, then started the car. I thought to myself, Mi Cai doesn't really understand that a man with substance is often taciturn. Judging by this, it's clear that I'm a man with substance. The Alto shuttled through the streets and alleys, and finally stopped in an old street that was about to be demolished. Then Mi Cai and I got out of the car. The shop I wanted to take her to was going to be past a narrow alley, and the car couldn't go in, so we had to walk. There were only a few dim street lamps in this narrow alley. Mi Cai followed me closely and asked me nervously, "Where are you taking me?" "A paradise, but we have to go through this dark alley first," I replied. After walking through the dark alley, the space on the opposite side suddenly seemed much larger. Under a bright street lamp, the empty city-themed music restaurant appeared in front of Mi Cai. I lit a cigarette and said to Mi Cai next to me, "This is the restaurant." It was opened by a friend of mine who plays music. The music atmosphere inside is very good, but the main focus is Sichuan cuisine. "That's a mix," Mi Cai said, looking at the sign. "Usually, music restaurants serve Western food." "Well, the owner is a Chongqing girl." "Can you eat spicy food?" "Yes." As Mi Cai and I talked, we walked into the restaurant. The owner, CC, was sitting in a bar stool that could be raised and lowered, singing. She had a glass of draft beer next to her and an uncompleted cigarette in her hand. CC noticed my arrival first and snapped her fingers at me during a break in the music, saying, "Long time no see, Zhao Yang." I nodded and gave CC a thumbs up to indicate that she sang very well. CC smiled, indicated that we would chat later, and then continued singing the song Moxian looks to the rhythm of the music. Mi Cai and I chose a seat and Mi Cai seemed to really like CC's singing. She didn't talk to me either, just quietly listened. I ordered the food and immersed myself in CC's singing. In CC's somewhat hoarse but highly infectious singing, I remembered some fragments. 3 years ago, Janwei and I fled from Shanghai to Suzhou because of her parents' crazy opposition. Both of us were penniless and life was difficult to sustain. I sang in CC's music restaurant, and every day I would earn some income to support our lives. Back then, Janwei would wait in the restaurant every day to hear me sing, and she would also help customers carry plates and fetch water, earning some tips. Every time the restaurant closed, I would habitually smoke a cigarette, and she would help me carry the guitar on her back. The two of us would walk hand in hand through the dark alley, and I would buy her a baked sweet potato from the stall around the corner. That winter, sometimes the wind was very cold, sometimes it rained or snowed heavily, but the feeling of relying on each other for survival still makes me feel warm to this day. "Zhao Yang, why is this restaurant called Kongcheng?" Mi Cai's sudden question broke the image in my mind. I was stunned for a while before I replied, "When everyone is born, there is an empty city in their hearts. As time goes by and they grow up, impetuosity, indifference, and worldly fame and fortune fill up this empty city, which has become bloated ever since. It is called Kongcheng, an empty city, to commemorate that innocent city. Is this your understanding?" "This is what CC told me," I said, looking at CC, who was singing. Mi Cai nodded, took a sip of herbal tea and continued listening to CC's singing. CC finally finished singing a song and put the microphone back on the stand before walking towards us. CC is an unconventional beauty. Her facial features are not particularly attractive, but together they are mesmerizing and unforgettable, so she attracted the attention of many diners as she walked over. CC placed a large glass of beer in front of me and smiled, saying, "This is on the house." Then she called the waiter over to bring Mi Cai a large glass of cola. "I'm driving, so I'm not drinking today." Mi Cai said, "Drink up, I'll drive for you later." CC then looked at Mi Cai and asked me, "Is this girl your new girlfriend?" I looked at Mi Cai, who had a calm expression on her face, and plucked up the courage to say, "Yes, she's my girlfriend." CC shrugged her shoulders. I knew she felt sorry for Janwei and me, but she finally smiled and greeted Mi Cai, praising her for being drop-dead gorgeous. The lights in the restaurant dimmed a little, but the old-fashioned candlesticks on the table lit up, and the whole restaurant was filled with a faint aroma of scented candles. After a short silence, CC asked me, "By the way, what's Robin been up to lately? It's been a while since he was here. What can he be busy with? He's just running around all day. Invite him to come and visit sometime, I miss him." CC's words contained a hint of helplessness and sadness. She liked Robin, but Robin kept thinking about that Beijing girl. "Sure, let's get together sometime, at your place." "You have to promise." I laughed and made a vow, "I promise." CC nodded with relief. After Cece left, Mi Cai and I finally had some alone time together. I held up a beer and signaled to Mi Cai, who raised her coke to clink with mine. We took a sip each. Just then, two people walked into the restaurant. A cold wind blew in through the open door, and I saw that it was Jianwei and Xiang Chen. In an instant, a variety of emotions overwhelmed me, leaving me unprepared. It seems that this is not a night when I can enjoy dinner quietly with Mi Cai. I am tired of such meetings, I am afraid of such meetings, and I hate such coincidences that make us awkwardly bump into each other. Currently ranked 5th on the new book list, not far behind the top 3. Everyone, please remember to vote for me. It's accumulated little by little. Let's all get into the habit of remembering to vote. My friends at the mobile site should also try to come to the computer site to support me, and try to complete the task the editor gave me as soon as possible. Chapter 34, A Clean Place. My expression began to become unnatural. Mi Cai, who was sitting across from me, noticed that something was wrong with me. He looked at me and then looked back, and his gaze met Jianwei's. Mi Cai is a bit cold-hearted, and Jianwei is born proud. They didn't greet each other after such a real encounter, but instead, Xiang Chen waved at me and said, "Zhao Yan, taking your girlfriend out to dinner." "Well, it's just as well that you're here together." "Let's share a table," I said, politely inviting them, even though I didn't want to meet them. This kind of politeness made me feel very awkward, but I had to do it. Jianwei took Xiang Chen's arm and shook her head, saying, "No, let's sit over there, where we won't be in the way." Xiang Chen did as he was told, smiled at me, took Jianwei's arm, and walked over to the table on the other side. Looking at their backs, I believed that after this unexpected encounter, Jianwei and Xiang Chen should absolutely believe that Mi Cai and I are a couple, because today Mi Cai and I were on a date together, enjoying a dinner that only the two of us could share. This was probably the first time that Jianwei had dined in the sky in the few days since she had returned to China, so Cece was very surprised to see Jianwei suddenly, and also gave Jianwei and Xiang Chen draft beer and coke, but did not mention the past, because at the moment Jianwei and I already had new loves in her eyes, and talking about the past would be tactless and ruin the atmosphere. During the meal, Xiang Chen and I exchanged a few words across several tables. I asked Xiang Chen why he and Jianwei were still in Suzhou. Xiang Chen said that Suzhou was where we went to university, but we had rarely visited over the years. So, while he and Jianwei had some time off, they wanted to spend a few more days here. However, Jianwei would be going with him to Nanjing in a few days. Xiang Chen's reply stimulated my fragile nerves. I of course knew that Jianwei was going to Nanjing to meet Xiang Chen's family. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before I really received their wedding invitation, and once again I would be torn to pieces. During the meal, I kept fidgeting, but I never looked over at Jianwei, and I didn't drink much. I kept telling myself over and over again, what we had in the past has long been washed away by the flow of time, and no matter how much I don't want to let go, no matter how much I torment myself, it won't change anything. I know full well that ever since Jianwei put on the crystal and diamond necklace that Xiang Chen gave her, I have been living in a world of my own, building the strongest wall I can to seal myself off, not looking, not thinking, not feeling. I didn't know when Xiang Chen and Jianwei had already finished dinner before us, and they simply said hello and left first. I kept watching them walk into that small alley, but I could no longer see the scenery at the corner where I could once buy roasted sweet potatoes on winter evenings. It was a bit cold this night. Mi Cai's hand waved in front of my eyes, waking me from my daze. I realized that this was a dinner that was supposed to be just for Mi Cai and me. I smiled apologetically and raised my glass to Mi Cai. I gulped down the rest of the beer in the glass, but I was still very sober. The dinner continued. It wasn't that Mi Cai and I were eating slowly, but that Jianwei and Xiang Chen left in a hurry. I ordered another glass of draft beer, not to get drunk, because I knew I couldn't get drunk on this kind of beer, but just to sober up a little with the cold liquid. Half an hour later, Mi Cai and I finished the dinner, said goodbye to Cece, and left with Mi Cai. "Zhao Yang, you haven't paid the bill yet, have you?" Mi Cai said, holding me back. "We're such close friends, why would you pay the bill?" I said, continuing to walk forward, but I was just joking with Mi Cai. In fact, we had mostly been silent throughout the meal and didn't exchange many words. Teasing her as we were about to leave made the evening at least seem less heavy. Mi Cai added a little more strength to hold me back. Her face, which had been calm all evening, was full of anger. "You have no integrity. If everyone is like you, how can your friend's restaurant operate? You've had too much to drink. It's rare, can cola make a person drunk?" I said with a smile. At this time she was so agitated that she looked completely different from her usual self. Mi Cai realized that she had lost her temper and stopped arguing with me. She took out her wallet and walked towards the bar. At this moment, I understood even more how Mi Cai detested my bad character, to the extent that she had disregarded her own manners and dragged me along in public. I quickly followed, grabbed Mi Cai, and said to her, "We agreed that I would treat you, how can I make you pay? I don't want to be associated with scum like you, don't talk to me." "Ha, I'm just joking with you, the place to pay isn't at the bar, it's in that corner." I turned Mi Cai around so she could see the box in the corner. Mi Cai looked at me with some confusion. She had been facing away from the box during the meal and didn't know anything about it. I smiled and explained, "You didn't see that none of the menus we ordered had prices marked on them? When you eat here, you pay as you wish. Just put the money in the box when you leave." "Just put in whatever you want?" Mi Cai asked, looking at me in surprise. "Yes, no one will be watching you here." "But this?" I pulled Micah to the corner where the box was placed, took 300 yuan out of my wallet and put it in the box. Then I said to Micah, "Everyone who comes here to spend has a pure and empty city in their hearts. No one will desecrate this empty city with worldly material things. That's why this restaurant has been in business for many years and is not losing money. If there is still a clean place in this world, it must be here." On the way back, Mi Cai drove a compact Alto through the real city, but she still seemed interested in the music-themed restaurant in the empty city. She asked me again, "Zhao Yang, do you think everyone who has eaten there over the years has abided by this rule?" "Of course not. When the restaurant first opened, there were a lot of people who came for free meals and tried to avoid paying the bill." Mi Cai was not surprised by my answer, because there is no shortage of people in this world who like to take advantage of others and get something for nothing. She then asked, "So why has everyone followed this rule now?" I recalled and replied, "At that time, we all advised CC to give up this idealized way of doing business because it was too unrealistic. However, CC insisted on doing it this way, and in the end, the restaurant could not make ends meet and it was difficult to continue operating. Finally, one day, a notice of business closure was posted on the restaurant's bulletin board. And then? On the last night before closing, there were still many people with their families coming for a free dinner. We were heartbroken, blaming CC for being so stupid. This kind of idealistic management style only revealed the ugliness of human nature in the end." Mi Cai nodded thoughtfully. I opened the car window, lit a cigarette and continued, "After closing for the night that night, we were really depressed. A few friends closed the door and drank a lot of wine, because after this night, there would no longer be an empty city restaurant." Exhaling the smoke from my cigarette, I smiled and said, "Maybe there really is such a thing as a happy ending." When we and CC opened the box together to settle the daily operating income, we discovered a whole 100,000 yuan in cash inside. We were very surprised, but no one knew which customer had put it there. "So this restaurant continued to operate because of the 100,000 yuan?" I nodded and said, "Well, the 100,000 yuan gave CC the motivation to continue operating, or rather, a spiritual motivation. We couldn't let the restaurant close because of an unknown customer. Later, we replaced the box with a transparent one, so everyone could see exactly how much money was left after each meal. Those who only threw in a few coins, friends cornered them in the alley and beat them up. Over time, those who liked to take advantage of others stopped coming. But CC never knew about this. If she had known, she would not have agreed to what we did. After a long time, CC replaced the transparent box with an opaque one again, but there was basically no more loss. Of course, it is not impossible that there are still people taking advantage of the situation." After hearing my account, the usually indifferent Mi Cai even said with a common enemy in mind, "Good fight, those unscrupulous people deserve it. But if you abuse the law like that, won't the people you beat call the police?" "Of course they will call the police, but one of the guys we beat up with us is a police officer in this area, so they just turn a blind eye. Besides, we didn't extort money, and we were also very careful. We just gave warnings. As long as those scumbags don't come, the restaurant can maintain normal operations." Mi Cai looked at me and suddenly laughed. I looked at her in surprise, not understanding. "It's inexplicably funny to hear you call someone scum." Mi Cai explained with a smile. "Who says scum can't call someone else scum? I didn't say you were scum this time." "That's what you meant. Don't you think I'm stupid and can't tell?" Mi Cai laughed out loud, haha. It was the first time in the many days they had spent together that she had laughed so openly. This moment of her being cheerful was even more heart-stoppingly beautiful. So Xiao Ao Tuo strode more briskly through the city lights, less weighed down by reality and with a beautiful laugh ringing in his ears. This is a big chapter of 3,000 words, so I'll just do 2 updates today. I'll go all out tomorrow and we'll do another setting. This time, the mobile site and computer site will be done at the same time. If the number of recommended votes on the mobile site exceeds 140, an additional chapter will be added. This is not a high number for the mobile site, although it has been increased. If the number of flowers on the computer site exceeds 8,000, an additional chapter will be added. This is a relatively reasonable number, not too high or too low. Tomorrow, I will guarantee to add 3 chapters, and if both sides are completed, that's 5 chapters in total. It's up to you, little friends on the computer and mobile sites. The new book ranking is currently 5th, so I hope to move up to the top 3 tomorrow and quickly complete the task. Chapter 35, You Animal. Mi Cai drove me back to Robin's place. I hadn't drunk too much that night, so saying goodbye was easy. Mi Cai unbuckled her seatbelt and said to me, "Thank you for dinner tonight. I really like that restaurant. If you like it, go there more often, but don't try to skip the bill. I'll bring a group of righteous people and corner you in an alley to beat you up." I laughed and joked with Mi Cai. "If I do, I'll willingly accept your judgment. You're very aware." Micah didn't say anything more, opened the car door and got out, looking around for a taxi waiting to cross the street. I got out of the car too, stood next to Micah and waited with her, poking her after a while and joking, "Let's discuss something." "What?" "Let me go back to being your landlord and you be my tenant, okay? That's an unrealistic request. You just moved out." "But I miss that apartment more and more every day." Mi Cai said resolutely, "Put away your impious thoughts. I don't like having a man in my house." "But you took me in before." "That's because you were pitifully begging me. Then I'll beg you pitifully again." Mi Cai didn't get annoyed at my pestering like she used to, and said to me very patiently, "It's really inconvenient for a man and a woman to live together. There are so many options in such a big city, so why make things difficult for me?" "So you're not going to live with your boyfriend in the future either?" "No matter who lives, it's inevitable that a man and a woman will live together." Mi Cai gave a faint smile and said, "You're right, so I'll only live with my boyfriend, not you." Finally, a taxi without a passenger pulled up. Mi Cai reached out and stopped it, then got in and quickly disappeared from my sight. I muttered to the night, "You're also right, but why do I feel like you're forcing me to be your boyfriend so that we can live together officially? I remember that last time I told Bandi that you're not my type, so please quickly put aside any inappropriate thoughts you have about me." Suddenly I laughed to myself. This is really bold, even lying to myself. I entered Robin's house, and it was still empty inside, not even a TV. This night was destined to be dull and boring. I dragged a few boxes out from under the bed and found a can of beer. This was pretty good. Drinking a can of beer and playing a few songs on the guitar was a pretty good pastime. The wind on the balcony was still blowing very wild. I sat on the railing with my guitar, unmoving. I was not afraid of the gusts of wind, but I was afraid of not seeing that castle in the sky. So I plucked the strings of my guitar and sang at the top of my lungs, as if calling, as if begging, calling for that faraway city to return to my heart, to settle down from now on, to never be adrift again. Lobin didn't know when he came back. Suddenly, he handed me a cigarette from behind, then jumped onto the guardrail and lit a cigarette for himself. I put the guitar aside, lit the cigarette, took a drag and said to Lobin, "I went to Cece's restaurant for dinner today." "Really?" Lobin mechanically responded. "Cece said she misses you." Lobin looked at me and after a moment of silence, he said, "I also had a few words with Yo-Yo on WeChat today." "Really?" I mechanically echoed. "Yo-Yo said she misses you." I smiled and said, "I'm telling you Cece's words with a clear conscience, you're obviously talking nonsense." Lobin didn't waste any time and took out his phone from his pocket, showing me the chat history between him and Yo-Yo. Sure enough, it was in black and white, ironclad evidence. I suddenly felt speechless. I picked up the beer next to me and took a sip before saying, "You and Cece haven't seen each other for a long time, right? We should go to her restaurant sometime and catch up. Bring Yu Yao, let's go together." "Why do you keep bringing up Yu Yao?" "Brother Zhao Yang, do unto others as you would have them do unto you." He laughed and said, "You should understand better than anyone that a man's heart is not big, and it can only hold the first woman. In this regard, at least we are the same kind of person." I shook my head and said, "Lobin, you and Cece are actually quite suitable for each other. At least you have the same ideals, the same hobbies, and the same character. But Lu Yao and I obviously belong to two different worlds. She doesn't really like me very much. To be precise, it was just a period of time of dependence. So really don't make such a far-fetched comparison. Forget it. I'm a little tired today, I'm going to go to bed first. Loban patted my shoulder and climbed down the guardrail. I shouted at him, go hang out with CC sometime soon. We'll see. Loban gave me an ambiguous answer and left. I knew he didn't want to take his body and desecrate CC with an unloved heart. After all, CC was different from those women who could be casually brought home to sleep. Loban had his own principles on this point. In fact, I could understand Loban, but I still felt a little sorry. The next day, I got up a little later than usual because I didn't need to take the bus today and I still had Jolly's car. I arrived at the company and just managed to clock in at the reception desk before 9 o'clock. Right behind me, Jolly hurried out of a different elevator and, like a child on a seesaw, ran to the time clock. Just as he was about to insert his card, the time unfortunately jumped past 9 o'clock. Jolly complained to me with a sad face, Zhao Yang, it's all your fault. I thought I had a car and slept until 8 o'clock, but alas. I've lost this month's perfect attendance award. I threw the car keys in my hand at Jolly and said carelessly, what's the big deal about a perfect attendance award? I didn't get one last month either. Have you ever received one since you started working? I was very upset by Jolly's question, and my face fell. Jolly quickly changed the subject and asked, did you say you filled up my car for me? Don't worry, it's full. Jolly finally nodded as if he had regained his mental balance. I added, by the way, I found a Sinopec gas card in your car and I handed it to the person filling up the car. Jolly's face suddenly changed, but still holding on to a last hope, he said, you don't know the password. It's Pan Xiaoyun's Zhao Li's girlfriend birthday, I know it. Zhao Yang, you bastard. You stole my in-game equipment last time, didn't you? After entering the office, Zhao Li still looked at me with a hateful gaze, but I ignored him. Next time I need it, he will still obediently let me use his little alto. I was about to go to the break room to make a cup of coffee to refresh myself, but I received a summons from the manager Chen Jingming, asking me to go to his office immediately. I put down the cup in my hand and went to Chen Jingming's manager's office. Sit down, Chen Jingming said to me while reading the document. No, manager, if you have something to say, just say it, I'm busy. Chen Jingming looked up and smiled, then put down the document in his hands and said to me, this time there is something that needs to be coordinated. Is it still about Gucci? Chen Jingming nodded and said, the date for shooting the promotional poster has been changed to the 10th of this month. You notify the print model. Didn't we say the 15th? They're not unemployed, they can always find time to cooperate. Do you know how difficult it is to coordinate with the film crew to find a slot? I said angrily. Chen Jingming also said helplessly, I can't do anything about the sudden adjustment from Gucci. The photographer said he had other work arrangements on the 15th, so it had to be moved up to the 10th. They're really arrogant. They say they want to use a certain model, and we have to find it for them. They say they want to reschedule, and we have to accommodate them. I was getting more and more angry. Come on, Zhao Yang, you're on the company payroll, and this is a task assigned to you from above, so you have to complete it, Chen Jingming finally said to me with anger. I sneered, is it that if I'm on the company's payroll and the company says the moon in the sky is nice, I have to build a space shuttle and pluck the moon down to offer it to the company? The mobile station recommendation is currently 80, and there are 60 more to go. The computer station has 7,274 flowers, and there are about 700 more to go. Keep up the good work, little partner, and let's see which one finishes first. Let's compete. Chapter 36, Fuming with Anger. Chen Jingming was at a loss for words when I spoke, and he had to ask me for help. After a while, he spoke to me in a softer tone, saying, I'm also very annoyed that Gucci changed the shooting date at the last minute, but what can I do? I can't break with them after all. They can choose from many shopping malls to set up their counters, but it's so difficult for us to find the 8th international first-line brand. One must follow the trends of the times. Zhao Yang, if you want to go higher and further on the career path, you must learn the 4 words patience and compromise and keep them firmly in mind. After Chen Jingming said that, I felt a little embarrassed about continuing to be angry. In fact, he is quite a good boss. In the 2 years I have been at the company, he has taken good care of me, but I just haven't been motivated. I didn't want to make things difficult for Chen Jingming. He had his own difficulties, and I was well aware of the stakes in this matter. After a long silence, I said to him, I'll get in touch with her, but the day after tomorrow is the 10th, and time is so tight. Can we coordinate another filming date? I really can't guarantee this time. Chen Jingming rubbed his temples tiredly and said, "Try to communicate as best you can. Tell her that if she can participate in the filming on the 10th, I am personally willing to compensate her with 3 times the labor cost." I was silent again, deeply appreciating Chen Jingming's difficulty. The company's senior management must have put a lot of pressure on him regarding this incident. He is different from me. After all, he has already reached this position, while I am just a grassroots employee. If I don't feel comfortable with the work, the worst that can happen is that I change to another company. Perhaps his helplessness and compromise is precisely the manifestation of the cruelty of the workplace. After leaving Chen Jingming's office, I was in a complicated emotional state when I dialed Lu Yao's phone number. Lu Yao seemed to have not yet woken up, and it was a long time after I dialed the number before she answered in a hazy tone. "Hello, Xiaoyang, why are you calling me now? Are you still asleep?" "Well, I had 2 night scenes last night, and we shot almost all night, so I'm very sleepy," Lu Yao said, yawning again, and asked, "Do you have something to tell me?" I was a bit at a loss for words, and after a long silence, I said, "There's been a change to the filming schedule at Gucci. It's been brought forward to the 10th, which is the day after tomorrow. Can you coordinate your schedule?" Lu Yao was silent on the other end of the phone, and the silence was enough to prove how difficult this was for her, because she had already applied for leave on the 15th with the film crew. So the film crew would definitely have to make adjustments to her scenes, and these adjustments would involve many other actors. At this time, if adjustments were made, the other actors would definitely have strong opinions. "I'll go find the director now. I'll let you know as soon as I can coordinate it," Lu Yao said to me. "Well, I'm really sorry about this time," Lu Yao said with a smile. "What's the point of saying all that? If it can be coordinated, you have to come to Hengdian to pick me up this afternoon, because the train ride is so boring." "No problem. Well, then wait for my news." After ending the call with Yao, I immediately went to the bathroom and smoked a cigarette. I felt a sense of panic in my heart. I knew that as a newcomer, Yao had made a bad impression by repeatedly making demands on the crew, but she had still agreed to my request so readily. I really hoped that she wouldn't get into trouble because of it. Around noon, while I was eating, my phone vibrated. I looked at the text message and saw that it was from Yao. "Xiaoyang, the film crew has approved the leave, for a total of 3 days. Come and pick me up." A smiley face was attached to the text. I took a deep breath, and my nervousness finally eased a little. I immediately sent a message back to Yao, and that afternoon I would rush to Hengdian to pick Yao up and take her back to Suzhou. I went to Chen Jingming's office again to report the situation to him. He, like me, was also relieved, and immediately gave me the keys to his car and 2,000 yuan in cash, asking me to treat Lu Yao to a meal in Hengdian on his behalf, and then treat her to a separate meal when she returned to Suzhou. Chen Jingming also told me, the vice president of Gucci China will also come to Suzhou on the day of shooting the promotional poster to formally sign a contract with our department store to set up a store. This means that the Gucci investment promotion plan that the planning department and investment promotion department have been working on for several months has finally been completed, and Bully department store has officially reached the standards of a top-level department store B category. Personally, I have been given the opportunity to be promoted to the head of the planning and copywriting team. I hope this time it will be truly successful and there will be no more changes. After leaving the office, I immediately drove Chen Jingming's Audi A4 to Hengdian. It was already past 4 p.m. when I arrived. Instead of looking for a hotel, I went directly to the scenic spot where Yao Lu was filming. I had promised her that I would wait for her outside the scenic spot after she finished filming this afternoon. The autumn wind blew away the dusk, and the sky had completely darkened. Yao had not yet come out of the film set. I lit a cigarette and, as usual, looked absent-mindedly at the exit of the scenic area. Yao finally appeared in the light at the exit. She walked very slowly, covering her face with her right hand, so I couldn't quite see her expression. I got up and walked towards her. She looked at me, but didn't show the usual signs of intimacy. I smiled and asked, "Do you have a toothache? Why are you covering your face?" Lu Yao remained silent and continued walking forward. This unusual behavior filled me with doubt. I then followed her and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Let me see your face." "It's nothing," Lu Yao quickened her pace, but her voice was already choking. I grabbed her and then forcibly removed her hand covering her cheek. I was shocked to see several bright red fingerprints on her fair face. I was burning with anger. "Which idiot hit you? I'll fucking kill him," I said as I walked towards the entrance of the scenic spot. Lu Yao grabbed me tightly from behind. "Xiaoyang, don't go. Get away from me, I'm not fucking hitting him or, I'm sorry. I could no longer control my anger. I vaguely realized that Lu Yao being beaten must have something to do with this incident. After being shaken off by me, Lu Yao sat on the ground again, hugging my legs tightly, crying and saying, "Zhao Yang, I beg you, don't make trouble. It's of no use to me at all. There are so many people here, let's go back to the hotel and talk." I tried my best to control myself, and gradually calmed down as I looked around at the stairs already being thrown our way. At this time, I ran in. Making a scene would only make Yao's situation worse, unless she didn't care about anything and gave up on the play, which was obviously completely impossible for her. At the moment, for Yao's sake, the only thing I could do was to be patient. I helped Yao get up from the ground, my heart convulsing with an uncontrollable rage. I took out a tissue to wipe away her tears and said as gently as I could, "Let's go back to the hotel first, but you have to explain things to me." Yao nodded and gently took my arm as we walked towards the car. In the hotel room, Lu Yao sat next to me as I used an ice pack to help soothe the bruises. My heart was still seething with anger, and I gritted my teeth as I asked Lu Yao, "Who the hell hit you? Was it your director?" Lu Yao shook her head, tears running down her cheeks again. After a long silence, she said to me, "It was an actress from our crew. She said I was a vixen, seducing the director, so the director took such good care of me, twice helping me arrange my schedule, to the detriment of the rest of the crew, but I..." Lu Yao didn't continue, already unable to speak through her sobs, and my heart felt as if it was being torn apart. I guessed correctly, indeed it was my affair that caused Lu Yao this trouble. I hated that I couldn't find that actress right now to help Lu Yao slap her back. "Do they usually bully you like this?" Lu Yao nodded and said, "This circle is very complicated. I'm just a newcomer who recently graduated from school, so it's normal. Zhao Yang, you don't need to get angry for me. Who is that actress?" I asked with a frown, still wanting to help Yao get an explanation. Yao desperately shook her head and refused to sue me to the death. I felt a surge of pent-up frustration in my heart, and I resented myself for letting Yao suffer so much. Yao seemed to read my mind and gently comforted me, "Don't think about it. She hitting me will only make me work harder. I will definitely go higher and farther than her. Maybe I'll even have to thank her for the slap she gave me today." I sighed with gritted teeth, and the words Qin Jingming had said to me that morning came back to my mind. Yes. Whether in the workplace or in show business, we must learn to be patient and compromise, because those of us struggling at the bottom don't have the capital or right to lash out. If we act on impulse and can't learn to restrain ourselves, we will only pay an even greater price. That's why Lu Yao was desperately trying to stop me from helping her seek justice. But because of our lowly status, do we have to live without dignity? Is there really no crystal clear castle in the sky in this world? Can't we return to the original empty city of humanity? Who the hell is going to give me an answer? Computer station has 7,506 likes, 400 more needed. Mobile station has 107 recommendations, 33 more needed. Judging by the looks of it, the mobile station will be easy to get, but the computer station will be hard to crack. Chapter 37, Life is Hard for the Poor. The night grew deeper, and the autumn wind outside became more and more ferocious. The hotel room temporarily became a place without danger. Yu Yao was still leaning against me, staring absent-mindedly at the air conditioning vent. I looked at Yu Yao's face for a long time, and the fingerprints had finally faded a little. I said to her, "Let's go out to eat, or if you don't want to go out, I'll call and order food." Lu Yao shook her head and said, "Let's go out to eat. Well, when I arrived, our leader gave me 2,000 yuan to treat you to dinner." Lu Yao finally smiled and said, "I'm tired of the crew's lunchboxes. Today, let's be corrupt and eat the best." I nodded emphatically and said, "Well, let's eat the best. If that's not enough, we'll ask the leader for more. Let's bankrupt him so that he'll be afraid to see us." "You're so bad." After saying that, the two of them smiled at each other in the midst of their misery. The night wind was blowing hoo-hoo loudly, and there were not many pedestrians on the street. Yu Yao was walking next to me in a thick pink down jacket. Although we were going to have a luxurious meal, we finally just decided to have a bowl of noodles. Perhaps at that moment, we didn't like the ostentation of luxurious food and clothing, and just sought the simplicity of a bowl of noodles. In the simplicity, we forgot the pain of reality. In the noodle shop, Lu Yao took off her mask and took out a small makeup mirror to look at her face. She said to me with some concern, "The poster is going to be shot the day after tomorrow, and I don't know if these fingerprints will disappear." "There's still tomorrow, they should go away," I said to comfort her. Lu Yao nodded, "Go home and apply an ice pack." I looked at Luya with some pain in my heart, but I didn't know what else to say. I just felt a little remorseful that I had been so impatient with her and resented the trouble she had caused me. In fact, she had been very good to me, but I had only realized this when I needed her help. This made me feel very self-reproachful. Sometimes people really shouldn't look at another person unilaterally. Although Yu Yao is a troublesome woman, she also has her good qualities. At least she is very loyal to her friends, otherwise she would not have willingly put herself in a difficult situation and chosen to help me without hesitation. During dinner, Yu Yao and I talked about our friends. She asked me, "Zhao Yang, how are Robin and Cici doing recently? Are they together?" "I don't think so." "That's a pity. Cici is a good girl, a bit idealistic, but so is Robin. I think they'd make a good couple." I nodded, agreeing with Lu Yao, but helplessly added, "You should know that Robin has a hurdle in his heart that he can't get over. He doesn't want to take it with him when he gets along with Cici. I can quite understand him, anyway. So what about you, have you overcome the obstacle in your heart?" Lu Yao suddenly changed the subject to me again. I had an answer in my heart, but I fell silent. At this moment, I really hoped that someone would pass by that castle in the sky and come back to tell me how long it would take me to overcome the obstacles and ascend to that castle in the sky again to meet the woman in my heart. But I knew that the woman waiting in that castle in the sky was no longer Janeway. Seeing that I hadn't spoken for a long time, Yao smiled and said, "You've answered with silence." I didn't deny it, but just said with some loss, "Eat quickly, the noodles are going to get soggy." Yao lowered her head, took a bite of the noodles, and then said to me as if remembering something, "When we go back to Suzhou this time, let's go to Cici's restaurant and get together. It's been a long time since we last went there for dinner, and I miss it." "Okay, let's do it tomorrow night. Let's call Ben and go together." With the promise of becoming friends with Lu Yao last time, we didn't stay together that night. In the hotel room, I still lit a cigarette and immersed myself in loneliness. I still couldn't help thinking about Janeway, which made me panic and unable to stop. Taking a deep drag of the cigarette, I smiled helplessly. Janeway and I had been through so much together, but what we had put together was a broken love. In the end, these bits and pieces turned into brute force spreading in all directions, tearing me to pieces. In the midst of the pieces, I seemed to see that at the moment, Janeway was lying on a bed with Xiang Chen, whispering sweet nothings to each other. Where did she remember the bits and pieces we had experienced together? So once again, I was reduced to dust in the midst of the pieces, and the pain was so great that I could no longer feel it. A text message alert finally saved me. I stubbed out my cigarette and picked up my phone from the cabinet. But the message that saved me was a surprise. It was from Michi. "After you sprayed the insecticide, there should be a lot of dead cockroaches in the bathroom, right?" She's unbelievable, even afraid of dead cockroaches. I laughed and messaged her back, "There should be some. So are you free to help me get rid of these dead cockroaches? I'm on a business trip in Hengdian. Wait until I get back, or you can ask someone else for help. I'll wait for you. I don't want to trouble others with such disgusting things." I couldn't help laughing and crying when I read this reply from Mi Cai. She's really something. Just because I owe her some money that I haven't paid back, she can justify asking me to do any disgusting thing. I immediately messaged Mi Cai back, "Life is hard for the poor. They live without dignity and happiness. Stop complaining. Be a good person and work hard." After reading this reply from Mi Cai, I actually felt funny from the bottom of my heart, but I couldn't say why I felt funny. In short, it was a very subtle feeling. My mood gradually lightened, and after quickly sending Mi Cai a good night, I pulled the curtains closed, turned off all the lights in the room, and fell asleep after a while. The next day, I took Lu Yao back to Suzhou. She had already cancelled the rental apartment she had booked in Suzhou, so I arranged a hotel for her. We also arranged to meet at Cici's restaurant in the evening, and of course we had to invite Ben Lo along. This was something I had promised Cici, and as a man of principle, I naturally kept my word. After returning to the company and handing in my work to Chen Jingming, I continued to be busy for another afternoon. It wasn't until dusk that I finally escaped from work and took a moment to rest in my chair. I finally took out my phone, looked up Robin's number, and dialed. Robin quickly answered the phone, and I cut straight to the chase and asked, "Where are you?" From the other end of the line came the sound of a shaver spinning. Robin said to me between shavings, "I'm getting ready to go to work at the bar." "Don't go. Let's hang out at Cici's tonight. My treat." Lobin's tone was a little impatient. I said, "I'm not going. Don't make things difficult for me, okay?" Didn't you say last time that if I brought Lu Yao, you'd come along? I did say that. Do you mean it? Yes. Isn't Lu Yao filming in Hengdian? I smiled and said, if I don't pick her up, how can I invite you, a big shot? Don't be a drag, hurry up and come over. By the way, bring out my guitar too, tonight the two of us will help CC out. Chapter 38, A Chance Encounter in the Restaurant. The night came as expected, and the tired body was finally released. In this huge city, the night gives us endless loneliness, but also allows us to indulge recklessly. Perhaps only the night can release the truest version of ourselves. We suffer in reality, we enjoy ourselves in reality, and we helplessly watch our youth slowly drown in the rushing flow of time. Because of Yu Yao, Chen Jingming's A4 has become my personal card these few days. After ending the call with Robin, I drove to the hotel to pick up Yu Yao, and then drove non-stop to CC's empty city music theme restaurant. After we arrived, Robin also appeared at the entrance to the alley with my guitar on his back and his modified racing motorcycle. After parking the car, Lu Yao and I got out of the car one after the other. Lu Yao was very happy to see Robin and greeted him from afar. As the two of them approached, Robin put his hand on Yao's shoulder and jokingly said, "Yao, it's been a long time." Yao didn't mind Robin's behavior of leaning on her shoulder, and looked at the guitar behind him and asked, "Robin, are you going to sing tonight?" "This is Zhao Yan's guitar." Yao looked at me again and asked, "Are you going to sing a few songs impromptu later?" I nodded and said, "Well, it's been a long time since I last sang in CC's restaurant. I really miss the days when I used to sing here." "Why does the word miss make me feel so sad?" said Ben. Yao echoed, "Because it's shameful to miss the past. We're both people who look forward, aren't we, Ben?" Loban nodded, "That's true. It's just that Zhao Yang still sometimes willingly looks back, even though she knows it's shameful." I laughed. At the moment, Loban and Laya were teasing me in unison, but it was more like a kind of cover-up and avoidance. But I won't expose it. No matter how perfectly he disguises himself in front of others, when the night is quiet, all the disguises he puts on to cover up will still be torn apart, because the night doesn't like people who pretend. The three of us laughed as we walked through the dark alley towards CC's restaurant. When we pushed open the door, the first sound we heard was CC's familiar singing voice. This time she was singing Su Wei's Time. She was so absorbed in her singing that she didn't even notice our arrival. We didn't disturb CC, we just found a corner to sit down and listen to this song that made us feel so many emotions. When CC sang the line "You are the most beautiful spring in my memory," the yesterday I can no longer return to, Luo Ben and I almost simultaneously pulled a cigarette out of our packs and lit it. I don't know what Luo Ben was feeling at that moment, but my heart was filled with those feelings of nostalgia for the past. I hated that I could no longer return to that spring, and jumped into her river, swimming until the end of love. The applause came and went intermittently, and I realized that the song time had already finished as time passed quietly. I looked up at CC on the small stage. She had put down her guitar and almost at the same time noticed our arrival. Her eyes were full of surprise, but of course her surprise came from Robin, not from me or Lu Yao. CC came towards us with a smile, while at the same time asking the waiter to bring us drinks and menus. Robin didn't react in any special way to CC's arrival. He was still smoking and tuning his guitar. CC stood next to Robin and said after a long while, "It's been a long time, Robin." "Sit down and have a drink with us," Robin said, making room for CC, but his tone was flat and devoid of emotion. CC nodded and sat down next to Robin. She also lit a cigarette and asked Robin, "How have you been recently?" "I'm doing well." CC looked helpless at Robin's perfunctory reply, but Robin had always been like this to her, and there was nothing she could do about it, so she fell into silence. The waiter first brought the wine and drinks, and each of us filled our glasses. The three of us put aside Robin and started chatting. CC flicked the ashes in her hand and asked me, "Zhao Yang, why didn't you bring your girlfriend along today?" I froze for a moment before answering, "She's quite busy all day." As soon as I said that, Lu Yao and Luo Ben, who were standing next to me, asked me at the same time, "Do you have a girlfriend?" At this time, I kind of regretted talking nonsense with CC about Mi Cai being my girlfriend that day. However, people always have inertial thinking. I introduced Mi Cai as my girlfriend in front of Fan Yuan and Jianwei, so I continued to introduce her to CC as well. "Let's say so," I replied perfunctorily. Loban, on the other hand, took the news of my girlfriend with a light heart. He lifted his glass and took a sip, not pursuing the matter further. Lu Yao, on the other hand, was very interested and asked, "Who is she, Zhao Yan?" You've met her before, I said, lifting my glass to signal Lu Yao to drink, in an attempt to distract her. Lu Yao ignored me, thinking for a moment, and said, "Is she the woman who paid your fine at the police station last time?" "Take a guess," I said, picking up the guitar that Robin had tuned and walked towards the small stage across the room, but I was afraid that Yao would keep asking questions. I had just sat down in the chair on the stage, and Robin had followed me onto the stage. The two of us glanced at each other, both of us feeling helpless. I was afraid of Yao's persistent questions, and Robin was afraid of facing CC. Robin and the sound engineer asked for a microphone again, and then told the band behind them, "Play Black Panther's Don't Break My Heart." The band found the right pitch and signaled to us. Robin and I gave an okay sign, then closed our eyes and reveled in the intro of the song. I was so engrossed in the whole song that I kept my eyes closed until the end, when I subconsciously glanced over to the seats we had just been sitting in. I discovered that Mi Cai had somehow come to the restaurant and was sitting with CC, applauding for Robin and me, and the diner's attention had also gathered over there. It is already very rare to find a beautiful woman, and at this moment, the three of them, Mi Cai, Lu Yao, and CC, sitting together, naturally amplify the beauty effect infinitely, attracting the attention of the diners. However, I panicked under this beauty effect, fearing that CC would introduce Mi Cai to Lu Yao as my girlfriend. Then Mi Cai very unceremoniously revealed the truth, and I would be so humiliated. I handed my guitar to Robin, signaled for him to continue, and hurriedly walked off the stage, to the side of the three women. Just as I was about to speak, Yao said to me, "I'll take over for you. It's been a long time since I worked with Rob." And with that, she walked off to the small stage. I sat down next to Mi Cai and, while Cece's attention was on the stage, asked her in a low voice, "How did you find your way here?" "I already promised you that I would help you get rid of those damn cockroaches whenever I had time. Why are you in such a hurry?" Mi Cai looked at me with an idiot-like expression and asked after a long while, "Do you think I came here to see you?" I then realized how self-absorbed I had been in my nervousness. I remembered that last time, Mi Cai had told me that she really liked the CC restaurant, so naturally she would come here to eat and spend money. So today was purely a coincidence. To ease my embarrassment, I asked Mi Cai cheekily, "Wasn't the song I just sang, 'Don't Break My Heart,' pretty good? The man next to you sang really well, and he didn't pay any attention to you." Mi Cai spoke to me, but looked at Robin on the stage with her chin in her hands, as if she was looking forward to Robin's next song. I covered my chest, twisted my face into an expression of pain, and said, "Oh, dear, my heart hurts so much. I'm your boyfriend, you can't do this to me, my heart is broken." Boring. Mi Cai's attitude made me feel relieved. If she had been very rude and exposed me, it would definitely not have been as simple as just saying boring. I lifted my glass and took a sip of beer, then also focused my attention on the small stage, waiting for the duet of Yao and Robin. This is even more than 140 recommended votes on the mobile site, and the computer station is already infinitely close to 8,000. After a delay of half an hour, the computer station broke through 8,000 at 11:30 and added another chapter. Chapter 39, A Master of Life. On the small stage, Robin strummed his guitar, and Yao sang along to the rhythm of the music, while I drank my beer and daydreamed. After a while, I said to CC, "Yao is really the stuff first-tier actresses are made of." CC looked at me in puzzlement and asked, "Why do you say that? Have you ever seen Yang Mi or Fan Bingbing sing well? Obviously, if singing is the standard, Yao will become a first-tier actress in no time." CC laughed and said, "Zhao Yang, you're really mean, making such a big detour to tease Yao. She knows it'll make her mad." My curiosity piqued, I nudged Mi Cai next to me and said, "Go up there and have some fun later. I haven't heard your moving singing voice yet." "I only like to listen to other people sing." Mi Cai shook her head and refused. I felt a bit bored, took a sip of beer, and then focused my attention on the singing Yao again. After a short while, CC asked the waiter to bring the camera, left his seat, and chose a good position to record the images of Yao and Robin on the small stage. I said to CC, who had returned to his seat, "You really are biased. You didn't even take a picture of me when I was singing to record my majestic figure." CC smiled and showed me the picture he had just taken, and said, "It's a good picture, maybe this will become a picture with special meaning." I nodded and looked at Yao and Ben on the stage again. Maybe one day they will really become famous in the entertainment industry, then the photo of the two of them singing together before they became famous will naturally have special significance. But even if that day really comes, who knows that behind their fame, there have been countless difficult yesterdays and todays. It was a simple night, so simple that we just took turns singing on the small stage. Mi Cai was even simpler, barely saying a word from beginning to end, just resting his chin and listening quietly. Perhaps everyone who comes to Empty City regards it as a beach where they can rest, simply listen to the music and simply enjoy the warmth of humanity. I was supposed to pay for the dinner, but in the end, Mi Cai took out 1,000 yuan before me and put it in the box that demonstrated human nature. I was very pleased with this and bragged in front of everyone that my girlfriend was rich. Everyone jokingly called me the gigolo who was supported by Mi Cai. In fact, there is no such thing as a rich man or a gigolo. It's just young people having fun together. We don't have much time left in our youth, and laughing and joking is the only way to make our last years of youth seem less lonely and heavy, because none of us wants to be the lonely one in the prime of our lives. Leaving Cece's restaurant, Mi Cai said goodbye to everyone and was the first to drive away, followed by Robin, while I had to take Yao back to the hotel where she was staying. On the way, Yao, who hadn't been drinking, was driving, so I opened the window, lit a cigarette, and looked at the city under the night sky as usual. I don't know when the sky started to drizzle, and the autumn wind felt a little cool. Lu Yao suddenly changed lanes and turned the car in the opposite direction. She said to me, "It's still early, the hotel is too boring, let's go sit by the moat." "Okay," I said, continuing to immerse myself in the boundless night. A moment later, we arrived by the moat, sitting close to each other on the lawn that had been slightly dampened by the light rain. After sitting for a little while, I lay flat on my back on the lawn, letting the drizzle wet me, and letting my emotions completely escape in the coolness of the autumn breeze. Lu Yao also lay down on her side next to me. Her hand rested on my chest, and she whispered in my ear, "Xiaoyang, in fact, Mi Cai is not your girlfriend, is she?" I asked a little surprised, "Where did you see that?" Lu Yao smiled and said, "Women's intuition, I can tell that she doesn't like you as a man." Lu Yao's insight made me believe that women really are animals of feeling. I nodded and said, "Well, she really isn't my girlfriend. It was just that time I met Jianwei, and I didn't want her to see that I was in a mess and that I was hot-headed, so I said that she was my girlfriend." "Jianwei is back?" Lu Yao's tone was full of surprise. "Yes." I sighed, then lit a cigarette, took a long drag, rested my arm under my head, and looked pensively at the drizzling sky. Lu Yao seemed a little cold, so she hugged me again, but she was silent. So, the two people who had experienced the ups and downs of life just huddled together on this drizzly night, relying on each other for warmth, to find the little warmth they could. I don't know how long it took before Lu Yao asked softly in my ear, "Xiaoyang, is there a place you long for?" "Yes, it's a city." "A city? Is it like Cece's restaurant?" "No, it's in the sky, a city in the sky, crystal clear, and inside lives a beautiful woman with long hair down to her shoulders." Lu Yao thought for a moment and said, "Mi Cai is a beautiful woman with long hair down to her shoulders." "No, her long hair is slightly curly," I said after denying it, and then asked Lu Yao, "What about you? What is the place in your heart that you long for?" "It's an island across the beach, but I don't know where it is." Then I met a man in the middle of the sea who was holding a sail. He took me to the island, and we have lived together ever since. Every day we watch the sunset on the island. By the way, he will cook dinner for me every evening, so there is smoke from the cooking on the island, and I don't have to think about the fireworks in the world anymore. I smiled and said, "You're really something. You even thought of the plot. It's pretty, though, even more so than my city." Lu Yao didn't say anything else, and pressed her face against mine. After a long while, she said to me, "Xiaoyang, don't think about Jianwei anymore. Fight for your life. Let's not be the ones defeated by reality." The cigarette in my hand had been drenched by the rain, and I took a heavy drag. Apart from the smoke, there was also the fishy dampness of the rain, which made me feel very uncomfortable. I couldn't help but ask myself, can I really forget Janeway, work hard from now on, and become a master of life? This time I gave myself an answer, whether I can forget Janeway or not, I should work hard. I know that the opportunity one got at work this time was obtained at the expense of Lu Yao's great suffering. After a long silence, I said to Yao, I should really start fighting hard. From today onwards, I will quickly get my life in order and become a master of life. Zhao Yang, hold me tight, I'm a little cold. The rain continued to fall, and a low-lying area finally had some puddles of water. The light and shadow of the street lamp were reflected on the puddles, as if they were refracting the castle in the sky and the island across the beach. Chapter 40, Don't Be a Child. After temporarily saying goodbye to Lu Yao, I returned to the attic. I opened the door and found Robin sitting on the rooftop, holding a guitar in his hands, but not practicing. The beer cans scattered around him made him look a bit decadent. I handed him a cigarette and jumped onto the guardrail. As I lit the cigarette, I listened to the sound of raindrops falling on the canopy, like a sad whimper, drenching the night and waiting for dawn. Why are you depressed again? I asked with a smile. Ruben tore open a can of beer and handed it to me, as if our nights were only filled with cigarettes and beer. He said, every day is depressing. Then be depressed, man. I've decided to be a positive person. Really? Don't be weak when you lift. Although Robin was teasing me, I didn't care and laughed back. I lift and I'm strong. After a pause, I said seriously, it's been more than 3 years since graduation, and I've accomplished nothing. Watching my classmates and friends getting married one after the other, busy and rushing around, I feel quite empty inside. Robin nodded without saying a word, just throwing away the empty beer can in his hand and taking a heavy drag on his cigarette. I stood up on the railing and yelled at the huge city below, which was enveloped in the darkness of night, I'm fucking done playing around. I want to work every day, buy a house, marry a beautiful girl, and come home every day to someone to talk to and someone to sleep with. Loban suddenly plucked the guitar and a song called Don't Be Stupid came out of his mouth. It was only then that I realized that Loban was also fucking mean. The next day, I arrived at the company early, and at the same time, Yao also came to our company and met with a manager in charge of marketing at Gucci. When the manager first saw Yao, he also praised her image and temperament as being very in line with the product positioning of Gucci. I don't doubt this at all. Although Yao is often carefree in front of our friends, when she gets into work mode, her temperament is noble, with a sense of fashion and edginess in the nobility, and a little bit of mixed race beauty. So Gucci recognized Yao as the perfect person to shoot their promotional posters, and it wasn't necessarily entirely a test of our sincerity in cooperating with the department store. The main reason was that Yao was suitable, which precisely highlighted the brand awareness of international first-tier brands, who are often very cautious in their marketing and publicity. While Yu Yao was shooting the promotional poster for Gucci, the vice president of Gucci China also signed a contract with our department store as promised to set up a counter. The signing ceremony was done in a high-profile manner, and many media came to the signing site. Our company also took advantage of this signing ceremony to formally announce to the outside world that Boli Department Store has entered the ranks of top department stores. The high-profile signing ceremony was also intended to warm up and build momentum for the full marketing campaign that I would be in charge of later. So my first real challenge in life officially began with the opening of the Gucci counter in our department store. That night, our company hosted a banquet for the vice president of Gucci in China and a number of his entourage. Of course, I was exceptionally invited as one of the heroes, which made me feel a little overwhelmed. You have to understand that after 2 years of working at the grassroots level in the company, I had never really spoken to the top of the company, let alone have dinner with them. At the banquet, Chen Jingming praised me in front of the company's top management, so much so that at the end of the banquet, Li Junren, the executive vice president of Bali Department Store, came to me personally, patted me on the shoulder and said, "Young man, I'll remember you." Of course, this is just remembering. If I want the company's top management to really take me seriously, I need to seize this rare opportunity and do my best to make this marketing campaign a success and create value for the company. After leaving the celebration banquet, I went to find Yao Lu. She had completed the Gucci photoshoot and would be leaving Suzhou the next day to return to Hengdian to continue pursuing her acting career. We sat next to a section of railway tracks. The tracks seemed so free as they stretched endlessly in the direction of the wind in the dark night, but I knew that perhaps the next city would be the end of the tracks. A rare green train, carrying a group of seemingly lonely people, rushed past us, leaving only some shadows and smells in its wake. Lu Yao sat next to me in very thick clothes, with some distance between us. This distance made us more and more like friends. I tucked my clothes in, lit a cigarette, and said to Lu Yao, "When you get back to the crew, don't let anyone bully you again." Lu Yao hugged her knees with both hands, looked a little absent-mindedly at another passing train, and nodded to me after a long while, saying, "Well, you also have to work hard." "Well, actually I feel quite guilty, because I've caused you so much suffering. When I can't sleep at night these days, I always want to go and beat up that actress." Lu Yao laughed and said, "Don't be like a child. In fact, I don't even want to think about this anymore." "What do you want then?" "I don't want to think about anything. Thinking too much makes me sad." I agree with Lu Yao, but can she really do it? At least I often let my soul, imprisoned in a flesh and blood body, wander around and think about things, and the more I think, the more it hurts. We were both silent for a long time. I took an envelope out of my bag and handed it to Lu Yao, saying, "This is your payment for this time. It's 10,000. Go ahead and count it." "Why is it so much?" "Our manager said that if you can find the time to participate in the shoot this time, he is personally willing to pay 3 times the usual fee." "Take it, you deserve it," I said, and handed the envelope to Lu Yao again. Lu Yao took the envelope, slipped it into her handbag, and then we continued to be silent until we left, but we saw many trains whistling past. On the way back, it was just after 10 o'clock. In fact, Lu Yao and I didn't sit by the railway tracks for too long, but our hearts traveled far with each speeding train, and we couldn't bring them back. Back at the apartment, I found out that Robin hadn't gone to the bar tonight. As I was about to open the door, I heard a woman's panting from inside the apartment. It could have been the Lily I brought back last time, or it could have been another woman. I didn't feel comfortable interrupting, but I had nowhere else to go. After sitting downstairs for a while, I finally remembered that I had promised Micah a few days ago to help her get rid of the roach corpses, so I might as well help her now. I called Micah, and she told me that she had been waiting for me to get rid of the roaches in the old house, so she was still living in Willowbank Scenic Garden. I told her that I had time to deal with it right now, and she immediately said that she also had time right now, so we rushed to the old house from two directions of the city at the same time. Flowers, signed in, saved, thank you. Chapter 41, You Have No Shame. In the night, I went to the community where I had lived for more than 2 years. The Fuchsia Q7 belonging to Michi was parked downstairs in the community, and she had already arrived before me. I whistled as I walked up the stairs, and the sensor lights came on along the way. The hallway looked even more dilapidated in the light, and this dilapidation made me even more puzzled. I always couldn't figure out why Mi Cai wanted to live here, and it left me nowhere to go, so I had to board in that nest in Robin's. I knocked on the door, and Mi Cai, fully dressed, opened the door for me. I immediately complained, "I'm exhausted." "Then go ahead and get it done, and hurry back to rest," Mi Cai said in a tone that showed she really cared about me. I gave her an unhappy look and said, "You're very pretty, but you really lack emotional intelligence." When I said I was tired, I meant I wanted you to pour me a cup of hot water. I haven't lived here in a few days, so where would there be any hot water? There's an electric kettle and a gas stove at home. If there's no hot water, just boil some. By the way, I like wolfberry and lemon tea. I didn't take any wolfberries or lemons with me when I moved last time, so go make some for me now. I sat down on the sofa, crossed my legs, and took out the mandarin oranges from the fruit bowl and started eating. Mi Cai's face was very red, but she went to the kitchen anyway, turned on the kettle and started boiling the water. She stood opposite the sofa, looking at me with some resentment. I was pleased with myself. If I didn't take advantage of her at this time, after she had used me up, she would probably use vicious words to choke me to death. "These mandarins are really good, where did you buy them?" I said, peeling open another orange. "If you like it, take it home and eat it, but first could you please help me with the real business?" I replied without any hurry, "Last time I thought your cherries were good and you let me take them home, and this time I think the tangerines are good and you let me take them home too. Is it that everything in this house can be taken away if I like it?" "In principle, yes. With someone like you, I can't afford to be picky because you have an incredibly thick skin," Mi Cai said to me with patience. I smiled and continued, "Then I really like you, and you should come with me tonight." Mi Cai's face suddenly turned from gloomy to thunderous, and she glared at me and said, "Please don't say things that you can say to every woman in front of me. I will think you are shameless." I remained calm and said, "I'm just following your logic." "How is that shameless?" "If you don't want to, I just don't like you." Mi Cai looked at the water, which was almost boiling, and her expression was as if she wanted to stuff me into the electric kettle. I felt so good inside. In all the verbal spats between Mi Cai and me, this was the first time I had the upper hand. It was a really cool feeling to have retaken the city. I was so pleased that I couldn't help humming Fei Wong's The New Tenant. Waiting for the night, welcoming the day, cleaning during the day, praying at night, leaving the hustle and bustle, searching for trouble, the ends of the earth, whimsical, is someone looking for me, I say hello, you say disturb, not too early, not too late, thousands of miles away. Mi Cai glared at me as she listened to me finish singing, but there was nothing she could do about it. Of course she couldn't do anything about it, because she didn't dare to be as shameless as I was. I then said to Mi Cai, "Do you know what song I just sang?" Without waiting for Mi Cai to answer, I answered the question myself, saying, "It's Fei Wong's New Tenant." "Do you feel like the lyrics are about our relationship?" Still waiting for Mi Cai to respond, I rushed to analyze it again, saying, "Every day in this house I wait for the evening and greet the day. I clean during the day and pray at night. One day you moved in here on a whim, and I, the landlord, said to you, my new tenant, hello, but you said to me, excuse me, and then you kicked me out of this house." Mi Cai sighed for a long time and said, "You really can associate things. This is not a fantasy, it's a real, tragic story that happened not long ago." I stood up from the sofa in protest, glaring at Mi Cai. Mi Cai didn't respond to my words, but looked at the boiling water and said, "I'll go get some water." "Where did you put the lemon slices and wolfberries?" "Next to the toilet in the bathroom," I said in a bad mood, but it was to disgust Mi Cai. After analyzing it myself, I also felt that I had suffered a great injustice. Mi Cai did indeed look disgusted, but also knew that I had done it on purpose, so he said with a stern face, "If you don't sue me, just forget it, and make your own tea. You are so principled, and you promised to help me make tea, so you will definitely make it." I took the opportunity to mock Mi Cai's principles again. Mi Cai's words finally angered him, "But did you really put the lemon and wolfberries next to the toilet in the bathroom? Go ask the cockroaches in the bathroom, they live there, and they must know for sure if they were put there or not." Mi Cai was so angry that he said, "I won't drink it if I have to poop." Then he walked into his room and was unwilling to say another word to me. I sang that song, The New Tenant, to Mi Cai's room like a villain who had achieved his goal. Finally, I went to the room where I used to live and found the lemons and wolfberries. I brewed a cup with boiling water, sat comfortably on the sofa and drank it. Life was suddenly so good. After finishing the cup of tea, I wanted to go to the bathroom to help Mi Cai clean up the roach corpse, but the phone suddenly rang. I looked at the number and saw that it was Robin calling me. I answered the phone, but it was a woman's voice. She said to me, "You are Zhao Yang, right? Who are you and why are you using Robin's phone?" I asked in confusion. "Lily, the last Lily." "Oh, is there something wrong?" Lily said to me in a tone of negotiation. Robin went downstairs to buy cigarettes. "I'm calling you to tell you not to come back tonight. I want to spend the night here with Robin." I was a bit embarrassed, but I had already let Lily down once before, so it would be a bit hard to do it again. After a while, I finally said to Lily, "Okay, I won't go back tonight." Lily's tone immediately became happy, and she reminded me, "Then you should call Robin later and tell him you're not coming back." "No problem. Remember, don't tell Robin that I called you and told you not to come back," Lily reminded me again. "Okay, I'll just say I have something to do tonight and won't be back." "Zhao Yang, you're really great. I'll treat you to dinner sometime." Lily hung up the phone with joy, but I forgot to remind her to return the 100 yuan she took from me last time. After ending the call with Lily, I had another problem. If I didn't go back to Robin's place tonight, where else could I go to spend the night? With the worry of having nowhere to go, I went to the bathroom to help Macy clean up the roach carcasses. There weren't actually many, because the last time the insecticide didn't have much effect. After searching for a while, I found a half-dead roach behind the toilet bowl. But this one was enough to let me hand Macy the job with a clear conscience. I wrapped the cockroach in toilet paper and stuffed some cigarette butts inside to act as a corpse. I then went to the door of Mi Cai's room, knocked on it and said, "I've already cleaned up the cockroach corpses. I wrapped them in toilet paper. Do you want to come out and check? That insecticide really works. I don't write fast, and I don't have much left in the manuscript. Starting tomorrow, I will resume writing 2 chapters at my normal speed. Of course, there will be occasional extra chapters. Today, 3 chapters completed. Don't forget to vote for your favorite chapters. When there are extra chapters, I can receive up to 1,400 per day. When there aren't, it drops to 900 instantly. Guys, do you want to be so unlucky? Do you remember the last book? Did I say that there was a girl in Changba who matched the image of Chunqingi? For this book, she specially recorded a song for us called The New Tenant that is mentioned in the book. She recorded it a long time ago, so you can go listen to it. Download the app, sing it, search for AvoS, and you'll find her. The song The New Tenant is a bit off-key, but I really like it, and AvoS sings it very well. This is a benefit for everyone, and I'll also urge her to record a new song. Chapter 42, Go ahead and call the police if you dare. Mi Cai in the room did not respond to me. She might really have been angered by my words and actions just now. I knocked on the door again and said, "If I'm not going into your room, I'll just throw the roaches I killed in there for you to examine, to prove that I did help you and never did anything half-hearted." Mi Cai said to me in a nervous tone, "There's no need to examine them, just take them away quickly." "Oh," I said, and threw the cigarette butt and half-dead cockroach wrapped in toilet paper out the window. I then said to Mi Cai, "The bathroom is now ready for use, and I guarantee there are no cockroaches." "Oh, then you should go back and rest. It's hard to get a taxi this late." Mi Cai finally came out of the room again. Her long, slightly curly hair was tied up, and she had changed into a thicker tweed duffel coat. She held the car keys in her hand and said to me, "Then I'll drive you home." I stood still, of course, because I had promised Lily that I would not go back to Robin's place to stay tonight. Micah, who had already reached the door, turned back and asked, "Why aren't you leaving?" I sighed and said helplessly, "I can't stay at my friend's place tonight." "What happened?" "He took a woman back to his place for the night," I said in a low voice, my tone full of the sadness of having nowhere to go. "It's been a week already, and you still haven't found a place to live?" "I've been busy. I've been to Hundian twice. Where would I find the time to look for a place? Besides, it's not easy to find a place you're comfortable living in." I looked around the room again, full of nostalgia. "Then just go to a hotel." "No, hotels are expensive. I need to save up to pay you back," I said, sitting on the sofa, then lying down again, making it clear to Mi Cai with my actions that I would be staying here tonight. Mi Cai walked back to me, frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" "It means I'm staying here tonight," I said, and responded with a smile. After a while, Mi Cai said to me with patience, "Don't make me feel like you're a scoundrel, okay? I'm already a scoundrel. Besides, I spent more than 20 yuan on a taxi today just to come and help you. I didn't even mention the money to you, so what's wrong with me staying here for the night? I'll pay for your taxi fare, and I'll book you a hotel room, is that okay?" I turned over and stood up again, almost face to face with Mi Cai, and angrily said, "You know, I can't stand the way you act like you can solve everything with money. Do you think I'm someone who lacks money? I'll tell you, I'm not leaving here tonight. If you're so smart, call the police and say I'm trespassing." "You're a tenant, and you're calling the police on your landlord for trespassing?" "Of course you're embarrassed, because you're the one who used your $2 to forcibly occupy the house I've lived in for more than 2 years. You're the one who's in the wrong." I rambled on, but blocked all the things that Mi Cai could say. She just glared at me. I lay down on the sofa again, making a gesture of not leaving. Mi Cai couldn't do anything about me. She, who is usually calm, actually stamped her foot in anger and then walked to the door with her handbag. "Where are you going?" I asked, twisting my head. "I'm leaving, okay? Go, and don't come back." After Mi Cai left, I snuck into her room, found an unused set of bedding from the closet, carried it to the room I had originally lived in, made the bed, and just like that, I settled in, hoping that Mi Cai would never come back. But I had already forgotten how, when I first moved out of here, I had put on a righteous act to let Mi Cai have her way. The next day, I slept until 8 o'clock and didn't have time to buy toiletries, so I used Mi Cai's. After a quick breakfast at the familiar snack bar downstairs, I hurriedly boarded the bus to work. After arriving at the office and attending the usual morning meeting, my manager, Chen Jingming, asked to see me again. I knew he was concerned about the integrated marketing campaign that I was in charge of. Chen Jingming asked me, "What do you think? Do you have any ideas for the integrated marketing campaign?" I nodded and said, "Well, this time I plan to make the realization of customer value the core of the plan. This is done to strengthen our brand image. I think that by realizing customer value first, customers will better realize the corporate value for us." "You're on the right track. We at Baoli Department Store have been in business for many years and are very experienced in the 4Ps product, price, place, and promotion. Now that we've officially entered the ranks of top department stores, what we urgently need to do is improve our image. Better realization of customer value is the best way to enhance our corporate image, and your marketing ideas are very much in line with the strategic needs of our department store at this stage." I nodded in response. Having worked at Baoli Department Store for more than 2 years, I of course had my own understanding of the strategic environment in which the company found itself. Chen Jingming added, "I will assign one person each from the graphic design team, engineering team, and display design team to join this task force to assist you in completing this marketing plan. You can feel free to communicate with me about your requirements for the candidates." "Okay. By the way, I've heard that our biggest competitor, Jumei Shopping Center, will soon hold a large-scale promotional event targeting our Baoli department store. Their goal is to temporarily suppress our sales by overdrawing consumer demand in the short term. It doesn't surprise me that Jumei Shopping Center is having a major promotional event at this time. This is completely a strategic necessity. Our Baoli department store and Jumei Shopping Center are in the same business district and both mainly target the high-end market. The conflict of interest is already very intense, and Gucci has set up a store in our company, which puts us in a truly sense, we are in a parallel position with them. They feel threatened and naturally want to suppress us strongly. However, although our Baoli department store has reached the standards of a top department store, there is still some gap between us and Jumei. Currently, there are 11 international first-line brands operating in Zhuomei, slightly more than ours. I asked Chen Jingming, so our planning department will also have to come up with a corresponding promotional plan in the near future? Yes, and we need to do it quickly. Our promotional activities need to be done before theirs, to undermine Zhuomei's strategic intent. Although the time is tight, we must ensure the effectiveness of the activities. This is a test of our planning department's mobility and execution, and we can only succeed, not fail. After a pause, Chen Jingming added, because this promotional plan is of great significance, I have asked Fang Yuan to end his honeymoon early and report back to the company tomorrow. You will complete this promotional plan together. I let out a sigh of relief. If Fang Yuan hadn't returned, I really wouldn't have been able to handle such an important case on my own. But this also shows from a side that the promotional plan is of great strategic significance to our department store, otherwise Chen Jingming would not have ended Fang Yuan's honeymoon early. Chen Jingming took another document out of the drawer and handed it to me, saying, "This is the latest personnel file of Zhuomei Shopping Center that the Public Relations Department has just obtained. There have been major changes in the senior management of their company some time ago. You should take a look at this personnel file, especially the composition of the personnel in their planning department, so that you know yourself and your enemy." I flipped through the personnel file I received from Chen Jingming. I was shocked as soon as I saw the first page, because the new CEO of Zhuomei Shopping Center was someone I knew very well. Chapter 43, It's Not a Coincidence That We're Together. CEO of Zhuomei Shopping Center, Mi Cai, English name Betsy, born on September 10, 1988, native place, Suzhou, graduated from the University of Pennsylvania with a master's degree in business administration. I was shocked beyond words as I read her resume. It turned out that the woman I had driven out of the dilapidated house last night was the new CEO of Zhuomei Shopping Center. Although I don't work at Zhuomei, as our biggest competitor, it still indirectly connects me with Mi Cai in some way. At least we are both in the department store industry, although our statuses are worlds apart. Is there really such a thing as like attracts? After our lives intersected, we also became indirectly connected at work. Chen Jingming noticed my unusual behavior and asked, not quite understanding, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with this personnel file from Zhuomei? No, there's nothing wrong. I just think that the new CEO of Zhuomei is really pretty, only 26 years old, and I wonder if she has a boyfriend. Chen Jingming looked at me helplessly, speechless for a long time. Then you go ahead and get back to work, I'll get back to mine, I said, and without waiting for a response, I left the manager's office with Zhuomei's personnel file. Back in my office, I went through the personnel file again. After reading it all over, I flipped back to the page with Mi Cai's information. Still feeling a bit incredulous, I subconsciously compared myself to her again, and instantly felt that the gap between people could be so great. You have to know that Zhuomei has been steadily outperforming us at Bali and Suzhou for many years. As the CEO of Zhuomei, Mi Cai is superior to Yang Huaqing, the CEO of Boli, in the industry. During the 2 years I have worked at Boli, because of the hierarchy I have never even seen Yang Huaqing's face. In my heart, Yang Huaqing is a man who stands high and needs me to look up to him. But not long ago, Mi Cai, who is more powerful than Yang Huaqing in the industry, was actually treated rudely by me. I still remember the scene of that day when I threw her bed sheets and quilts out of the window into the rain. At that time, Mi Cai really cried out of distress in front of me. In the time we spent together afterwards, I was even more notorious. I didn't want to think about it anymore. At this time, I was really glad that I worked at Boli, not Zhuomei. Zhao Li, who was standing next to me, looked at my ever-changing expression and asked curiously, "Zhao Yang, why is your expression so distorted? My face hurts." "Oh, what kind of information do you have in your hands? You've been looking at it for a long time. The latest personnel file from Zhuomei. You should familiarize yourself with it," I said as I threw the information to Zhao Li. Zhao Li then looked it over. He had just seen the first page and said to me in surprise, "The CEO over at Zhuomei has changed." I responded. Zhao Li continued to look at it and exclaimed, "Only 26 years old and still so pretty, she can't be a vase, can she?" "You think so too, don't you?" I said to Zhao Li, as if I had found a kindred spirit, but I was really upset. Why is it that Mi Cai and I are both post-80s, but she lives like a fairy while I live like a cockroach? But she graduated from the University of Pennsylvania with an MBA, so she can't be too much of a flower vase. Who doesn't know that the business school at the University of Pennsylvania is the best in the world? Zhao Li looked at Mi Cai's photo and rejected his own opinion. I glared at Zhao Li and said, "Zhao Li, do you have a position? What's wrong with an MBA from the University of Pennsylvania? In modern business competition, it's wisdom and experience that counts, not academic qualifications. Why are you so excited? I was just saying. Anyway, whether she is a vase or not has nothing to do with the rest of us little people. Sissy, don't talk to me. Who's a sissy? I'm a cool guy who loves outdoor sports, Jelly said to me with a red face. Outdoor ballet, I guess. Zhao Yang, you brute, you are mean, and you talk even more meanly. I replied nonchalantly, go ahead and keep on cursing, and do it with your Zhao Li. That evening, I stayed at the office with my colleagues and worked 2 extra hours. I had been in this kind of work situation for several days in a row, and I had gradually become accustomed to the busyness and high pressure. This was a significant change for me, and my long, decadent life needed this kind of change. As I was preparing to leave the company, I received a call from Fang Yuan, who told me that he and Yen had returned from Sanya and asked me to have dinner with them. I asked him warily if Jianwei was there, and he told me that Jianwei had gone to Nanjing with Shangchen. I let my guard down, but my heart was full of an indescribable sense of loss. I knew exactly what it meant that Jianwei and Shangchen were going back to Nanjing this time. The heaviness of the night kept suppressing my sensitivity, and so I became more and more depressed and lost. I arrived at the restaurant where Fang Yuan had made an appointment with me, smoked a cigarette at the door, grinned and looked at myself in the window, feeling that my smile was flawless. Only then did I stub out the cigarette and walk towards the restaurant. Yen waved at me from afar, and I struggled to maintain the smile I had just had as I walked towards the couple. After I sat down, Yen immediately handed me the bag next to her and said, I know you like beer, so I bought you a lot of seafood that you can open and eat. I'm a good sister, right? I took the bag from Yan's hands and said with a pout, you're a young woman who's been married, so don't pretend to be young in front of us and call yourself my sister. I really can't do it. Yen slapped me and said, you're really mean. What's wrong with being a young woman? A young woman is also your sister. I laughed heartlessly and but my mood was still immersed in an undeserved sense of loss that was difficult to extricate myself from. Amidst Yan's laughter, Fang Yuan asked me, I heard Manager Chen say that Zhuo Mei will have a large-scale promotional event for our Bali in the near future. I nodded and said, well, this is to be expected, otherwise Chen Jingming wouldn't have been so eager to call you back, but unfortunately you were on your honeymoon. Then I turned to Yen and asked, young wife, aren't you annoyed to be called back before you've had enough fun? Yen took Fang Yuan's arm and said, I always support my husband's work, so I don't care if I don't get to play for a few days. Good wife, helpful wife. I exclaimed from the bottom of my heart. Fang Yuan put his arm around Yen and smiled at me, you can also spend some time training your girlfriend to be a good wife. I was speechless, and I looked around, waiting for the waiter to hurry up and bring the food. During the meal, Fang Yuan and I talked about work again. I gave him a general rundown of my recent work situation, and then he suddenly asked, by the way, I heard that the CEO at Zhume has changed. You should have their latest personnel files, right? Yes, Chen Jingming gave me a copy this morning. Do you have it with you? Let me see it. I suddenly realized that the new CEO of Zhume was actually Mi Cai. If Fang Yuan suddenly saw that personnel file, he would be shocked. I would have a hard time explaining it, because it was too unbelievable. I never dreamed that the woman I had dragged along to pretend to be my girlfriend would be the new CEO of Zhume. I said immediately, I don't have anything to do with that thing, so why would I carry it with me? You should have read the personnel file. Briefly introduce me to the new CEO of Zhume and the situation in their planning department. I said impatiently, it's after work. Can we not talk about work? Fang Yuan, however, said to me very seriously, I'm never ambiguous about work. For me, there is no difference between work and non-work. As members of the company's planning department, it is imperative that we are the first to understand the movements of our competitors. I was silent, knowing that I could not hide this from Fang Yuan. Sooner or later, Fang Yuan would have to look at Zhuo Mei's personnel file. With a resolute heart, I took the file out of my bag and threw it in front of Fang Yuan, saying, this is it. Fang Yuan picked up the file and asked in surprise, didn't you say you didn't bring it with you? Don't ask, just read it.